What do you feel like is the most pressing philosophical question of our time, and why?
Well, there seems to be a lot of interest these days in free will, which I've worked a lot on.
Well, we're going to talk about that.
That's good. Well, some days I think it is the most important philosophical issue that is attracting attention. And it's attracting attention because some people, including some eminent scientists, are simply wrong about it. And their mistakes, their philosophical mistakes, are having a very negative effect, I think, on the world. It actually matters. People can talk themselves out of their free will, or they can be talked out of their free will by somebody authoritative and persuasive. And that's a real problem. We don't want people to think of themselves as not responsible for what they do. We want them to accept the fact that they're reliable, competent, and that they take responsibility for what they do. And we have people like Robert Sapolsky, but he's not alone. My good friend Jerry Coyne and another good friend Sam Harris, they all say there's no such thing as free will. And I have gone to some lengths to say why they're wrong, and I've got some even further things to say on that score. I think it's very important that we get this right.
So when someone like Sam Harris convinces himself that he has no free will, does that then make it the case? That is to say, does free will depend on the belief in free will? So he can actually wish his free will away and be correct about that?
Well, he could get all lethargic and just sit there like a tree in the forest and not do anything. I don't think he's able to persuade himself of that. But I don't want him even to try, because I think it's important that Sam Harris take responsibility for what he does. And if he thinks he isn't responsible for what he does, then he's a dangerous person.
What if he says that he's just the observer observing his actions and his body is responsible, but not him as the observer? And that's the one that he identifies with.
That's the ghost in the machine. That's another aspect of the big mistake. It's Cartesian gravity, as I call it. It's the idea that when people think about the mind, they end up backing up into their own brains and thinking that who they are is this inner witness in the Cartesian theater. And then they decide they're just the witness, they're not the agent, they're not the decider. And if they actually convince themselves of that, I think they would collapse in a heap. But they don't. But they say they do, and they work hard. In fact, one of the interesting things about Robert Sapolsky's recent book, Determined, is that he's honest enough to admit he can't convince himself he doesn't have free will. And I say, write and don't try, because we need you to stay among the people that take responsibility for what they do.
Are people both the witness and the decider, or just one or more?
Well, they're both witness and decider. They are. What's an agent? An agent is let's put it in really simple terms. It's a material structure that has been designed to utilize information it captures from the world around it and uses that to inform the decisions it makes. So it has beliefs and desires. Its beliefs are based on what it hears and sees and smells and feels. Its desires depend on what it thinks is important, and it can adjust its desires. It can reevaluate its desires. A person agent. There are lots of agents that are much simpler than that. A bacterium can't reconsider its objectives. A tree can't perceive very much. It can perceive some, and it takes action. It makes decisions on the basis of what it perceives. If it perceives that the light that's falling on it is reflecting more green, it means that the trees around it are growing up around it, and it'll shift some of its growth into vertical growth because it doesn't want to get overshadowed by the other trees. Now, it doesn't know that it has that belief or that desire, but it's a very good agent. It's better than the competition. That's why it exists. It's been designed to be a good agent.
When you speak to people like Sam Harris or Robert Sapolsky, who, just for those who are unfamiliar, take the view that there is no free will, they both take the view that there is no libertarian free will, and that there is no compatibilist view of free will, or that the compatibilist view is incoherent. So when you speak to those people, do you get the sense that when you use the word belief and deciding an agent, that it means something different to them? So for instance, Sam may say that, well, belief and desire are just feelings. Just like you mentioned, we have the feeling of touching something. They're no different than other, here's a loaded word for you, qualia, but you understand what's meant. In other words, do you feel like they are using terms not in the same way that you're using, or is the disagreement somewhere else?
Well, I think many of the disbelievers in free will are still enthralled with really Cartesian ideas about what a mind is, what beliefs and desires are, what qualia are, and we've learned a lot since Descartes, and mainly because of Darwin. Darwin doesn't just overthrow the idea of God as the intelligent designer, also overthrows the idea of an individual agent, a human mind, like Descartes, has just erased cogitans, an immaterial thinking thing that is somehow situated in causal contact with the material body. That's a hopeless idea, and even people who recognize that dualism is a hopeless idea find it hard to remove the Cartesian thinking from their perspective, and that's perhaps the most persistent philosophical error that I have encountered. That's why I've been battling it now for over 50 years.
How would Sam respond if you were to say, hey, Sam, that's dualistic thinking? Because it's my understanding Sam is a monist, or non-dualist.
Well, I think he thinks he is, but I don't think he's consistent. I think that he betrays his Cartesian hankerings in various ways, and I've tried hard to persuade him to see it otherwise, but so far without success.
If you enjoyed that clip, then the full podcast is out right now. You can click around here. Enjoy. Subscribe to Theories of Everything to get notified of upcoming podcasts, as there are new full-length podcasts every week on the topics of mathematics, physics, consciousness, free will, and AI.
Daniel Dennett, your recent paper with...
Hey there.
Plan an inspection of a damaged hydroelectric dam. They expect to be in and out when two commercial divers plan an inspection of a damaged hydroelectric dam. They expect to be in and out in just 15 minutes. Despite a strict preparation plan, an unbelievable error has deadly consequences. This is the fatal breakdown of the Lake Oliver Dam accident. October 27, 2020 started as a routine workday for Eric Herbert and Alex Paxton. They were commercial divers for Glenn Industrial Group, and today's job was a quick check of the Lake Oliver Dam in Columbus, Georgia. The company they worked for had the contract to perform maintenance on the underwater systems. The dam was operated by Georgia Power and had its own employees on site managing operations. This was a hydroelectric dam, which produces energy from the controlled flow of water through it. The chain on one of the control gates wasn't working right. Eric and Alex were supposed to take a look at what exactly was broken, so that a formal plan could be made for repairs. With more than a decade of experience, they were each very comfortable with the procedures involved in such a dive. Although they were confident, the planning is quite serious and methodical. One of the biggest risks for commercial divers is differential pressure or sources of energy in the water. This would include open valves, moving water, or areas when pressure is different between chambers. This difference in pressure can suck a diver into a hole or up against a grate with deadly force. Because of this risk, the most important pre-dive effort was identifying the potential sources of energy in a facility. These were usually listed one by one on a checklist. The extensive pre-dive routine would be for the facility to lock out and tag out all of these energy sources. Lockout tagout, or LOTO, would require each valve or switch to be locked in the closed position and tagged with a label that warns others not to touch until the LOTO is removed. This procedure is essential to protect anyone in the water. The LOTO checklist is signed off by 2 employees of the dam and then validated by the dive company responsible for maintenance. On this day, the LOTO was completed by the Lake Oliver Dam employees, and each item on the list was double-checked and tagged out for maintenance. Eric and Alex were ready to get to work, but before they entered the dam, they performed their own last check for any differential pressures. They were aware of the location of the gates and the priming valve listed on the LOTO checklist. They dropped their mirror into the water to confirm that there was no movement in the water at these locations. Everything looked good, so they positioned themselves above gate 3 and prepared for entry into the interior of the dam. Eric was the supervisor of their shift, but offered to run down to check the chain himself. He knew that the repairs ahead would require lots of diving, so he offered to go down for this instead of his diving partner. Alex waved him off and said he'd jump in to see what was going on, and prepared for entry into the interior of the dam. Eric was the supervisor of their shift, but offered to run down to check the chain himself. He knew that the repairs ahead would require lots of diving, so he offered to go down for this instead of his diving partner. Alex waved him off and said he'd jump in to see what was going on. The area they were entering was a water-filled chamber where the main gates to the dam resided. It was fully connected to the main body of lake water. The door to the gate would be raised by a chain when the gates were open. In the open position, water flows through to the turbine to produce electricity. When it was closed, the power plant was not in operation. This main flow of water would move through the penstock to the turbines where electricity would be produced from the turning of the turbine system. The water would then empty into the lower part of the river. When the gates were closed, the penstock pipe would empty out and essentially be an open chamber leading to the turbines. On this day, after the LOTO was complete, the penstock was in fact mostly empty because all the gates were locked shut. With everything tagged, Alex felt perfectly safe diving into the narrow column of water. He started at the top of the chain and slowly moved down as he looked for any defects. He was wearing a helmet camera and a light to record what he might find. As part of his standard diving gear, he had a light and camera on his helmet, communications with the surface tender, and an air umbilical continuously supplying him with air. As he moved down the chain past the 20-foot mark, it was all routine, and things looked as expected. The chain was fine, so he continued to slide down little by little. Then in a frightening instant, he was fully aware of the sudden pull on his body. It only took a second, because once it's got you, it's got you. His arm was closest to the hole, and it disappeared down the pipe before he could attempt any response. His body was now largely plugging the hole, which created an even greater force where the water was still moving. With a violent force of 850 pounds of pressure, it was impossible to pull his arm back or resist the force of the column of water. He screamed out, "I'm stuck! I'm stuck!" Alex's arm was being pulled into a 10-inch pipe with overwhelming force. His body was pulled so hard against the surface of the dam, he could hardly expand his chest to breathe. Eric immediately began to try to pull him up, but there was no amount of pulling that could release Alex from his trap. Eric and the dam employees were trying to figure out what pressure differential could possibly exist to cause such suction. All the LOTO locations were rechecked, but they were off and tagged, as had already been confirmed several times before the dive ever began. It took more than 30 minutes to figure out where the suction came from and to get the valve properly closed. So, what had gone wrong? It took more than 30 minutes to figure out where the suction came from and to get the valve properly closed. So, what had gone wrong? What Alex, Eric, and even some of the dam employees didn't know was that there was another valve not listed on the LOTO checklist. This pipe was to prime the penstock before opening the main gate. If the penstock was completely empty when the gate was opened, a huge rush of water would burst into the chamber and possibly damage the turbine at the end of the penstock pipe. In order to prevent this overwhelming rush of water, there is a small priming pipe that lets a smaller volume of water into the penstock to fill it before full operation of the dam. This priming system actually had 2 possible inlets of water. There was a flapper-type valve, similar to what is found in a common toilet, and there is a gate-type valve. If some of the dam employees didn't know, was that there was another valve not listed on the LOTO checklist. This pipe was to prime the penstock before opening the main gate. If the penstock was completely empty when the gate was opened, a huge rush of water would burst into the chamber and possibly damage the turbine at the end of the penstock pipe. In order to prevent this overwhelming rush of water, there's a small priming pipe that lets a smaller volume of water into the penstock to fill it before full operation of the dam. This priming system actually had two possible inlets of water. There was a flapper-type valve, similar to what is found in a common toilet, and there's a gate-type valve with a wheel handle. These two valves were only listed once on the lockout form. The flapper-type valve was locked and tagged for this dive, but no one had turned the wheel of the second valve. While Alex was stuck, it took some time for the employees to access the wheel to close the valve and remove the pressure differential from the pipe that was sucking Alex so violently. This valve shut-off was located down off the top of the dam and behind a locked gate. Despite moving quickly to get the pressure under control, it took almost 30 minutes to get the valve shut. It seems like a minor oversight, but the tiny 10-inch opening was a devastating vortex in this chamber of water. When a large empty pipe is connected to an entire reservoir of water, there's an incredible differential in pressure. This differential is called delta P. In mathematics, the symbol delta means change. The P represents pressure, so any delta P situation in diving must be carefully managed as one of the deadliest risks in the profession. The Loto procedure is used to manage this risk and have several sets of eyes on each potential source of energy, or delta P, in the system. In this case, an unlimited source of 25 feet of water was pressing into a 10-inch wide pipe. The only way to relieve the pressure was to close the valve, to isolate the lake water from the empty penstock pipe. By the time this was accomplished, it was too late for Alex. His body was under 850 pounds of pressure, and his muscles just could not expand his chest to breathe. After just a few minutes, he lost consciousness and died. After this devastating tragedy, an investigation revealed violations by Georgia Power in the operating procedures of the dam. The family of Alex Paxton sued Georgia Power and received an undisclosed settlement for his wrongful death. It seems as if everyone was following the many procedures and plans to make sure that no delta P situations exist, but the main checklist was missing an essential valve. The lack of drawings being supplied to the dive company was also a major failure. After this incident, the Loto checklist was updated to include all valves in the dam. The loss of Alex Paxton was caused by a devastating oversight in an essential component of any lockout-tagout plan. How can you have a list that's important enough to get triple-checked for closure, but not include an absolutely essential valve on that list? Absolutely essential valve on that list.
Today, I'm taking a ride on Latvia's express train, dating back to the Soviet era. Come on board with me as I show you what it's like to ride an old diesel train through this European country. We'll be looking at the strange interior and diving into the history of Latvia's expansive train manufacturing industry, all as we head down to the capital city, Riga. Join me as I show you what it's like to ride on Latvia's DR1. Hello and welcome back to another video. Today I'm here in Valga, Estonia. I'm going to be travelling on board Latvian Railways down to Riga. I'll be travelling on board one of the national operators' ex-Soviet trains, so it's going to be an interesting journey. Let's go. Our journey through Latvia today starts in the neighbouring country of Estonia, at the fantastic station in Valga. A station on this site first opened in 1887, but the present building was constructed in 1949, likely by German prisoners of war. I have to say, this station building looks amazing. If you didn't know any better, you'd think it was a church or something. Outside the station front, a station on this site first opened in 1887, but the present building was constructed in 1949, likely by German prisoners of war. I have to say, this station building looks amazing. If you didn't know any better, you'd think it was a church or something. Outside the station front, you'll see occasional minibuses departing for various small towns and villages around the border area. Anyway, let's head inside. The station's interior is just as grand as its exterior. And be sure to look up at the beautiful ceiling. The floor features an 8-pointed star pattern. As for facilities, the station has a lot, but is missing the basics. In the main hall, you can find some basic seating. But there's no ticket office open. I presume this used to be one, but now it just shows bus and train information. In fact, the timetables themselves are a very disappointing part of this station. Despite multiple trains running to Valga from Tallinn and Riga, only the single highlighted journey actually has a connection to the other side, and even that features a 3.5-hour wait. So if you have a long connection, which you will, then it's worth walking up the road into town, where you'll find a steam locomotive from the 1940s. Other facilities at the station include a little library, and an incredible hall that features an exhibit from Reed Aust, an Estonian clothes designer. Unfortunately, this was in quite poor condition, which I thought was a shame. Time to head to the platform. Then the other side, despite information. In fact, the timetables themselves are a very disappointing part of this station. Despite multiple trains running to Valga from Tallinn and Riga, only the single highlighted journey actually has a connection to the other side, and even that features a 3.5-hour wait. So if you have a long connection, which you will, then it's worth walking up, and even that features a 3-hour from Tallinn and Riga, only the themselves are a very disappointing part of this station. Despite multiple trains running to Valga from Tallinn and Riga, only the single highlighted journey actually has a connection to the other side. And even that features a 3.5 hour wait. So if you have a long connection, which you will, then it's worth walking up the road into town, where you'll find a steam locomotive from the 1940s. Other facilities at the station include a little library, and an incredible hall that features an exhibit from Reed Aust, an Estonian clothes designer. Unfortunately, this was in quite poor condition, which I thought was a shame. Time to head to the platform. Valga station has just 2 platforms, but this is more than enough. All journeys within Estonia are entirely step-free, thanks to ramps and low-floor trains. Let's head over to my train, which is already waiting in the platforms. And here it is, a DR-1A operated by Latvian Railways. This example dates back to 1983, where it was built in Riga, then the Latvian SSR. Originally, it had 6 carriages, but was split into 2 3-carriage sets, which carry the same number. These old diesel units have one large engine at floor level, so unless you sit right next to it, these trains are a lot quieter than most. The service is operated by Passagiero Vilcins, who have since rebranded to the rather daft-sounding Vivi. Right, Giro Vilcin, to sit right next to it, these trains are a lot quieter than most. The service is operated by Passagiero Vilcins, who have since rebranded to the rather daft-sounding Vivi. Right, time to get on board. I don't have a seat reservation, and in fact, I don't even have a ticket yet, so I am free to pick any seat once I board. Unlike trains within Estonia, level boarding is not available on these Soviet trains. Upon boarding, I was actually pleasantly surprised to see this modern interior in a 2+2 seating layout. Older versions of this train have a much more Spartan interior, which I'll show you later on. I chose this seat here for my journey today, located next to an opening window. Today's route will see us crossing the border into Latvia, before heading southwest towards the capital via Valmiera and Sigulda. Journey time is scheduled to be 2 hours and 42 minutes, covering 168 kilometers, or about 104 miles. We depart Valga about 2 minutes late, at 15:05, quickly leaving the beautiful station and less beautiful freight yard behind. Right after departure, Latvia can be seen on the left side, with that dirt track marking the border. 1 minute later, we unceremoniously cross the border, an easy process thanks to Estonia dirt track marking the border. Right after departure, Latvia can be seen on the left side, with that dirt track marking the border. 1 minute later, we unceremoniously cross the border, an easy process thanks to Estonia and Latvia being in the Schengen area. Our first stop in Latvia is Lugajin, serving a village of just 239 residents. Our first stop in Latvia is Lugajin, serving a village of just 239 residents. After this, there's plenty of chance to get up to the train's top speed of 120 km an hour. The line we're travelling on. After this, there's plenty of chance to get up to the train's top speed of 120 km an hour. The line we're travelling on was first opened as the Pskov-Riga Railway under the Russian Empire, allowing trains to run from St. Petersburg to Riga. Nowadays, trains rarely operate across the border into Russia, with all passenger trains having ceased in 2020, and only a limited freight service from 2022 due to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Now let's take a look around the interior. Seating is presented in a psychedelic colour scheme, with a grey background. Appearance aside, they were actually really well padded, and featured a decent amount of ergonomic support too. This is a massive contrast to many other DR-1As, which have hard leather bench seating, or even harder cloth and plastic seats. Legroom on these trains is fantastic, and there's definitely plenty of space to stretch out on a longer journey. There was a recline button, though it wasn't working on any of the seats I tried. Strangely, there was another button here. Pressing this allows you to move the seat slightly into the aisle. I've never seen this before. The seat in front features a flimsy folding table. I don't think I'd trust it with anything remotely heavy. This can be extended slightly, but it remains very small. Also, if you know what this groove in the seatback table is for, then please tell me in the comments. Lastly, there is a single armrest by the aisle, which can be folded up like so. This stop is Valmiera, one of Latvia's smallest cities with a population of around 22,000. Now let's look at the history of this train. The design of the DR-1 goes back to the 1960s, when the RVR sought to produce a diesel companion to their mass-produced and very successful ER-1 electric unit. Over the years, hundreds of these trains were built, exported to many other parts of the Soviet Union. A few even made it across the Atlantic to Cuba. After many modernizations, these were still being frequently produced as recently as 2008 in modern-day Latvia, but sadly, in 2017, the Riga-based factory shut down due to a lack of orders. Despite this example being quite old, it has been heavily modernized. One of these upgrades is the fitting of free onboard Wi-Fi. I don't think they had that in Soviet times. Getting access is simple. You just select the vehicle you are riding, and you're connected. I was pretty impressed with the internet speeds too, which were quite fast for a train. Time to go for a walk around the rest of the train. Moving between carriages on these DR-1A units is quite the task, with big doors and uneven floors in the gangway. The other carriages are basically the same as the one I am sat in, with the absence of a massive engine, of course. There is no buffet car or first class on this unit, despite the journey length of nearly 3 hours. At one end of the train, you can find some bike storage. Bikes can be transported upon purchasing a special ticket, priced at a third of the cost of a regular adult fare. The other end of the train features the unit's only toilet, tucked away next to the engine room. Due to the toilet flushing directly onto the track, it is not permitted to be used in densely populated areas around Riga. This was pretty basic, but overall was kept clean. Also, the soap dispenser was well stocked and working fine, while the tap seemed impossible to use without getting water absolutely everywhere. No hand dryer was provided, but you could use the breeze from the opening window to dry yourself off instead. As for luggage storage, you can use the large overhead luggage racks, as shown here. And between windows, there are a few coat hooks. Back outside, we continue to call at many towns and villages on the way to Riga. This beautiful building is the station of Cēsis, around the halfway mark of our trip. Latvia's railways use the 1,520mm track gauge, making it 85mm wider than that in most other European countries. This allows trains in Latvia to be much wider, which is why the carriage is so spacious. However, the local commuter trains of Riga take this a step further with the dreaded 3+3 seating layout. Which is why the carriage is so spacious. However, the local commuter trains of Riga take this a step further with the dreaded 3+3 seating layout. As we get closer to the capital, you may notice poles beside the track. This is part of Latvia's pledge to heavily modernise the railway, and soon this line will be electrified. By 2035, it is expected that all routes in Latvia will be electrified, and capable of handling 160 km/h traffic. As we are now meeting with the electrified Riga commuter lines, it's time to look at how much this journey costs. I bought my ticket on board from the conductor. This cost me €5.80, and I think that is an excellent deal for a fairly long journey across Latvia. It's worth mentioning that train travel in neighbouring Estonia and Lithuania is much more expensive, around double the cost. So this is mentioning that €5.80, and I think that is an excellent deal for a fairly long journey across Latvia. It's worth mentioning that train travel in neighbouring Estonia and Lithuania is much more expensive, around double the cost. So this is a particularly good deal. The tracks around us get busier as we approach Riga, our train arriving into the city in the middle of the commuter rush. Most of these trains are 4-car ER2 electric units, which were also built here in Riga. As we approach Riga Pasažieru, a massive construction site can be seen next to the tracks. This is part of Rail Baltica, which in a few years will connect Warsaw in Poland with the 3 Baltic capitals, Vilnius, Riga and Tallinn. We pull into Riga on time, at 17:45. Overall, I really enjoyed my trip on this old Soviet DR1. Despite being from the Soviet era, it has been looked after well, and provides a surprisingly modern service at a great price. Though, I would like to see improvements to accessibility, which is likely to come with the introduction of newer trains in the coming years. As always, let me know what you thought of the DR1 experience in Latvia, and to see me surviving 24 hours on Kazakhstan's Soviet overnight train, then click up here now. Today, I'm taking a ride on Latvia's Kazakhstan is one of the world's biggest countries, and as you'd expect, it takes a long time to get around. Today, I'll be making a 24-hour-long journey through modern-day Kazakhstan aboard one of the country's Soviet-era carriages. We'll be taking a look at all parts of the experience, from the cozy retro interior to the less glamorous parts. Experience seeing this country's vast steppe landscape in a brutal winter, while we stop off in its rural areas. Join me for an incredible journey back in time through this amazing country. Hello and welcome back to another video. Today I'm here in Almaty, Kazakhstan's biggest city, and I'm going to be taking the Kazakhstan Railways train up to Nur-Sultan, the country's capital city. For this journey I'm on board the Turksib Astana, which is one of the privately operated trains here in Kazakhstan, and I'm in a coupe second-class room, so let's go. So you may notice that I'm in a car for the start of today's video. Well, Almaty has 2 main stations for long-distance trains, the creatively named Almaty 1 and the similarly imaginative Almaty 2. The latter is located vaguely close to the city's centre, while Almaty 1 is not even slightly close. My train is annoyingly departing from Almaty 1 station, which can easily be upwards of an hour's drive in peak times, so be sure to head to the station in plenty of time. Many different bus services also serve the station, but from my observations, these were often packed. Anyway, welcome to Almaty 1 station, originally dating back to 1929, with at least 3 major overhauls since. I'm running a little bit late due to heavy traffic on the roads, so let's waste no time in getting inside. Before being granted access to the concourse area, all passengers must first pass through a security check. Now don't worry, this isn't as time consuming as at an airport, and I was through in about 1 minute. Almaty 1 station was last overhauled about 10 years ago, in 2013. It's actually quite a modern station, definitely a lot more than my carriage for the 24-hour trip tonight.
One side of the station features a ticket office, though personally I'd recommend booking online using Kazakhstan Temirjol's pretty decent website, which is easy to use and even has an English option, as well as the ability to select your exact place on the train, especially as the trains can often sell out in peak season. Almaty 1 is an aesthetically pleasing station, with a design that also has some cultural meaning. The Kazakh people were traditionally nomads, so it makes a lot of sense to see traditional nomadic patterns made out of the floor tiles. The station has everything you'd need, from plenty of seating to all sorts of shops selling gadgets made out of the floor meaning. The Kazakh people were traditionally nomads, so it makes a lot of sense to see traditional nomadic patterns made out of the floor tiles. The station has everything you'd need, from plenty of seating to all sorts of shops selling gadgets to keep you entertained, as well as snacks and drinks. There are also a few restaurants here, should you wish to grab a meal before boarding your train. Even a hairdresser's can be found in the station, and perhaps strangest of all, a claw machine game. I've never seen that in a station. Anyway, my train today is number 40. Strangest of all, a claw machine game. I've never seen that in a station. Anyway, my train today is number 43, the 1802 service to Kostanay. It's already waiting at platform number 2, so let's head outside and take a look. Here it is. This train is in the old cyan livery of Kazakhstan's national railway operator, Kazakhstan Temirjol. Curiously, this train is actually operated by a private company called Turksivistana. Very little information exists in English about these private operators in Kazakhstan, but from what I can tell, the national operator runs the locomotive and technical side, while the private operator is responsible for the staff and carriages. Today's train has two very different types of carriage. These brand new Russian carriages were built just a few years ago, as part of a rolling program to replace the previous fleet. Then there's the Soviet-era fleet, built in what was then East Germany from the 1960s. There's no way to tell which type of carriage you'll get, so you just have to wait and find out. Though due to unforeseen circumstances, I'll be travelling in both of these carriage types on this 24-hour journey. Stay tuned to find out why. Our train will be hauled by this Chinese-built Type KZ4AC. This fleet of 27 electric locomotives are responsible for most passenger operations on Kazakhstan's electric rail network, and as you can imagine, they certainly cover a lot of distance in a year. Let's head over to the train. Almaty 1 station has just 3 tracks, so it's not easy to get lost here. The platforms here are always busy with activity. Plenty of locals come to the station to sell their goods. Apples are a local speciality in Almaty, so I'd highly recommend sampling some. You definitely won't have any trouble finding them. With local produce in hand, I think it's time to get on board. I'm travelling in coach 11 today, which is one of these Soviet-era Ammendorf carriages from East Germany. Boarding is simple, with the carriage attendant waiting for any booked passengers on the platform. Once your ticket is checked, your name is crossed off the list, and you are shown to your room. I've booked the entire room to make filming easier. This involves buying 4 separate tickets, which can sometimes confuse staff. Anyway, now I'm all explained, let's get settled and have a look at today's route. We'll be travelling west first, towards Shu, before making a reversal to continue north, stopping at many stations across the Kazakh steppe. The journey is scheduled to take 24 hours and 1 minute to cover the 1,329 kilometers, or about 826 miles. We depart Almaty 1 on time at 1802, beginning our 1-day-long journey across the country. It seems like I've caught the station at a busy time, with lots of locos shunting around the local area. With most rail journeys in Kazakhstan being very long, there are only a few multiple units in operation in the country. Much of the fleet is still made up of Soviet-era locomotives. Rail freight is a huge for the local area. With most rail journeys in Kazakhstan being very long, there are only a few multiple units in operation in the country. Much of the fleet is still made up of Soviet-era locomotives. Rail freight is a huge thing in Kazakhstan, thanks to its borders with Russia and China, as well as sitting upon the Caspian Sea. In fact, cargo makes up 88% of the railway's revenue, with over 50% of the country's freight travelling by rail. But now, let's have a look around the compartment here on this Soviet train. All compartments in second class, more commonly referred to as coupe, contain 4 beds. They feature sliding doors, which can be locked. In fact, they feature 3 locks, so there's certainly no security concerns here. These carriages look like they've barely been touched since they were built, way back in the mid-1980s. They feel very homely, and are a great place to spend hours or days travelling in. 1980s, security concerns here. These carriages look like they've barely been touched since they were built, way back in the mid-1980s. They feel very homely, and are a great place to spend hours or days travelling in. Flight controls can be found next to the door, allowing you to turn off the warm yellow lights in the night. Bedding for all 4 berths can be found on the top bunk. More blankets can be found above the door for when it gets cold. During the day, the 2 lower bunks are used for sitting on. Be found above the door for when it gets cold. During the day, the 2 lower bunks are used for sitting on. These are fairly comfortable and very spacious, given the maximum occupancy of these rooms is 4 people. These lower bunks also lift up to provide secure storage for luggage. Nobody can get to it while you're sleeping on top of it. You do need to make the bed yourself, but this is easy enough. The sheets are brought to you by the provodnitsa, or carriage attendant, with the packs featuring a pillowcase and a cover for the mattress, as well as a top sheet. This was actually a really comfortable bed, and as I had the room to myself, I even used 2 of the mattresses for extra comfort. The pillow was also really soft. Also, if you want more space, then the upper bunks can be folded and locked away. At the window, you can find some curtains. These might look nice, but they're fairly useless, as if you pull them too hard then they'll just fall off. Rather more useful is the window blind, which is a bit more durable than the curtains, even being too stiff. Once the lights are off, then you can use the individual reading lights for each bunk. These gave off such a welcoming ambience, and made the trains feel just like a visit to an old babushka's house. Anyway, at this point, I thought it was time to go to bed. But first, time for a drink. Unfortunately, this service doesn't have a restaurant bar, so you're best advised to bring plenty of snacks. However, the Provodnica at the end of the carriage will be happy to supply tea and water, and a selection of snacks too, if you're lucky. However, unfortunately, this service doesn't have a restaurant car, so you're best advised to bring plenty of snacks. However, the Provodnica at the end of the carriage will be happy to supply tea car, so you're best advised to bring plenty of snacks. However, the Provodnica at the end of the carriage will be happy to supply tea and water, and a selection of snacks too, if you're lucky. Hot water can be dispensed from the samovar at the same end of the carriage. This coal-heated boiler is also responsible for the train's heating system, and there's a bit of a story involving that later on in the video. Officially, a cup of tea is meant to cost 22 Kazakh tenge, which is very cheap. However, whenever I tried to pay, it was always refused. And one last thing before bed. You may have noticed I've not shown you the plug sockets yet. Well, that's because 22 Kazakh tenge, which is very cheap. However, whenever I tried to pay, it was always refused. 22 that later on in the video. Officially, a cup of tea is meant to cost 22 Kazakh tenge, which is very cheap. However, whenever I tried to pay, it was always refused. And one last thing before bed. You may have noticed I've not shown you the plug sockets yet. Well, that's because the rooms don't have any. If you really need some emergency power, then you can find just 3 European-style plug sockets in the corridor. I finally ended up going to sleep around 23:40, easily dozing off in my comfortable bed. Eventually, I woke up some 10 hours later, taking advantage of the long travel time to get a lie-in. This station is Akadir, a fairly small city in the centre of Kazakhstan. After a 15-minute stop, we are continuing north on the way to Nur-Sultan. By the way, Kazakhstan has actually renamed its capital city again since I filmed this video. Nowadays, the city is known as Astana. We're now in the vast steppe of Kazakhstan, a region stretching the entire northern part of this massive country. For some, this scenery may be boring, but personally I find it very relaxing to sit back and stare off into the emptiness. Most of the views on the remainder of the route will consist of railway infrastructure and the occasional passing train. Also, look out for wild horses. Horses have an important history in Kazakhstan, with scientists believing the first horses were domesticated in the region. Nowadays, they are a popular food in modern Kazakhstan. Believe it or not, this tiny trackside shack is actually one of our stations today. Isa is a very small settlement, but still gets multiple trains a day on this route. One of our stations. Nowadays, they are a popular food in modern Kazakhstan. Believe it or not, this tiny trackside shack is actually one of our stations today. Isa is a very small settlement, but still gets multiple trains a day on this route. One thing I've noticed since last night is that the train was really rather cold now. I decided to try and warm myself up with another questionably free cup of tea. While I drank this, I also topped up my phone's battery with a power bank. This is really an essential item when travelling in this part of the world. And I'm sure I don't need to be the one who tells you that Wi-Fi is not available on this service. As this part of the world. And I'm sure I don't need to be the one who tells you that Wi-Fi is not available on this service. As this train is a very slow service, it doesn't have high priority on the network. Much of the time, we wait in freight yards for other trains to overtake. Anyway, let's go and take a look at the toilets. One of these is provided at each end of the carriage. Sometimes there's a wheelchair-accessible toilet, however I didn't see one on my train. These toilets are clearly not in the best condition, so I would always recommend bringing hand sanitizer. Also, there was no toilet seat, so good luck with that. Plenty of soap was provided and the water was working fine. By the way, you need to push the bottom of the tap upwards to release water. Toilet paper was present, however this is often not the case, so be prepared and bring your own. At around 13:15, we arrive into Karaganda Passagierskaya. The city of Karaganda is the first and only major city on today's route, being Kazakhstan's 5th most populated city with around 500,000 residents. The platforms here feature plenty of outlets to get a snack, and whilst I personally had plenty of supplies, I did take advantage of the long 30-minute stop here to get a bit of fresh air. Having said that, Karaganda is actually Kazakhstan's most polluted city, also having some of the worst air quality in the world. This is thanks to its history as a mining town during Soviet times. At this point, with help from Google Translate, the Provodnica explained to me that the carriage's heating system had failed. And it certainly couldn't be a shortage of coal either, as a tractor came along for reloading. After we departed Karaganda, I was taken to another carriage. This came Provodnica explained to me that the carriage's heating system had failed, and it certainly couldn't be a shortage of coal either, as a tractor came along for reloading. System had failed, and at this point, with help from Google Translate, the Provodnica explained to me that the carriage's heating system had failed. And at this point, with help from Google Translate, the Provodnitsa explained to me that the carriage's heating system had failed, and it certainly couldn't be a shortage of coal either, as a tractor came along for reloading. After we departed Karaganda, I was taken to another carriage. This was one of the brand new Russian-designed carriages, rather surprisingly built by the Spanish company Talgo here in Kazakhstan. But I wasn't just put in any normal compartment, this was the dedicated staff compartment. Things got a little bit awkward when people started coming up to me asking questions and trying to get a cup of tea. A little bit awkward, but I wasn't just put in any normal compartment, this was the dedicated staff compartment. Carriages. Rather supported, and it certainly couldn't be a shortage of coal either, as a tractor came along for reloading. After we departed Karaganda, I was taken to another carriage. This was one of the brand new Russian-designed carriages, rather surprisingly built by the Spanish company Talgo here in Kazakhstan. But I wasn't just put in any normal compartment, this was the dedicated staff compartment. Things got a little bit awkward when people started coming up to me asking questions and trying to get a cup of tea. Our slow journey continues, once again being shunted to the side to allow faster trains to overtake. Even freight trains seem to take higher priority. One of the big positives about this newer carriage was the presence of plug sockets, allowing me to charge up my phone and camera. There was also a modern and clean vacuum toilet, which is a stark contrast to the Soviet-era design. With the winter sun once again low in the sky, this is an indication that our one-day long ride is nearly over. So how much does all this cost? Well, I paid 7,868 tenge per bed, which for a journey of this length is clearly excellent value for money. For all 4 beds in the room, this cost 31,472 tenge, which is still a really good price. As we approach Nur-Sultan 1, we can see sidings full of carriages. This includes Kazakhstan's newest Talgo trains, which use very small carriages and a unique wheel layout. These feature a restaurant carriage, and it's Kazakhstan's newest. As we approach Nur-Sultan 1, we can see sidings full of carriages. This includes Kazakhstan's newest Talgo trains, which use very small carriages and a unique wheel layout. These feature a restaurant carriage and even rooms with showers. Talgo trains, which use very small carriages and a unique wheel layout. These feature a restaurant carriage and even rooms with showers, so let me know if you want to see a video on Kazakhstan's flagship overnight train fleet. After just over 24 hours, we arrived into Nur-Sultan 1 station around 10 minutes late, at 18:13. Overall, I really enjoyed my slow ride through Kazakhstan, with the big exception of the failed heating. The Soviet-era carriages are a delightful way to travel, even if very dated. Having said that, you can't complain too much for a journey at such a great price.
Today, I'm taking a ride on Latvia's express train, dating back to the Soviet.
It is the afternoon of the 15th of March 2008, and all seems fine along the bustling streets of Turtle Bay, Manhattan. People are going about their daily business. The normal background noise of traffic and construction work is then all of a sudden pierced by a massive crash. The source? A new under-construction tower block. In the aftermath, 7 lives would be lost and many more would be injured. So today we're looking at the 303rd 51st Street crane collapse. My name is John, and welcome to Plainly Difficult. A new tower and its crane. So normally for a Plainly Difficult structural collapse video, it's the building being built that is the failure point. But today, it's the thing that's helping build the building itself. For the purpose of our story, the crane is intertwined with the building project, which is a new residential tower block in New York City. As always, this video's facts and figures have been taken from the official reports. This time it's from OSHA and the New York City Department of Buildings. And as always, the links will be down below. So it's the mid-noughties, and a new tower block is being penned by architect firm Garrett Gawley. It initially is meant to be 40 stories tall. Building work would begin in 2007 at the site on 303 East 51st Street. Shortly after commencement of the project, the building's height was increased from 40 to 44 stories. But disaster would strike long before that, so in order to build a tower like this, you need a crane, because, well, you aren't going to carry all the materials on your back. So the crane employed was a luffing jib crane tower, manufactured by Favco, which was owned by the New York Crane Company. The crane was tied to the ground via a reinforced concrete base. It is steel framed with diagonal and horizontal steel members. It is attached to the concrete frame building via steel ties attached to the building on floors 3 and 9. These ties are then attached to a steel collar that runs around the mast of the crane. As the building's height increased, so would the crane. This was done in a thing called a jump, in which extra sections were added to the crane. Each additional section was raised using hydraulic lifts and then bolted together. So far in the project, each lift had been assisted with a mobile crane, but as the tower block grew taller, so would the crane. The increasing height made the use of a mobile crane more difficult. This time instead, the tower was to be able to build itself, in that it could lift the heavy collar up by itself. I should say, the collar came in 2 parts, which would require bolting together, when at the correct height, after which the required attachments to the mast and building were then done. It was a chunky thing, weighing in at 11,200 pounds, so during the planned lift, both halves of the collar would still be hauled separately, and before attachment, there would be a 2-inch gap around the mast structure. To facilitate the attachment of the collar, 4 polyester straps were used, 2 for each half, which is then attached to the crane tower. Now, this plan was flawed. The number of straps was half of what the crane manufacturer specified. So we're now on to that part of the video. Let's jump to the 15th of March 2008. The disaster. Time to grab out your bingo card. It is the 15th of March 2008 at 303 51st East Street. The morning has been rather uneventful. Building work is pouring concrete on the 19th floor, and it's all going to plan, with formwork in place a couple of floors below. The crane had been that morning jumped, and the aforementioned tying to the structure was being prepared. 2 halves of the collar for the 18th floor were hoisted up to its intended place. This was around about early afternoon. Once both halves were in place, workmen levelled them out and bolted them together with the 8 required bolts. So everything looked good. Workmen on the crane began to line up the tie beams to attach one to the collar halves. They had 3 to install. They began installing the first one. The now whole collar is still supported against gravity by these polyester slings. After the first tie was placed, it needed a pin to be installed. But before workers could do this, they started hearing popping sounds from the collar. More noises emanated from the collar. Within seconds, the collar plunged down the crane tower, hurtling towards the 9th floor supports. The 2 collided, smashing the ties on the 9th floor, and now both collars slid down the crane. The time is now just before 2:30 p.m. The now 2 collars slammed into the 3rd floor support collar, finally stopping the slide. But it wasn't over. The now 200-foot tall crane had virtually no lateral load protection. It was now freestanding, and it began to creak. It swayed initially northwards, but the weight on the crane arm, which was over the southern end, pulled the whole structure towards the south. The crane twisted, and the top portion collided with a building across the street. Debris smashed into buildings around the area. The rest of the crane crashed into the ground, with the top part resting on another building. The base of the crane had been dislodged, leaving it at an angle from the ground. Immediately after the catastrophe, 911 calls bombarded dispatchers, and emergency services swarmed to the building site. Rescue works would take a little bit of a while as they dug through the debris and listened out for anyone trapped. 6 workers would be lost in the collapse, 5 working on the mast and the crane operator. In addition to this, another non-worker who was in the building the crane crashed into was also killed. On top of this, several more workers sustained serious injuries. The disaster stopped the construction works on the tower block. I mean, just look at the aftermath. And work wouldn't resume until 2011 after another company bought the structure, which the original building company had then foreclosed on. Of course, now though, we need to look into the investigation. So a number of different government bodies were involved with the investigation, most notably OSHA and the New York City Department of Buildings. The latter would use OSHA's experiments into the polyester slings. I should say that interviews with surviving workers helped zero in investigators to the spark of the disaster. This was the slings used to hold the collars in place during installation. It quickly became clear that workers were not following the manufacturer's guidelines for the install. But then why did the slings fail after and not during the bolting of the 2 collar halves? After inspection of the slings, it was found that one of them must have been severely degraded before it was used for the collar hold. It was showing UV damage and general wear. It was also found that workers had attached the slings to the wrong lifting points, which allowed them to run against the crane, wearing away at the 2 inches of girth the slings had. The seating of the slings around the tower mast near the diagonal members pushed the polyester into a V-shape, which also reduced its load carrying capacity. To add more fuel to the fire, only 4 slings were used, instead of the required 8, which after testing showed that just one failure of a sling could cause the whole arrangement to fail, like it did on that fateful day. OSHA would conclude in its report, 1. The choice of using polyester slings to suspend the collar at 4 points was questionable, as they are subject to large elongations under tensile loads, thus creating a need to constantly monitor and level the collar. The collar was rigged improperly, in that the slings used to suspend the collar were choked around the vertical legs of the crane mast and were seated in the V-shaped groove between the angle bracing and the flange of the crane mast leg. This significantly reduced the load carrying capacity of the slings. The slings were not protected against sharp edges for cuts and abrasions. A deteriorated sling, which should have been discarded if proper inspection of the sling was done prior to its use, was used to suspend the collar. The crane raised the collar from the ground, hoisting it at locations different from the crane's manufacturer's recommendations. This led employees to suspend the collar from locations above which there was no horizontal members. This resulted in choking of the slings around the legs of the crane mast. Each collar half was suspended at 2 points instead of at 4 points as recommended by the manufacturer. There'll be a little bit of a scandal as well, as the building site had racked up a number of OSHA violations during its operation, and after a number of complaints, a Department of Buildings inspector was dispatched to look at the crane. Interestingly, no issues were reported. This was just a few days after the disaster, but it would come out that the inspection never took place, and the reports had been fraudulently written. He would be later arrested and charged for falsifying documents. However, as DOB Commissioner Patricia Lancaster said, even if the crane had been inspected on the 4th of March, it would have not have prevented the accident, because the crane was in such a different position at the time of the break. Still, all of the inspector's work will be re-inspected. So the half-built tower would languish for a number of years until a new company took over, eventually completing it in 2015. So disaster scale time, I'm going to give it a 3 or a 4, and this is what I've got for the bingo card. This is a Plain Difficult production. All videos on the channel are Creative Commons Attribution Share Alike licensed. Plain Difficult videos produced by me, John, in the currently very wet and windy corner of London, UK. I've got Instagram.
There's a hurricane out here and we're heading straight into it. This is the last message to family from the second mate. There's a hurricane out here and we're heading straight into it. This is the last message to family from the second mate of the El Faro, a cargo ship with a 40-year career that ended in disaster. According to the latest weather reports, the ship is heading directly into a major hurricane. The captain, however, won't listen to the warnings from his deck officers. 33 lives are at stake. Should the crew fight him to change his mind, or is he making a good decision based on experience? Weather reporters have been taking note of a well-defined surface low that's been strengthening in the Western Atlantic. These are important weather events that forecasters pay close attention to because they can indicate that a major storm is developing. The El Faro's usual shipping path is between the US East Coast and Puerto Rico, and the surface low is developing close to it. The El Faro has sailed this route without trouble for most of its career, and the ship's crew should be able to deal with a storm. Who would have guessed this trip would be its last? The El Faro was originally built by Sun Ship. Usual shipping path is between the US East Coast and Puerto Rico, and the surface low is developing close to it. The El Faro has sailed this route without trouble for most of its career, and the ship's crew should be able to deal with a storm. Who would have guessed this trip would be its last? The El Faro was originally built by Sun Shipbuilding and Dry Dock Corporation in Chester, Pennsylvania in 1975. When the ship was first commissioned, it was given the name Puerto Rico. It was a roll-on, roll-off cargo ship with a length of 241 meters, a beam of 28.6 meters, and a draft of 12.8 meters. It had a gross tonnage of 31,515 tons, a max speed of 22 knots, and was powered by a steam turbine engine. For its first 15 years of operation, the El Faro was used by a Puerto Rican company to haul cargo between the east coast of the US and Puerto Rico. From 1991 to 2003, the ship ran a route between Anchorage, Alaska and Tacoma, Washington, under the name Northern Lights. It was then chartered by the US military for the Iraq War in 2000.
Start in just okay, so let me make sure that everything is working as planned for Tarkov here. I'll be getting started in just a moment. killing scabs. And that seems like an up. Fuck, now you guys could immediately tell that he was a player scab, whereas a lot of people are going to think, oh, he's got a helmet. In the darkness. The police station. Hunk is... Load in and see if we're dead here. Man, it was such a cool... So I gotta get some more food. Or I gotta... But yeah, it looks like Running Man's is streaming some DayZ.
Drop, but then they kicked him out.
Hello, this is Richard Barnes from the LSPD. Who's on this radio?
Thanks for calling me back, Taco, by the way.
Oh, sorry, I'm in the hospital. The lockpicker sound, what's going on?
Yeah, I want a lockpick. You know, for a good price, right?
1400.
What?
Good price. Okay, so I'm selling for K, so you can make the money back from the fine.
Yeah, buy them all up.
Let me.
I'll get back to you on that.
Useless.
Let's walk in there together, Richard. Come on.
Holding hands?
Pretty sure those guys that snitched on me. Chris! I'm 100% sure.
Oh yeah, you should die.
Fuck is that?
Completely honest, I thought that was Jaeger.
Go ahead. I'll wait here.
What, me?
The incident number...
No, I'm supposed to do. Well, then just go ahead.
It's going to be 2444.
Oh, you're good.
You look under the charges for Dahlia Bay. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there, but that needs to get
Throw it in the open, but there's multiple.
I can tell you right now.
It's fine.
I'm going to summary judgment the moment it gets filed as a Senate appeal or whatever. and or I'm just going to issue an advisory and have Gatsby rescind the verdict or something. But we're dealing with it. But you need to make Taco PD. All right, I gotta run. Sorry, thank you. Hello.
No, we can't do it in here, Chad. It's 100% getting caught. You have to run down all the flights and just fucking with them. This is not the place to do it. Did he go back in the room? He did.
Picking up boobs. Oh, hey. Oh, hey, how's it going?
I know which room he's in. I'm just checking these. Fuck is that?
Hello?
Here for my appointment?
What's your appointment?
With the archives?
The archives?
Yeah, you run the archives?
No, I'm just using this as an office.
Oh.
What's up, man?
Oh, you work here?
Just as a clerk.
Oh, what's your name?
Alex?
Oh, you're on the council?
No.
Oh. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think they're having a town hall meeting downstairs.
Oh, okay. I'll head down there. I thought it was fucking, one of the members. I have no clue who the fuck that is. Is there a secret door or something?
Where the fuck did he go? He didn't walk out of here. It was only Slacks and the other guy.
You saw him come in here? crane seat. Pretty sure. Or one of those. Must have went in the fucking mayor's office then. We would have saw them if they went downstairs.
Do you want my chief of staff answer, or do you want my honest answer?
We gotta go.
Okay, well the honest answer is 6.5 out of 10 of this.
Are you kidding me? That's because you are in a position of power. You could never.
Do we have an extra locker? We were trying to get a Lamborghini, and then my ship broke. See, not it.
When I was a paralegal, I literally could afford to
Did we make any for ourselves?
I remember what it's like to be poor.
Oh, now you're meowing at me because I barked.
Oh, don't that. Why did you do this?
There's no way you
I have cat Tourette's. How could you do that? This is your fault.
Fuck.
You brought up the cat Tourette's. This is literally your fault.
They have to be up there still somewhere.
Like, Slacks and the other younger guy left, but Crane never walked out.
I think they're in the mayor's office.
No, they went toward Siobhan. They came down here. Slack said, "I want to go see this town hall meeting or something."
Oh, then maybe they are down there. How the fuck did they get past it? There's only one staircase down.
I was fighting Bobby
No.
Charles in the hospital.
Check the courtroom. Hey Chris, there's two guys out front of the courthouse. I'm pretty sure they snitched on me.
Ooh, they snitching.
One's in a suit and one has white pants. Mr. Mayor?
Hey, just so you know, we'll be doing a town hall in the big courtroom.
Oh, great.
Yeah, and some council members will be there
I'm
too.
just trying to get a lockpick again, okay?
All right, love you, big guy.
What do we do? I don't have anything to fucking deal with that. I need a bomb. They're having a big meeting in the courtroom, but you can't get anything in there. Were they in that one?
No.
Come up here.
Do you need me wherever you're at?
No, you can't throw it over.
Check this one.
Nah, quest, nothing in here, dude. Alright, fuck.
What are you doing?
You guys have a good night, dude.
Over here.
Good night, my man.
Good night, Tug.
Ellie, is that you?
Yeah?
You disappeared. Give me a lockpick.
The mayor.
Are you telling me to
Go
give you a
check in
lockpick? I don't got any.
Damn it. We need to make.
Hello.
We have materials.
No, I don't. Vinny has materials.
They call me Richard because I'm rich and I'm hard.
Okay. I don't get it. Just don't get it. I don't know.
To, organization.
Chris.
Yep. What's up?
I think there's about to be a lot of council members at the courthouse. Sir, what are you doing?
Something done?
My friend was driving and had a headache.
Is that you, Norman?
Yeah, Kay, is that you?
Yeah, it is.
Have my I don't give a fuck outfit on, so I'm
doing
ready.
okay?
No.
Shit. What's going on, man?
Corruption.
I guess saw you mention something about it, the civilian council oversight thing.
Oh, it goes
Water.
deeper than that.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie to you, man. I wish I could help you out with something. I'm feeling a little lightheaded still. I got
Oh, I know,
got
I
shot
know.
earlier.
Yeah, you gotta get Crane's approval, right?
Well, I got shot earlier. I'm not really kind of like on painkillers, man. Just kind of.
Man, that sucks.
Yeah, that hurts like a bitch.
Well, maybe when you heal it up, we can put that brain to good use then.
Hope everything works out for you,
Hello.
Is that you, Chris?
Yeah. It's Mike, but don't give a fuck out.
Come here. I don't know where they went, but there's a guy with a suit. Not this guy, but a guy with a suit and another guy with white pants. Not that guy.
Okay.
They look more professional.
Got it. I mean, they could have went all the way upstairs. There's a room.
Yeah, I wouldn't risk it if it's too crazy. They're not that important. but apparently a lot of council members are about to show up here.
They've been making some stupid laws.
I'm not sure if they're already here or what, but yes, Richard.
Hey, do we use any of the materials to make some extra lockpicks, by the way?
Taco, call Taco. He's selling mine.
Can we make some though?
What?
Who was in there?
Nobody, but the mayor and Siobhan followed me in. They offered me a position.
Nice.
Many positions, actually.
Huh?
What are you talking
Missionary.
about? Okay.
Telling you, I watched that door. He never left, so he's somewhere upstairs. He's gotta be.
Probably in the mayor's office.
So all you gotta do is just stand outside with your gun pointed at the door and shoot anything that
How
comes
the
out.
fuck am I gonna get out of the courthouse after?
What do you mean? Dress up like me.
You're so dumb. Alright, then you go do it. If it works so well, go in there and kill a council member.
What are you talking
You wanna
about?
keep giving your dumb fucking advice? Let's go. Just dress like
What are you
Go in
talking
there and
about?
fucking kill him.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, take this knife.
Oh, voting is now open.
Yeah, take this knife and go in there and kill him.
Let's go vote.
No, Richard, don't change the fucking subject now.
We gotta vote.
Take that knife.
Sorry, I gotta vote for myself. Is that illegal?
Good, take the knife too. Matter of fact, buy a radio while we're at
I don't have money. You never pay me for anything.
8.5. You got enough for a radio.
I have $64.
You serious? I hate you.
Was that you? Was I on it? 888.5?
Here.
Sounds like they're all going to be for the big courtroom, by the way.
Oh, excuse you!
What the hell?
Did you not just hit my car?
I did.
I am so sorry, Mr.
But if I did.
Oh. Yo, I'm so sorry. I thought you were just a random person.
No problem.
She is so sorry.
No problem.
Crazy ladies out in the road over there, so be careful.
Yep, we're good.
They wanted his sniz on the rig.
Oh, fuck, Richard?
The fuck does that mean?
Yeah, what the fuck does?
What? They were all giggling and shit.
Ooh! What's wrong with giggling?
It's got a turbo. Richard, what are you dumb? You can't even lockpick this.
Yeah, you can't lockpick it, are you dumb?
I'm leaving you.
What the hell is a civilian oversight board?
It's the thing that you all have to vote for, and vote for me. Don't vote for Tugs.
Is this
even
where
though
we
he
go
fucking
for the town hall
trying
meeting?
to sneak in there.
No, we need as many of
What'd you say?
We need as many people as we can.
Oh, you
on
part
there
of the council?
because There's going to be 8 people, and
Not
then
all.
the council's going to choose
Oh,
4
okay.
of them. So we need at least a few people in there. Apologies.
Jenny Hall.
Don't even.
So voting is up, by the way, and I don't see either of your names. But that being said, the list is so long, you can't even see the names at the bottom. I think you might have just gotten shafted, Richard.
There you go. Hey, Richard, there you go. Congratulations.
I knew this was gonna happen. I was on page 2.
I'm telling you right now, it's, yeah, the list is scuffed, because look at the list.
There you go. Congratulations, Richard.
The only names you see,
Side,
I see Ursula's name.
Hold on, I'm about to give the mayor a piece of my mind.
Reminds me of that mayoral vote a couple of years back. Damn. You can only really see like 10 names. Every other name is just scuffed.
I got older. Streets got colder.
Listen.
I got older. The streets done got
Listen.
colder. Hey, what? What, man?
Richard's dumbass didn't even make it to the ballot. They put him so far down on the list that his name don't even show up.
Damn. You still got some incognito super agents in there, or no? Or none of them? Do you have any influence over the council?
I mean, not really. I mean, it's Crane. Crane
Listen.
can overrule everything.
Listen, I don't want to be that guy. Remember what I told you when you decided on betraying Vivek? I told you Vivek could be our guy, didn't I? I don't want to be the guy to say, but I told you so, man.
Well,
You
I can
done
count on
fucked up.
that, but the thing is, I mean, it all goes down to Crane anyway. So Vivek would have been in the same position of
No.
not being able to do shit.
See, you don't understand
No, you
Vivek.
don't
Vivek
understand.
isn't a politician. He's a man of the people. He would have fought for us. He would have told Crank to stick away the sun don't shine, and he would have done whatever the fuck he
That
wanted.
does what he can for me. He got me fucking pardoned. All right, Vivek would
Well,
be
that's
no
not
fucking
enough.
different.
That's not. That's crazy that you got pardoned and then.
Hey, I'll be laughing when you don't got your fucking.
Don't laugh. Don't do that, because we both winning, right? Right? We both winning.
We'll see about that.
Are you at the town hall meeting?
Yeah, I see your dumb ass walking.
I see fucking Richard, man. You
Hold on,
upset?
let me just put away my weapons.
Yeah, Crane.
Is he upset, or how's Richard doing?
Through the hallway, and that might be his
Is he gonna
only
fucking attack me if I get close to him?
Is he gonna what?
Is he gonna fucking lash out at me if I get close? Can I joke about it? Is he gonna kill me? I'm gonna joke about it. I'm gonna make fun of it. Fuck it. What's the worst that could happen, right?
Okay.
What?
He said that Crane's gonna walk into the big courtroom upstairs, so when he's going through the hallway, you might be able to fucking snipe him.
Bro, you're dumb.
It's not dumb, alright? It's a
You do it then. You do it then.
We cause a distraction.
Do it. Go ahead. I'll distract you. Stab him.
Not 2 of us. We need everybody.
See, you know it's a dumb idea because you won't do it yourself.
Do anything.
Yeah, here, let's stab the guy in a
In the
fucking courthouse
office?
filled with people.
Weren't you about to do it in the office?
I
That's why
never
you
was.
walked
I
in?
was just scouting. I was just gonna fucking spook him out, man.
Boys, whatever you're planning, there's a lot of people here at City Hall now.
You guys are all done. I'm getting off the radio.
Just say.
Just your crew. Yeah, Richard's trying to get me life in fucking prison, bro. Okay, if you go to the farthest, highest fucking point in the courthouse and stab him in front of everybody, and then just walk out. The only way I can get Crane is if he's on the first floor or outside the courthouse. Look, they got cops fucking... They're all gonna be so sketched out with me here. That's what I want them to see. Patience. Patience is key. We got one judge today. And who else the fuck do we got? I don't know. Is it in here? I got Norman Adams. Oh, and the fucking EMS snitch.
But I just wanted to make sure that people are around.
How you been? What you been up to, bro?
I've been alright, you know, just doing my thing.
What you been doing?
A lot of sanitation.
Really?
Oh, how was
Yeah.
the derby today?
It was great, actually. I did
Really
do the
good
derby.
big turnout.
I won.
Yeah.
Nice.
Next time.
Wait, who won the derby?
Tolan.
Me.
Cool. Wait, is Tolan the guy in the black next to green guy, or?
Yep.
Yeah.
Hi, Tolan.
Black leather.
Hello.
Him and his horse Strawberry won. And then we had
there
a
you go.
blindfolded derby, and then we had a relay, and then it was a lot of fun.
I haven't seen any state announcements, so I doubt it, but who knows?
Chris fucked up Aziz, look at him. He's not limping no more, he was limping earlier. Who's under the bridge? What the fuck? This is a gamble. But I may have one opportunity. Important people usually park back there. I didn't see the council members in there. I think there's a few more pulling up, unless they go in from the front. I'm hoping Edda or someone pulls up. I'll take a cop too. Someone's down there. I saw someone run past. You saw that? Between this crack? Try another spot. I'm not getting any traction here. Where are they parking? Oh, this might work. Hopefully he runs back down here with the dog. Fuck, he's bringing it in. That's Aziz's car right there. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. I don't have my gun on me. Cornwood's on the side.
We just saw him.
Yeah, we see he's
Fuck,
going
I don't have my
towards
gun
the
on me.
police station.
Did he keep driving?
He's circling the... Oh. I see him.
I'm gonna go grab my shit.
He's in between the courthouse and the police building.
In his car
Parking
or
his
on
car
foot?
in a, yeah, he's parking his car in a weird spot.
If I got the site, should I take him?
Yeah, you think you could kidnap him?
I really don't feel like spending 3 days in the jail, Mr. K.
Just don't rob him.
And just don't rub him, then it's day.
He's inside. He just came in that door. I think he saw me.
Yeah,
now.
Aziz is in here. Aziz is in here. He's in the front with Aziz and his gun is out.
Yeah.
He's right at the desk. Talking to some guy in pink.
Keep an eye on him. Let me know if he goes back to his car. I'm gonna try to lockpick it.
Yep.
Where did he go,
You
Chris?
can't lockpick cars anymore.
I don't know. He just disappeared. Right, he's gone.
And it uses it. I'll try that one more time to be sure.
I went upstairs.
Oh, just scuff.
I think he went upstairs.
I think I heard him by the door. I need to get a lockpick. Doc, you got any of those on you?
I can give it to you.
I'm in the back garage. Over here, behind you.
Bobby's dumbass just pulled up.
Right, make sure he doesn't come through this side door. Oh, he's definitely got a turbo in here, huh?
Cal might snitch on me. He just said I
Oh
was
my god,
snitch.
fucking... I'm just gonna get more lockpicks. She has no uses on it.
Still trying to watch it work. watching the door?
I'm gonna get more lockpicks. Need to get some more. I don't understand why everyone is so worked up about. Yeah, I don't get it. The moment I even look at Cornwood, everyone just goes crazy. Just relax, relax. Everything will be okay. Lockpick, lockpick. Okay. Let's get it. Okay, this one has ink. That pen actually works. Is there a cop in there? That doesn't mean I'm doing that right now, I'm just checking. So is that PD up and running?
Like, is there a whole department there? No? So the line was everyone saying we're dumb for thinking Toledo would work. When that shit went down. I mean, that's not a fucking active PD either, and it works. This car's ass. We're gonna get a fucking Lampa Daddy. Yeah.
Hey, guess what?
Don't care.
You're supposed to say what, Mr. K?
Don't care.
You're supposed to say what, Mr. K? Say it!
I don't care.
But that's not gonna work for the joke that I was trying to do.
Yeah, I don't care.
Well, then your face smells like poop.
And your face is gonna get blown off.
Well, that's mean.
I'm gonna kill you.
You don't know who I am.
Doesn't matter.
You don't know who I am, so it's fine now. Bye, Mr. K.
Gonna kill ya. How's the courthouse looking? It's the same guy.
Help! Zombie? Help! Who's that? Help! I'm on the other side of the wall.
Way down to the courthouse. Parking garage. Stand by.
Oh, fuck, he called it in.
Yeah, fuck.
Oh.
Sir?
Sir?
You okay?
Sir, is that God?
No, it's not God. I talked to God earlier, though.
Did you?
Are you okay?
Come closer.
Do you need medical?
Spit in my mouth. I need some fluids.
Huh?
Help me up. Help me up.
Oh, okay. I'll help you up.
You're a good man. You know that.
Oh, okay. Thank you. All right, come on. I'm gonna hook you up. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Get off me.
Ah!
Cool. Cheers, by the way. I lost my radio.
Are they going crazy in there?
Well, I was up there complaining about guns and whatnot. I asked my country self and round the crowd up, but he's up there with his hand on the gun.
Okay, I just killed a cop. I hit him with the trick. It finally worked.
Oh, the rock.
It's not the one I wanted, though.
Hey, that's all that matters.
One of the Saints been getting up there.
Okay, I like that cop. All he wanted was to spit in your mouth. God damn. Yeah, it's gonna change.
Hey.
Now we just act normal.
That part was not sick.
If the scion, first of all, Jamal Abdul-Jabbar is the scion of culture of Los Santos, by the way, which means he is essentially the director of culture. So make sure you greet him as Mr. Scion of Culture the next time you see him. Also, I would give my left nut to be on lockpick too, straight up. Straight up.
Brand new car with my lockpick.
Straight up. Yeah. Let's go. Woo. Come on, you guys are you're so sleepy in the crowd right now.
Lockpick.
Lockpick 3. Right? Like
Lockpick.
Figuratively.
1 in the morning.
Figuratively give it, right?
1 in the morning.
1 in the morning where?
Yeah, it is. Look at your phone.
My phone is a fucking liar.
Oh, okay.
Lockpick.
Fuck my phone. Fuck your phone. Especially. Okay. Well, fuck, man. I mean, if no one has any more questions, you guys want to do like a... You guys want to do a little dance-off?
Yeah.
Form a circle, boys and girls.
Etta never showed up.
Hey, why can't we have food in this courtroom, huh?
Hi, Mr. K.
Hey, boo.
What do you mean?
That's a good question.
Oh.
I'm starving.
I think someone has a question, Mr. Man.
Oh, I think
what's
someone.
What's the question?
Yeah, get up here, Mr. K. Come on, get up. I know you want something.
Did they give you guys your warning shit?
That's all I can ask.
No, not yet.
Since Carmine and Bobby are too pussy to ask the Supreme Commander himself, Crane, when are they going to become actual wardens? And when are you going to actually let them run the prison?
The legislation got published maybe like 10 minutes ago. That's why I was late in the meeting.
Oh, there you guys go. See, there you go.
Thank you. I guess.
Yeah, it's published under legislation. You can look up the DOC protocols, and then I'll be, giving you guys keys and all that after this time.
Oh, congratulations.
I have a question, Mr.
Maybe
Mayor.
he's had some fucking balls, man.
Miss
Bro,
For people,
I thought you could go over there and talk shit. I thought you could talk all that rah-rah.
Sorry.
You're gonna hire me, right?
my name is Jason. Jason Todd.
No, get off
Jason
me. I don't
Todd.
fuck with
Wait,
you.
why is that name?
Yes, sir.
Mr. K
Why don't you fuck with me, Mr. K?
Huh?
That ass.
Fuck you,
My
man.
parents
You were
were
going
very
against me the-
particular when naming me.
Okay, all right.
I look like Kiki. For people who have submitted
So
business
look up the
proposals,
shit.
do you
What does
know
it say
when
you
we'll
can
have
do?
a response on those?
Oh, not at all.
Have you submitted one?
Like a dancer.
I have.
You're not gonna kill me, are you, Mr. K?
Oh yeah.
What? Oh. What's up? Oh God! Where am I? I'm gonna get my keys today! This is a new fucking hair for Bolingbrook Penitentiary.
DOC protocols.
Compare this to Winston.
They may recommend pre-approved individuals for hiring to the city council. What does that mean?
When they re-enter the coverage.
Oh my god. You guys can't hire no one. Unless they approve it. Bro, I don't understand this guy. Why does he have to put his hands in everything? Why can't he just let shit happen?
I don't know. I mean, like,
it's so
I feel
weird.
like if we had free reign, Mr. K, if we had free reign of Bolingbrook Penitentiary, we could make it a kingdom. If I could hire whoever I wanted to, Mr. K, it'd be a beautiful place. Hey, I'm pressing that lockdown. If I fucking can. Get that shit down. You know, I can just legally still let you in there, Mr. K. It's like unlock the door. You can just go in there.
Oh, there goes that. Seems like everything in the city has to be voted on by that council. Oh, I gotta pick my shit up. Let's try to get out of this car. Skirt. The fuck is that song? That's still in garbage?
You.
Anybody home?
Dexter, you called me earlier?
Yeah, what's the name? Oh, yeah, bro, you got trash in your crib? Because it smelled like dookie. Somebody's house smelled like straight up dookie. Like, it's like, I know they house smell bad.
Bro,
There's fucking trash
you doing
everywhere, bro.
sanitation now?
I'm doing off hours Senate, bro.
What
I'm
the
on a
fuck is
diabolical.
wrong with
I'm
you?
on a diabolical fucking bro. I found $40,000 worth of fucking pallets doing this shit, bro.
I don't think we got any trash in there.
Yeah, you do. I can smell it. I smell 2 bags.
There you go. There's one.
Yep.
Oh, yep. And here's the
I'll
other.
come back and get the other one. I knew I smelled them. That's a circuit board right in this fucking bag. Ain't gonna lie to you, bro. And $6.
Oh, I didn't even notice it was a fucking money printer. Yo, that's fire. Oh, shit. Man, do they got Dex doing sanitation, chat? That's actually dope. Right, yeah?
No, I smell one more.
I'll go find it.
smell. Oh no, I don't. Wait.
That's it?
No, that is it. That's it.
All right, bro.
What the fuck am I looking at, by the way? Let
Yeah.
me out of here before I fall into a fucking dungeon somewhere.
We printing money, baby.
What the fuck, bro? Alright, yo, front door's open.
Ah. Dexter. Dude, the house, he didn't really go in the house. Arrowhead, I mean, we haven't had too crazy of head pop problems. The trailer's been good. I'm thinking of giving the trailer to Ray, the chef, because he doesn't plan on doing any crime. I just want to make sure I got everyone on there that I need before. Yeah, the keys reset. Oh wait, you're right. You have to add everyone back in. That's a good fucking point. Oh, well, fuck. Maybe next time we see him, we'll just transfer it. But then again, as long as someone is around that has keys, if we ever get arrested, we can just clear it out. Yeah, I paid all my bills. Yeah, I'm gonna watch UFC tonight. I got plans at 10, so I'm actually gonna dip out here in a little bit, so we're just chilling. What happened with Chris?
The government to do something for you, but you don't trust the government with the number that they gave you in the first place?
Damn right, motherfucker. The government been robbing us since we were born. Just because we were forced to live here don't mean they ain't fucking us over. My ass is fucked sideways a Sunday.
Our forefathers
That's my ex-wife. She took half.
Oh, you got file. Okay, that's my boy Chris. Oh,
I
Slosh
forgot
was
what
there.
we're
I
talking
didn't
about,
notice.
so no, I think.
The government to do something for you, but you don't trust the government with the number that they gave you in the first place?
Damn right, motherfucker.
Raid Chris today? He's live, right? You chickened out, man. Hope Hell Week a real thing. Or are you drunk? What do you want me to do? Kill 20 people today? It was never the fucking plan. You gotta take it slow, otherwise I'm gonna just get caught in jail and being there for fucking 4 more days. We got a judge, we got a snitch EMS, and we got a cop. The point is not to fucking kill everyone day one. You gotta play it out smooth. Crane's gonna be a hard one to get, Corn's gonna be a hard one to get, but it will happen. Slowly but surely. I've seen Crane out front a few times. So. Their main card's starting soon. Yeah, I'll be off tomorrow, but I'll be back Monday. Back on Monday. But hey, we got a nice little Saturday stream in for you guys. So hope y'all enjoyed it. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. I'll do clips on Monday. We'll start today with clips on Monday. You ready, Chris? All right. Sorry, Chris, I ain't answering. But you guys, go congratulate him. All right. Hey, I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Keep the vibes good, chat. Be cool. Relax. Shit ain't that serious, you know what I'm saying? Not everyone gets worked up. But we'll be back Monday for some good times. Continue the madness. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Follow all my social medias, Lord Kevin. And hope you guys enjoyed the little Saturday stream. All right. Thank you for all the subs, guys. And catch y'all Monday. Peace out, baby.
Holy shit. Thank you for the raid. What's up, everybody? What's poppin'? We're trying to make... Well, I was going to ask Kay for a ride, but I don't think he's going to be able to give me a ride.
Oh, shit.
Holy crap. Thank you for the subs. Thank you for the love, chat. Appreciate it, everybody. Appreciate it. Damn, I wish I would have fixed my camera. I didn't plan on putting my camera on. I'm going to put all my wanted posters over here. Holy crap. Thank you for the raid. Shit. What's up, everybody? Hope you enjoyed my man's stream. One of the best role players in the city that I know. Actually dick riding, but it's all right because it's true. I'm trying to run back because I woke up at the wrong spot. Hopefully my car's still there. Yo, another 10 bomb. Fat boy, thank you for the love. Chat, we got Prio. Let's go, man. Ah, that's a good one.
Oh shit.
Yo. What do we do? Hey, what are we doing now? Zola, me and Zola were supposed to go. We're supposed to go visit Liquid 2 today. I don't know where the fuck he's at. I gotta message him.
motherfucker.
Yo, thank you for the subs. Thank you guys so much for the love, man. Holy shit. Are we still queued? Holy crap, this shit's looking crazy. Let me see if Richard's still here.
Oh shit.
Hello, motherfucker.
Yo, thank you for the love, guys. Thank you, thank you.
Oh shit.
Holy shit, the subs are rolling in. Appreciate it, guys. Who am I? Thank you for all the follows. We're trying to figure out what the fuck we're gonna do now. Let's get the car and go from there.
Shit.
Dude, chat. So K kills the cop. Says that he kills the cop. I'm like, damn, that's what's up. I'm not realizing I'm right next to the dead cop. And then Cornwood and them told me to get against the wall and try to cuff me. So we ended up having to dip, and I think I ran both of them over as I was trying to drive away. Hey, we gotta wait though. We gotta wait. Yeah. Bro said run ads. I don't like spam. Hey, just because I get rated, I don't like spamming the ads on you guys. You know what I'm saying? W Proud, thank you for the love, guys. Appreciate you. How is everybody doing? I play Chris King. I also play Mr. Ratchet. We play him mostly on Liquid half the time. Our way, let's go. My car here? Yes. Yo.
What up, Chris?
Hey, who's this?
This is Jack, Chris. You remember me?
Oh yeah, you're the guy with the cookie face that I was like, hey, you want to do sanitation? And then you just stood there.
Oh. Yeah, I
you-
was daydreaming. You was interrupting my Zen.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt your zen. How are you, sir?
Well, I'm doing alright, but you see, I was put on some roofs here, and I see he was all alone. So, familiar name, I thought I'd give a ring to and see if you want to take it on.
All right, I'm down. I had a roof one earlier and I missed it. If you send me a thing, I can add you, or maybe I join yours. Might be better.
Yeah, just join mine. Or actually, I'll probably join yours because you already got a job, right? So.
No, I don't. Not anymore.
Okay. I join mine.
All right. Jackie boy. Guys, if you don't know, I used to be in a group with Jack too.
What you up to?
With nothing right now. I was actually trying to figure shit out. You need a pickup?
I'm in a car, but yeah, pick me up at the VU.
Chris, what you doing?
All right. Grabbing a sec.
I'll see you there.
All right, bye-bye. I was picking up Jack Couture because we were trying to see if we get a roofing job. What's up, Taco?
Alright, whenever you're done doing that shit, hit me up.
All right. I mean, you can just how many people you got right now?
It's me and Kate right now.
You can just jump in the same car.
Yeah, you was quick, right?
Hey, I'm down. We did our job already, so we already did the
I
roof
feel
on this.
kind of
Yo,
All
where y'all
right.
at? I'll be on the cul-de-sac.
Yeah, I'm coming. I'm sorry. What'd you say, Jack?
You want to stop at the clothes store real quick?
Yeah, that's fine.
Gotta switch.
Grr. You still doing Sandy?
Damn. No.
Y'all need help with
She
anything?
said
Let me
no.
know.
Yo, thank
How are
you for
ya?
all the love, Chad. Thank you.
Yeah.
Bro, it feels, to be honest, Chad, it kind of feels
fuck it.
unreal.
Why not?
So,
Oh shit.
it'll feel real when I go to try to log in tomorrow. Yo, Sleep,
where
thank you for
y'all
the
at?
5 bomb.
What you been up to?
Well, we were on a mission to
block.
murder
What
some
about doing the
cops,
roof on the shit
Cornwood
and then
included.
ready to
But
go?
I think Mr. K went to bed, so now, I don't know, I'm just vibing right now. Trying to figure out some shit to do. I had to lose the cops a second ago, but it wasn't that hard. We weren't chasing.
Hell yeah.
You like to drive, Mr. Jack?
You ever done one of them big jewelry stores? Like
The
them
big
jewelry
runs? I mean, I would like to. I have done them, but the ones that I've done kind of got scuffed.
Oh shit!
Hello, motherfucker.
But
Yeah, I did one yesterday.
did it get scuffed?
No, I didn't scuff.
I've been buying jewelry now just to try to do those because it's actually worth buying the jewelry now off people for $5 since you can get even more.
No, that's what I was thinking. I'm not selling mine for sure. I was like,
Mhm.
it'd be way worth it just to get that 20K, right?
Yeah, but not everybody can do it. Have you guys? Did you do it with guns last time?
No.
Oh, you ran them over.
No, you know what happened? We just kind of parked them, like, we kind of parked up because I was gonna snipe him with my hunting rifle.
Okay. That's fucking
But I
accurate.
didn't have any ammo, so they just kind of all ended up walking away. They literally just all ended up walking in the water or something.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it was
By the way, I'm trying to rob somebody today.
Oh shit!
Right now, and
who plays Kate? I'm not sure.
You can hold on to your money, right? And then they can't grab it off your person. Yeah, they
just keep it in their hand.
Yeah, they have it in their pockets, but they grab you
Yo,
gotta grab it,
shut
move it around your
Uh-huh.
pockets. They hold on to it, and you can't like take it out. Like, you see it on them, but you can't like move it or anything.
Did you tell them to give it to you?
Yeah, I'm like, bro, drop that shit on the ground, bro, dumb fuck. Drop it on the drop it on the ground. Oh my god,
Bro.
that shit's so dumb.
Yeah, like neither of us could take it from their pockets. I thought I was scuffed at first because I was like, bro, why can't I touch this?
I saw that shit. It would look different. Like the back of it was like black or whatever. I'm like, oh no, you do some sus ass shit.
Yeah, yesterday we had the Saint Boys in the car, and Rami was like, I put your phone in the glove box, and then we could not find the phone in the glove box for the longest time. This guy kept going in and out of the car, and every time we had him get out, he would take the phone, and then he would put the phone back. So we were like so
it was hidden
confused.
too. It was hidden.
Yeah.
It was fucking rat shit
Oh,
like
the
that.
hidden.
That
Oh,
was
the
so
other people.
weird.
Yeah. Motherfuckers are slick.
That was some fucking rat shit.
There was like something. Oh, I was gonna show you something. So I've been working on some taco, something new.
All right, what's that?
All right, so you want to take this jump at 78 miles per hour.
78?
78. We're around 78.
Kill me?
No, I'm not gonna kill you. But make sure you have seatbelts on.
They kill you?
No, it won't kill me. The only thing is the landing is risky, so this is it can be risky or it can be good, either one. But I know the cops will fuck it up for sure if they're not used to it. It's all about angle and the speed. So you hit this, and you might, when you land up there, you might like bounce around and just hope that if you do bounce around, you obviously turtle back the right way or don't fly off the bridge. Right. Instead of taking my warehouse turn where I jump on the warehouse, if you're coming this way, you can take it this way, which will definitely fuck up the cops more because they've been able to land it now.
Damn.
There we go.
Jeez.
A little risky. You can probably do 78, 79 on that angle.
Not bad.
Yeah, and then you would loop back immediately and go up that way because it takes them a while to get over there.
I feel like that jump is like last resort. Like, if you
Yeah,
gotta get out, get
like
out,
if you can't
do that
break
shit.
these ankles, yeah.
Yeah. That's not bad. That was good. I like that shit.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been practicing new shit, so the cops don't fucking always like, oh, I know this one coming up. Loving the No Pixel RP, you appreciate the love. All right, nobody's you didn't get a job yet, right, Jack?
No.
Bro, what else, like what the fuck else can we get into during the day then?
Rob people.
Yeah.
Rob people and sell moonshine.
You just lock the door. Well, I heard Moonshine's fucking took a hit just now though. Yeah, you're not able to cook as many as you used to. The stills are like blowing up.
Yeah.
To a certain amount, I guess. I don't know how many though.
Yeah,
Yes.
I have to ask someone about like what the deal is with that. But I have a bunch of moonshine I already have cooked.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, people. How much do you think people have made off of Moonshine already? Holy fuck! You see, chat. This is what like Dishmitty or not Dishmitty. Sorry, this is what like Tugs and me were talking about. Like these people have already made so much money off of things.
From Chody, then put in my stash.
Wait, say it again.
I'm gonna put some in my
You watching
stash.
the UFC fight? No, but dude, I stopped watching after McGregor left. I like that. That's the one sport I do like watching. I like violence. I like fighting. Hey, where's he going? I wasn't paying attention.
Wanna
He's
go?
putting stuff in his
Yeah, well, Chody, he's in up. Chody's getting shit for him. He's about to push it in his stash.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've been
go to the bank real quick.
Yeah, I've been buying more jewelry off people. You want to see if we can start a medium one?
We have enough, I think.
I definitely have enough in mine. The only thing is we'll just have to go over there and risk it for the biscuits with the cars. But I'm down for that. Let me see if I'll try to start it right now. It's not much time. Let's see. High risk, medium. If we do get it, we'll probably all get shot. About time you got Prio. Appreciate the love, chat. Thank you so much for all the love we're getting from the CG community and Mr. K's raid. Thank you for all the congratulations. Like I said, I didn't even know that happened until you guys sent me a clip. And I mean, it seems unreal until we go to log in tomorrow, and then we're like, oh shit, this shit is real. So I appreciate the love. Oh, this car might be hot and tagged to a murder.
What? Switch cars.
I don't have lockpicks to waste cars like that.
Yeah, but we have one on the block.
Oh, we could, yeah, we could switch, yeah. Does anybody have food on them?
Yeah, I saw it from the guy.
Oh, nice.
Here you go.
Amara, just silence. Right with me.
Hands.
Amara,
Relax.
Oh my god.
Hands. Man, shut your ugly ass up. Can I get the car?
Hey, Flippy's on late. I thought he was a morning guy.
Wait, am I getting in the trunk? Yeah, you gotta get in the trunk, Amara.
Yeah, Amara
just...
Amara in the trunk.
You
tried to kidnap me.
We're gonna get robbed.
Didn't realize it's 3 a.m. It's 10 p.m. for me. Where are you from?
So many drugs and stuff.
Flippy
I made.
doesn't
That's
sleep.
like worth money.
That's a lot of people, though. A lot of people started offlining the hell out of NoPixel. Doesn't you know fucking offline the hell out of the new Jason guy? X does it? Well, yeah, X offlines too, doesn't he?
And you get my money back up.
Yeah. How much money you got now? Because you paid off your house, right?
Yeah, so I paid 106K, and then now I have 8K left.
Nice. I'm sitting on 10, but I bought like 5K worth of jewelry. Double that. You know, I'm swinging.
Damn.
I wish we had like.
Steady.
Wish we could do like
Tugs
a.
on right now, or?
Nah, he went to bed earlier. I think he said. Wish there was like a small little thing we could do like jewelry or something like back in the day.
Oh yeah, like a small heist.
Hit it.
Go change that.
What happened?
Go change. I think I robbed like 20 million people with this outfit on.
Hey, what were you robbing, or is it just money runners?
Hunters.
No, hunters.
Oh, hunters.
That is the money maker.
It's a money maker right there. It's like money right there.
Yeah, we made 27K last night doing that.
Wait, how much?
27K. We robbed 3
Jesus Christ. I was just at the courthouse yelling at the mayor and shit, bitching about guns. I was in my like cowboy outfit. I was like, why the hell these guns so damn expensive? You want me to defend myself? I can't even fucking afford it. And if I buy it, I get robbed. Where am I going? Oh, clothing. I mean, it would benefit us if they made their civilian guns cheaper, because if we do end up fighting them or robbing them, then we get more guns.
Yeah, like there's no point for a civ to buy a gun because they're just gonna get robbed of their gun.
Yeah, for $80,000 and lose it.
Yeah, and then they're gonna lose their gun, and then they have to buy another one if they want another one.
Yeah, I know they don't want guns on the street like that, but I mean they're on the street.
Yeah, for real.
Then the only reason why like most people get overpowered is because there's only a few. Soon, TM Chris will get a Raiden. Bro, they sold out, dude. I showed Rami the Raiden chat, and like the next 3 days. Is this Crane?
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me.
Hey, don't you fucking run. Hey, don't you fucking run. I'm talking to you. Put your fucking hands up. This is for K. Fuck you, Crane! Oh my god, he's tanking. Oh my god! I'm being hit by Justice! Oh my god, let me take a picture of it and act like I got him. I got him, Mr. K. Bro, I actually thought that was him standing there for a second. Got him. I won't send this to him though. Motherfucker have been mad at me probably. Like, you sent me evidence. I'm incriminated. I wish you could like anonymously put shit to Twitter though. Or said Twitter it. If I put it on Twitter, I could get in trouble.
Motherfucker.
Hey, look.
What happened?
Check out Twitter in a second. Or not? Can't send it? Oh my god, hold on. There's too many things. Oh my god, I can't send it because it's too many things. Oh, fuck me like. I can't send like the Discord version of it. How do you make how do you make that URL tiny, chat? Look how big that is. Make that URL tiny for me.
Are we gonna switch cars?
I don't want to text it to you, just even though it's not actually Crane.
Oh, trying to get me locked up, man. What the fuck is wrong with your ass, bro?
It do look bad if I text it. Here, I'm gonna text it to Richard actually.
You should steal Richard's phone and get Richard to text it to you.
Damn. Appreciate the love. Thank you, chat. Oh wait, is that it? Let me see it. Does it work for in city though? Didn't they like isn't most of the like images not working in city or some shit?
Imagine just like stealing something and then planting a ton of evidence on there that they committed a crime they didn't commit, and then just snitching on them to the cops.
$184. It's still too big. What? How's that too big?
Wait. There's a guy that hit me up yesterday and he said that his boy can process it for us. Oh, it was Nova.
Let me try it that way.
Some guy named Jesus, not HOA, process it for us.
Oh, okay.
I don't have his number though, so it's fucking unfortunate.
My god, that shit doesn't work. I give up.
Yeah, you look stupid. I'll report it for you. There we go. I reported it. Okay, so it gets deleted.
Yeah.
But you said you can report it. Nice. Yo, what's up, Dexter?
King, how we doing?
I'm good. What's up, my man?
It's not working.
How you been, dude?
Oh,
I've been all right, just trying to get images up. All right, so the image works, but it's not working. You know what I mean? Sorry.
Oh.
What's up, D?
Nothing. You want to do Sandy?
No, I don't want to do Sandy right now. Did you just wake up?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I usually do Sandy in the morning.
Okay. Yeah. No worries, bro.
All right. No
I just saw
problem.
you tweet to give you a holler. See how you doing?
Appreciate it. Appreciate the love, Dexter. Seriously, though.
All right, man. Have a good one.
You too, my buddy.
A lot of loot in the back right there.
No balls. You won't run up and grab it out of the trunk?
Oh my god, it's so busy. What
There's
the
so
fuck?
much.
Hey, what was going on?
Sick of that. It's going to waste.
Oh, no, go back there. I don't think that's just profit.
It's not processed, but it's like, you know, still, that looks like it's so much. Like, that could be...
MJ Black, no pixel servers. Wait, why? This will work? Casio?
That could be like 40K right there.
But
One's downstairs going to white. Bottom white stairs.
oh, spawn peaks.
I'm joining him right now.
Fuck you.
Nice.
Fucking little. Never mind.
He thought he was him, and he wasn't.
It was the Morty guy.
Was that up top, Mike?
No, down white, down white.
You know who it was?
That was him. They punched white
no.
stairs. It's the Morty skin. The Rick skin, whatever. Rick and Morty. That's Rick.
I use a 1x. I can't.
Is that dog?
Yeah, dog.
It was back.
Yeah.
They're not canceling.
You probably had the thing you had yesterday, Mike, where you just crashed.
Yeah.
They'll probably keep crashing.
One of them clear.
One
There's
punch
goo.
white
Goo on the
stairs.
left.
She ran
Frost
away.
is peeking.
I got it here.
In the window. I can get the wall. I have hard bridges.
Pretty sure that was Frost I just saw. I might be crazy.
Yeah, you might be right though. Frost is fighting CS, close.
Okay, I'm gonna open the right side of the wall. We can fight her.
Get on the south window here.
I got her fall back from CS. Got it.
What's up your pixel?
I got a frost mat. There's a shield on Pixel.
Valcam on that thing.
Wait, where am I getting shot from?
The other Valcam.
Drone hole.
Oh, the drone hole.
Swamp down.
They C4 from under. They're mining. One's mining.
Pixel, Frost.
I got the Valcam in sight. Underneath skylight. Underneath skylight. Legion's underneath skylight at the moment.
Swung CS.
Is piano clear or no?
You know if he's still in there? No. Yeah, probably playing Pixel.
One's behind the bar. One's on A. On one ping. The other one's behind. Never mind, they both went to A. Valve, underneath the camera.
I'm gonna open this.
She's crouched.
Dead. Near the skylight.
Legion's pillar. Both there.
Both Costco, got it. I'm gonna go new belt.
Yeah, C3.
You want right side? You want freezer side? Freezer rotate? Yes.
Very good, very good.
Okay, say you're in Cigar, right there where Legion just was. Is that C3 or C1? Where does it start?
It's pot.
Please top 1% of. I don't think I said anything today that was top 1%. I just, you know, like, I wasn't saying anything that could, I don't know. Or is the shop where the hatch is?
The
Just
shop
whole
is the
thing.
hatch.
Some people call it Cigar, some people call it CS.
Oh, okay.
I've never been on a team where they've called it CS.
So
It's the same amount of
so
syllables.
it's so cool, dude. He's throwing around team and shit. So fucking cool.
You're the fifth man.
5 seconds.
You've located a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it.
I don't know where my drone is. I need to go check. Forgot about it. Oh, here it is. I didn't pick it up. Fuck.
He's fighting.
I'm reloading.
On bottom right? Oh, I just saw.
No, not bottom red.
There's like a There's one at the east window.
Train and mining's clear. Fireplaces. Clear. 90's clear.
Cocktail.
No pixel, Doc.
They have a cross. You can get wall, by the way. They just have a mat on the other side of it.
I got one Valcam pillars.
Nothing pillars. I cleared all of second. Second looks good, but.
Yeah, you can get the wall.
Yeah, I got it. I got it.
Just watch there's a mat underneath the bridge.
Okay.
Yeah, and one's playing pixel shield.
One's cocktail.
Or
Red point.
No way it didn't open right. I'm pissed.
It'll still be on the pixel shield. One's freezer as well.
Piano's clear. Piano's full clear. One's pixel behind the shield.
One secret. Left, C2.
Nobody's heaven. Might just drop and kill this guy pixel, honestly. Got him. Okay.
I'm not 4 ping. Torx. He's going towards freezer rotate. Or C1.
That's Valcam freezer.
One's on.
I'm on default right now.
I'm not 4 ping.
I just run back. Nice.
He was C1.
I'm holding cocktail. He's done. That's Oryx. Nice.
Nitro below again? Yeah, I thought so. That's why I ran in and ran out. Because the guy flanked, so I ran in, took a shot at the guy pixel, then I sprinted back out. Just because maybe there was a chance that was going to happen. Can't believe you just ran that guy down behind the shield. I was gonna ace it.
Oh, the fucking, bro, I jumped my drone over him to fucking make him.
Hello, motherfucker.
It's really good for TikTok. I'll say that. I had a lot of success over there for TikTok. I think both the servers are really good though. They're just really good for two different reasons for each one. That's why we have that one outfit. And I said that as Jose. Yeah, what's up, Rhino? Great content though. Hell yeah.
Alright, 2 cops are leaving right now. Yep, I think mostly all are all gone.
I think these take forever to break down though, if I'm not mistaken. Try to find a clip of Rashid prank calling from H Goes. Chat, you know what am I? You know, one of my favorite moments with Mr. K, one of my characters, was the Summit kidnapping. Dude, that shit was so funny. Summit literally gave us the plan while kidnapping him.
Just like, so the car dropped off somewhere and just ditch it.
Looking Charles. Yeah, J Hobbs, yeah. Let me check out these clips real quick since we're waiting. Sugar pie, honey, oh sugar pie. Second.
Depends on the situation, right?
So how much it gonna take
one car is leaving,
for you to
truck is
get
leaving.
charged if I pull my gun right here and blow your fucking brains out?
They are going north.
Okay, hold on, sir. You can put the gun down.
You up and go north.
You
All
don't have
right,
to escalate to
I'll
this.
put you down if you ask him. You ain't seen nothing, son.
There's another truck there still, but the other one
They're
that
just
left had
standing
other
there.
fucking shit on them.
Time to go.
True. Run the front. You up?
I agree. You know, why limit yourself to only humans when there's cats and dogs, and they're looking pretty good.
Ooh, like what do you mean they're looking pretty good?
This fucking guy, bro.
Or you want to shag them?
We're standing up north.
Either or, really.
This fucking guy. This fucking guy.
So you're absolutely unhinged, huh?
I'm perfectly hinged. I'm like you just re-hinged that door last year kind of hinged.
I swear, Richard is a fucking nut job, bro. Some of the shit that comes out of his mouth. You guys want to see the first time I ever met this guy? Oh, let me see if I can pull it up. Give me a second. First time I ever met Sire. It was actually my first day ever in roleplay. I met Summit and Sire the same day, but I didn't know who Sire was. I just knew I didn't even know who Summit was, actually. I didn't know any streamers. I didn't even know who Summit was. My first day in NoPixel, but we had a great first day. Let me see. This was back when I originally paid the Pablo Loco, and I played him like a crackhead originally, like Ratchet.
Not for
Let me
real.
see if we can find it. Huh? Featured clips. How do I get off of featured clips? Just clips. Or is that the same shit? Oh my god, I think we lost clips because they were so old. Oh no, we lost it. It's pronounced Seer instead of Sire. Oh, whoops. No, that's crazy. I lost the clip.
Tell me if you guys need it.
A date. Starship, we have a date. Starship's third orbital launch date confirmed. It is next week. What is the flight plan? SpaceX wants to shoot a booster with a rifle. Poor thing. SpaceX launches the Transporter 10 mission. India introduces 4 with a rifle. Poor thing. Week. What is the flight plan? SpaceX wants to shoot a booster with a rifle. Poor thing. SpaceX launches the Transporter 10 mission. India introduces 4 astronauts, and Winnebago 1 returns to Earth after being stuck in space for introduces 4 astronauts, and Winnebago 1 returns to Earth after being stuck in space for months. My name is Felix. Welcome to What About It. Let's dive right in. Starship updates. Do you feel the heat of the launch? I do too, but is it real? SpaceX just dropped so much info regarding the third launch. We have the date, the flight profile, and much more. This is so exciting. Keep watching and let's get you up to speed on all you need to know about IFT3. Less than a week isn't a lot of time. At Fogbase, pun intended, things tend to get unpredictable, yet our forecast this time hit the mark. Following the stacking of Ship 28 by Mechazilla's slightly revamped arms, a wet dress rehearsal was anticipated. This test is pivotal for the launch campaign, as essentially it requires the company to fill the Starship with liquid oxygen and methane. The entire team conducts the process as if it were the real launch day, complete with a countdown and the risks associated with fueling this behemoth. The primary distinction between a WDR and an actual launch is that in a WDR the countdown halts at T-minus 10 seconds instead of proceeding to ignition at T-minus 0. Initial attempts to conduct this test encountered some hurdles, leading to the booster's temporary return to Megabay. However, once Starship was again in its flight configuration, a successful rehearsal seemed imminent. As mentioned in our last episode, a particular road closure for Mars 3rd caught our eye. It was shorter than usual, at only 10 hours compared to the typical 12 reserved for a wet dress rehearsal. Initially, we thought this closure could be used for a spin climb test of Ship 29, but it ended up being used for something far more significant. Once the road closure took effect, venting was observed at the orbital side of the launch complex, hinting that Stage 0 was cooling down in preparation for action. True to the speculation, later in the evening, cryogenic propellants began flowing into the tanks of both booster and the ship. Remarkably, this time they not only filled the entire rocket, but also accomplished this feat in record time. Traditionally, loading a Starship with propellant takes about 90 minutes. That's already pretty quick, especially when compared compared to the Space Launch System, which requires several hours for fueling. The SLS, however, has an insulation layer that minimizes the propellant's heat absorption, allowing it to take things slow. If you launch one rocket every few years, there is no need to rush, right? In contrast, Starship's bare stainless steel construction lacks such insulation, making the fueling process a race against time as the stored propellant warms and turns into gas quickly. Ship's bare stains the propellant's heat absorption, allowing it to take things slow. If you launch one rocket every few years, there is no need to rush, right? In contrast, Starship's bare stainless steel construction lacks such insulation, making the fueling process a race against time as the stored propellant warms and turns into gas quickly. This transformation increases internal pressure, requiring the venting of gaseous propellant and, consequently, the loss of some fuel. To address this, SpaceX has been continuously upgrading the orbital tank farm. In recent months, they saw the introduction of additional subcoolers and pumps, which theoretically were supposed to halve the duration required for propellant load. This work came to fruition during this overnight wet dress rehearsal, marking the first use of the upgraded system. The results were nothing short of spectacular. What's your guess? How long did it take them? SpaceX managed to load Starship fully in just under 45 minutes. This is an insane improvement. On a typical Falcon 9 launch, it takes around 1 hour and 20 minutes, and it takes far less fuel. Following the rehearsal, SpaceX revealed on X that the attempt was a complete success. They also shared some impressive images of the prototype despite the suboptimal lighting conditions. This looks so sci-fi. Completing the wet dress rehearsal is a critical step towards securing the necessary launch license. It is mandatory. Reflecting this optimism, SpaceX has set up a page for the third flight's live stream on X. Such streams have historically been a sign of an official launch announcement, and so it was this time. Now you've waited long enough. Want me to give you the juicy news? Just as I recorded this episode, SpaceX dropped a true bombshell. We have an official confirmation that Starship's third flight test is scheduled for March 14th. Get hyped, the train is leaving the station. According to the company, the webcast for the official stream will begin 30 minutes before liftoff. This suggests that the launch window on the 14th opens at 7 a.m. Central Time. With the confirmation of the launch date, SpaceX also updated its own website, which finally gives us some details regarding the flight profile of this mission. Let's compare it with the IFT-2 profile. Unsurprisingly, with the new wet dress rehearsal procedure, we'll see massive changes even before the third Starship leaves the tower. Due to the new hardware installed at the tank farm, booster fueling will begin just 42 minutes before the liftoff instead of the previous 1 hour and 37 minutes. 42, get it? Get it? To make sure that both the ship and booster are ready for launch at the same time, the ship propellant load will now start first. The rest of the events until liftoff remain mostly unchanged. As expected, the first few steps of the actual flight will mirror those from the second mission. The booster phase of the launch is basically identical to Flight 2, with the only difference being that Super Heavy will reach transonic speeds later than during Flight number 2. After 1-2 separation, just like during the previous mission, the ship ignites all 6 Raptors, which stay on until the T plus 8 minutes and 35 seconds mark. However, this is where things take a drastic turn. Just shy of 12 minutes into the flight, Ship 28's payload bay will open to confirm that it's working even under flight loads. As expected, we won't see any form of payload deployment as there are no Starlink satellites on board. This step will come later in the future, who knows, maybe during Flight number 4, something to look forward to. Then, 24 minutes and 31 seconds after liftoff, Ship 28 will indeed conduct a propellant transfer demonstration. We finally have a confirmation for that as well. During this test, liquid oxygen will be moved from the Hera tank to the main tank. This test is part of NASA's Tipping Point initiative, which aims to push companies to test out various new technologies. Assuming that Ship 28 will survive all these steps, it can rest for a whole 16 minutes, coasting in space until the T plus 40 minutes and 46 mark, when it will ignite its engine once more. So this is it. It will enter a full orbit, right? Well, no. Instead, this will be an in-space Raptor relight demonstration, which could mirror the single engine firing we saw in December. Still epic. Just 9 minutes later, Starship will begin the atmospheric re-entry, which is a clear sign that we won't see a true orbit yet. This is likely why SpaceX wants to conduct a Raptor relight test. If it works as expected, they'll be more confident they can safely conduct a deorbit burn during a future mission. Finally, if the heat shield works as expected and Ship 28 won't disintegrate on its way from space, it will experience an exciting landing. What SpaceX means by that isn't entirely clear. It will probably still just smash into the ocean. However, the FCC license for that particular launch did mention a power-targeted landing. No matter how the upper stage of Starship lands, the most interesting change is where it lands. For Flight 1 and 2, the splashdown zone was located right next to the island of Kauai in the Pacific Ocean. This time, SpaceX wants to touch down in the Indian Ocean, which will likely allow them to reach a higher apogee and as such conduct the in-space engine relight. As you can see, the third flight will significantly differ from what we've seen before. Now, before we all get too excited, there's still the regulatory side of things. Has SpaceX received the launch license yet? Well, no, but according to trusted sources like Eric Berger and Christian Davenport, the modified launch license is pretty close, and it shouldn't be a roadblock for launch number 3. Now you can get excited. Finally, we're also seeing other signs confirming that the launch is indeed very close. This includes a fresh notice to mariners covering a large part of the Gulf of Mexico where Super Heavy will touch down in the water. Ultimately, Booster 10 won't be recovered because following the landing burn, its tank valves will open, allowing it to flood. If for whatever reason Super Heavy doesn't sink on its own, SpaceX will either try to roll it using a tow line to force the water into the tanks or use a firearm to puncture them. No joke, shooting the booster is an official option. Poor thing. Soon we should also see a notice to air missions or NOTAMs for both the US and Mexico sides of the border. I hope I don't have to say that we'll of course be streaming the entire thing with our brand new camera network at Starbase. We'll have 3 cameras out, one basically as close to the OLM as legally allowed, one halfway inside the exclusion zone, and one right at the edge. Look out for the stream announcement shortly. We can't wait to watch this together with all of you. The fact that the launch is imminent is also visible at the launch site itself. After the successful wet dress rehearsal, Ship 28 was quickly taken down using the mighty Mechazilla chopsticks. Wait, what? The ship was taken down, but you're saying the launch is getting closer, Felix? How is that possible? Great question, thanks for bringing it up. This is likely a part of the final polishing before liftoff. A close inspection of its heat shield revealed several cracked tiles, some damaged during transport and others due to the stress exerted by the 2-piece ship lifter near the ship lifting points. You're saying site itself. After the successful wet dress rehearsal, Ship 28 was quickly taken down using the mighty Mechazilla chopsticks. Wait, what? The ship was taken down, but you're saying the launch is getting closer, Felix? How is that possible? Great question, thanks for bringing it up. This is likely a part of the final polishing before liftoff. A close inspection of its heat shield revealed several cracked tiles, some damaged during transport and others due to the stress exerted by the 2-piece ship lifter near the ship lifting points. This time, SpaceX is pretty serious about testing the heat shield during re-entry, so all broken tiles will have to be replaced. In fact, SpaceX immediately started working on those pesky tiles right away. Some time ago, SpaceX even suction tested most of the tiles to ensure they wouldn't fall off. While we saw numerous missing tiles during previous launches, those prototypes weren't checked as carefully as Ship 28 was. Hopefully this time they'll stick much better. While we saw numerous missing tiles during previous launches, those prototypes weren't checked as carefully as Ship 28 was. Hopefully this time they'll stick much better. Don't get me wrong, finding a heat tile just lying on a beach is pretty cool, but I prefer for the ship to survive, even if it means no more tiles for the public. Additionally, Ship 28 is currently missing its flight termination system charges. While the hope is that these won't be used, the first 2 launches very much revealed the importance of this system. Installing these charges requires close access to the upper sections of the ship, which forces SpaceX to destack it from the booster. By the way, do you see those 2 black rectangles? These are the new antennas, which should allow for a more stable connection during the next mission. While the last launch provided some impressive shots, there was a noticeable absence of footage from Starship itself, both during the flight and the recap video. This might not be the case for Flight 3. With SpaceX's ability to utilize the Starlink constellation for telemetry and camera feed, we might be in for some sick live footage from the Starship itself. While much of our attention has been focused on the 3rd flight, SpaceX has not forgotten about the future of Starships. Achieving their ambitious goal of conducting 9 launches in 2024 requires a sizable fleet of rockets. Provided that the 3rd flight doesn't uncover any major flaws in the current Starship design, the next duo slated for space would likely be Ship 29 and Booster 11. As mentioned earlier, Ship 29 is currently stationed at Pad B, where our photographer John has spotted workers performing maintenance underneath the prototype. With some luck, we might see a spin prime or even a static fire of Ship 29 before the 3rd Starship launch. Meanwhile, this prototype's corresponding superhead, currently residing in the 1st megabay, has already undergone 2 cryogenic tests at Massey's and likely already has all of its engines. The only significant component it's missing is the hot staging ring, which is expected to be fitted shortly. Now, assuming the launch tower remains intact after the 3rd launch, we can anticipate Booster 11 being placed on the launch mount less than a month after the liftoff of IFT-3. Then it will be the usual pattern: a static fire test, possibly a rollback for inspection, the stacking of the ship atop the booster, and then a wet dress rehearsal before another launch. If things go as planned, SpaceX may use up all the V1 ships it has left by the end of 2024. The V1 generation ends with Ship 32, which is presently stationed in the rocket garden awaiting its turn for action. Surprisingly, the construction of the booster for the final V1 ship is already underway. We've recently spotted the aft section of Booster 14 as it was prepared for entry into the megabay, where it will be assembled to complete the liquid oxygen tank section. I cannot wait to see the first V2 ships. It is safe to say that SpaceX does intend to launch several Starships this year. The pace is painting a straightforward picture. Completely safe. Very nice. Going back to the news, we stay on the topic of SpaceX. As we keep our eyes peeled for Starship's breakthrough in achieving up to 9 launches this year, SpaceX's Falcon fleet has already mastered the art of maintaining an unparalleled launch cadence. Astonishingly, at the beginning of March 2024, SpaceX has already completed 22 missions. Can you believe that in 2020 they launched 26 times in total throughout the entire year? That was 3 years ago. The improvement rate is crazy. While a significant portion of these missions have been dedicated to deploying Starlink satellites, now considered an everyday routine, the company continues to deploy payloads for various clients. This brings our attention to the Transporter 10 mission. Definitely various clients there. It was yet another launch for SpaceX's small-sat rideshare program. Sometimes Transporter can be a more budget-friendly alternative to securing a dedicated mission on a small-sat launcher, like for example Rocket Lab's Electron. Even though Rocket Lab's time for contract to launch is very short, it can still be cheaper and better to wait for SpaceX's next Transporter mission. Ride-sharing is good for payloads that don't need to be in a precise orbit but need to get to space cheap. To allow this service, SpaceX developed a special adapter capable of accommodating numerous smaller payloads simultaneously. In the past, we even saw launches with over 100 satellites on board. On March 4th, a Falcon 9 rocket, this time carrying 53 spacecraft, ascended from Slick 4E at Vandenberg Space Force Base in California just after 2 p.m. Among the payloads nestled within the fairing were 4 satellites for NASA, part of the PY-4 mini constellation. This constellation acts as a technology demonstrator for the PyCubed avionics framework, an open-source, radiation-tested CubeSat platform programmable entirely in Python. Another interesting payload featured during this flight was named Quark and Gluon. Following their successful deployment, these satellites will embark on their mission to dock together and conduct in-orbit fuel transfer from Gluon to Quark. This mission will serve as a stepping stone towards the development of a fully operational space dock. Such a vehicle can significantly enhance an existing satellite's space out to document your business. With all 53 payloads successfully deployed. This time, Booster P-1081 made a triumphant reach. Other space agencies are also striving to up landing Zone 4. Out of this world, but not. While SpaceX continues to excel in deploying satellites and crewed missions, other space agencies are also striving to up. Notable highlight from SpaceX to join this capsule, slightly smaller and lighter than a SpaceX Crew Dragon, is designed to accommodate 3 states, Russia and China. Pretty is on achieving human spaceflight capabilities. To date, only 3 countries have achieved independent human spaceflight: the United States, Russia, and China. Pretty exclusive club. Israel aims to join this club by 2025 thanks to the Gaganyaan program. Designed to accommodate 3 astronauts, it is equipped to support life for up to 7 days in orbit. The capsule, slightly smaller and lighter than a SpaceX Crew Dragon, is divided into 2 main components: the crew module, which serves as the astronauts live up to 7. Israel aims to join this club by 2025 thanks to the Gaganyaan program. Designed to accommodate 3 astronauts, it is equipped to support life for up to 7 days in orbit. The capsule, slightly smaller and lighter than a SpaceX Crew Dragon, is divided into 2 main components: the crew module, which serves as the astronauts' living quarters, and the service module, responsible for orbital maneuvers. The latter is jettisoned prior to re-entry, just like how Dragon gets rid of its trunk. The Gaganyaan spacecraft has undergone rigorous testing, including parachute airdrop trials, service module engine tests, and recently, in October 2023, a high-altitude abort test. Another such test is slated for the second quarter of 2024, paving the way for 2 subsequent suborbital test flights. Israel is very serious about this and demonstrates it with success after success. These steps will lead up to the Gaganyaan 1 mission, marking the spacecraft's first orbital attempt carrying a humanoid robot named Biomitra. Biomitra is Sanskrit, and it means space friend. Very friendly. Following 3 unmanned missions with our space friend, the stage will be set for Gaganyaan's maiden crewed flight. Preparing for such an important mission, India has already begun training its first astronauts. On February 27th, the Indian Prime Minister announced the selection of 4 Air Force pilots assigned for this program. Given that the capsule can support only 3 people, it is possible that the mission will launch with only 2, with the other 2 serving as a backup crew. Alternatively, rumors suggest that one of them might be a part of the Axiom 4 mission scheduled to launch later this year. Either way, I can't wait to see the first crew launch from India. I cannot overstate how important this is for Israel. They are basically going through their very own Mercury program right now. Finally, let's shift our focus to Varda Space, a company that has recently grabbed the headlines within the space community. You might not know them, but you should. On the Transporter 8 mission, June 2023, Varda launched an intriguing payload aboard the modified Rocket Lab Photon bus. This mission, dubbed Winnebago 1, carried an experimental capsule aimed at manufacturing ritonavir, a very effective medication used in HIV treatment. Following the successful separation from SpaceX's Transporter, Varda Space powered on their experiment, and it wasn't long before they reported the successful synthesis of the drug. Making this substance in space is way easier than here on Earth. It is crystal-based, and crystals love microgravity. What remained was the capsule's re-entry into the atmosphere and its retrieval, a process that sounds straightforward, but in practice, it was anything but. Scheduled for re-entry at the end of July 2023, Varda encountered a massive roadblock. They lacked the necessary re-entry license. To not waste time, they just launched the capsule, hoping that they'll figure out the re-entry paperwork later. And they opted for the simplified Part 450 operator license, anticipating a smooth bureaucratic journey. But as we, Starship fans, know these things often don't go smoothly. The plan hit a snag due to the intended landing site, the Utah Test and Training Range, aka US Military Base. This added a layer of complexity, requiring agreement flag, operator license, anticipating a smooth bureaucratic journey. But as we, Starship fans, know these things often don't go smoothly. The plan hit a snag due to the intended landing site, the Utah Test and Training Range, aka US Military Base. This added a layer of complexity, requiring agreement from multiple organizations on a landing date, a task that proved more challenging than anticipated. Finally, on February 14th, after an extended 8-month stay in space, they received the green light for re-entry. Surprisingly, despite the delayed return, Rocket Lab's Photon flawlessly executed maneuvers to lower the spacecraft's perigee in preparation for re-entry. The capsule then separated and successfully landed at the designated military test range. In a surprising move, Varda decided to release the entire re-entry footage in stunning 4K resolution, offering a unique look into this critical phase of the mission. I highly recommend checking it out, the link is in the description. With the success of this mission, Varda is planning to deploy another identical capsule in the upcoming Transporter 11 mission later this year. In-space manufacturing, another term we'll have to get used to. That's it for today. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you again in the next episode. Surprisingly, the construction of the boost
Sometimes the fast pace of operations can lead you down the rosy path of destruction, and this appears to be a classic case of just that. And unfortunately, United Airlines simply cannot get a break this week in the news. Once you get in the news cycle, you are in the barrel. This runway excursion happened just yesterday, Friday, the 8th of March. I'm Juan Brown, watching the Blanco Lirio channel. Let's check it out. Starting with the Aviation Safety Network on Friday, the 8th of March, a 737 MAX-8, November 27290, 2019 model, no fatalities, substantial damage. United Airlines Flight 2477, a Boeing 737 MAX-8, suffered a runway excursion after landing on runway 27 at Houston's George Bush International Airport, Intercontinental Airport. ADS-B data suggests that the aircraft had a ground speed of 30 knots on the runway 09 threshold, that's the far end of runway 27, when it began turning to the right towards taxiway Sierra Charlie, that's the very last taxiway at the end of the runway. It then rolled onto the grass at a ground speed of 20 knots, again that's from preliminary ADS-B data, where it came to a stop, with the aircraft tilting to the left and nose gear off the ground. Photos from the scene seem to show a collapsed left main gear. Passengers deplaned via the air stairs through the R1 exit. Weather at the time was 1.5 miles in mist and 800 broken, so the runway was wet. Here's some pictures of the aftermath from Twitter. You can see the wet concrete, and there's the runway behind the aircraft. This is taxiway Sierra Charlie. Looks like the left main gear is broken, and looks like the aircraft is resting on the left engine, and the left winglet, the sharklet, the lower portion of the winglet is in the dirt, and the nose gear is off the ground. Everybody walking off in a controlled fashion off of the air stair out of the one right door. Not an emergency evacuation. Here we can see just how high the nose gear is off the ground, and you get an idea of some of the skid marks and torn up dirt and mud back behind the aircraft here. A little closer view of the damage. It's hard to tell exactly which way this left main gear leg failed, but it looks like this gear leg failed once the aircraft left the pavement and hit the dirt. So investigators will be looking very closely at the stability of the approach and the touchdown point. From this preliminary ADS-B data here on Flight Radar 24, it appears to me to be a stabilized approach on speed with a reasonable vertical descent rate. The touchdown point is a little hard to discern off of this data. It's these last couple of points here that folks are looking at. Here's the 20 knots at the last data point in the grass, 25 knots and 30 knots. 58 knots right near the end of the runway. So they're coming in hot to the end of the runway, and the maximum recommended speed for these large jets for doing a 90-degree turn is 10 knots. Here's the runway layout at IAH, and this incident occurred on runway 27, which is 10,000 feet long. Here's a close-up view of the Sierra Charlie taxiway at the end of the runway, and here's the grass area where they ended up in. Our friend Victor at Bass Aviation captured the data in this video here, but he also captured a very important exchange between ATC after he published the video, and this is the operational pressure that I'm talking about. United Airlines 2477, tower, United 2477, tower, United 2477, go ahead. 2477, how does our spacing look? Can we roll all the way down to the end? So 2477 wants to roll all the way down to the end and peel off here on Sierra Charlie, presumably because this is the United gates located right here. Then Tower says, keep your speed up, and that's approved. So there's the hook to reel you in on an operational situation that may lead you down the rosy path of destruction. With a wet runway, lots of possible rubber deposits down in here, though the rubber's located here. The excursion happened here. When you get these jets turning 90 degrees at greater than 10 knots, they tend to understeer. So you'll start turning the tiller, and the thing will just plow straight ahead. It'll just plow right off of the nose gear instead of turning and take you right off into the grass. So United asks, how does our spacing look? And we roll all the way down to the end. He's talking about the spacing of the aircraft behind him, because there's a guy coming in right behind him, going to land. He needs to get clear of the runway. And the tower says, keep your speed up, and that's approved. And United says, okay, we'll do. And they were clipping along at about 30 knots, and it looks like potentially 20 knots in the turn there. They'll be able to get those numbers figured out exactly in the report. Their hearing will improve at the hearing. United 2477, right at Sierra Charlie, contact the ramp, good day. And here's the rest of the audio.
Right at Sierra Charlie, contact the ramp, good day.
Weekend. They did not have a good weekend.
2477, correction, United 1383, go around.
So right away, that's the aircraft that was following closely behind him. Send him around.
United 1383, going around runway 27. 2477, see in the grass, rolling the trucks en route. 1383, 5 runway heading, maintain 2000. Okay, United 1383, got taken. 1383, 5 runway heading, maintain 2000. Fly the runway heading, maintain 2000, United 1383. 1383, turn right heading 360. Stand by, sir.
So they get that aircraft turned around.
Got aircraft off runway 27, we just submitted on 15. 2477, tower. Anything that would indicate something is wrong back there? 1383, turn right heading 360 immediately. 1383 and we're level 2000 now. 1383, maintain 3000. Maintain 3000, 1383. Go 6276, go around, track localizer, maintain 2000. Go around, track localizer, be 2000. Go 6276.
They're sending the second aircraft around, and the beep sounds is the autopilot disconnecting. Reduce the level of automation to meet the situation. But there's one more interesting exchange on the radio here that I want to point out.
2477, you copy that? They request you shut down the engine on the left side. 2477. 2477, we got. Go 6276, turn right heading 360.
Okay, so were they so startled when they slipped off into the grass there that they did not immediately shut down the engines? Probably a lot of that skid marks that you see behind the aircraft is grass and dirt thrown up by the left engine still running after they hit the dirt. And it sounds like they left it running for a little bit of time there, so long so that the emergency crews noticed it, notified the tower, and the tower notified the crew. So some of the passenger testimony on the news varied regarding the landing. Some said it felt like a normal landing, others felt like he came in fast, but the data will bear that out. So investigators will have a pretty good idea pretty quickly after they talk to the crew about this incident, be able to quickly review the data recorder to ensure that there was nothing wrong with the aircraft that could possibly cause this incident. Thank you so much for your support of this channel.
We have a date. Start.
Hi there, my name is Ron Rogers, and this presentation is titled Letting an Unqualified Pilot Fly Can and Did End in Disaster. United Airlines Flight 2885 Crash at Detroit in 1983. Now, this was a cargo flight that had started in Cleveland and was going to Los Angeles with a stopover in Detroit. And it was a night takeoff, and the NTSB attributed the accident to pilot error, but there's a lot more to the story than simply pilot error. I was hired in 1979, and I stayed on a year before I was furloughed due to economic considerations for 4.5 years. This crash occurred essentially right in the middle of my furlough, and it really didn't get a whole lot of attention on the press, probably because, and I hate to say it, it only killed 3 people. It wasn't a passenger flight. But it was endemic of a practice that was fairly commonplace back then. See, a lot of the people had stagnated in their seat position. There were many second officers in the 727, for example, that were second officers for 17 years. In fact, when I was hired, and after I came back from furlough, I was flying engineer, and of course the engineers moved up to co-pilot, and the captain would turn around and say, hey, are we good to go up, to 29,000 feet or 30,000 feet or whatever, and I would have to get out my books to look it up, and the co-pilot would try to be nice, but he'd kind of lean over the cab and say, yeah, we're good, because they had done it so much, they had it memorized. And I would kind of joke, and I go, yeah, we're good, and we'd all laugh, but they've been in the seat so long that they had it memorized. Well, part of the problem was, though, when you set as an engineer and fly sideways, you really lose your skills. And a lot of the captains were really trying to help the guys out. So if you'd get a ferry flight or you'd get a cargo flight, they would sometimes let the engineer get a little bit of stick time to try to keep them in keep their skills up. Now, back when I was flying for that first year, I had a lot of captains tell me, about how everything was so great in the good old days, and things were terrible now, but, just absolutely wonderful in the good old days. And I finally, I'm on probation that first year, but I finally got the courage to say to the captain, I said, well, Captain, okay, but for me, as a new hire, these are my good old days. And of course, you can just imagine these people are sitting there thinking, boy, flying is so wonderful. How luxurious will it be in 50 years? Yeah, you know the answer to that story. But let's get back to the DC. So wonderful. These are wonderful. Captains tell me, about how everything was so great in the good old days, and tell. Now, back when I was flying for that first year, I had a lot of captains tell me, about how everything was so great in the good old days, and things were terrible now, but just absolutely wonderful in the good old days. And I finally, I'm on probation that first year, but I finally got the courage to say to the captain, I said, well, Captain, okay, but for me as a new hire, these are my good old days. And of course, you can just imagine these people are sitting there thinking, boy, flying is so wonderful. How luxurious will it be in 50 years? Yeah, you know the answer to that story. But let's get back to the DC-8 freighter. Now, here's a picture of the DC-8 cockpit, and anybody familiar with this knows there's a lot of you see levers there for cross feed and fuel and stuff like that. And they call this Steamboat Willie, the old cartoon reference there, because everything was fairly mechanical in this aircraft. And I never got a chance to fly it, but people who did absolutely love the aircraft. And this engineer who was on this flight, and I am sure the captain didn't know his history. I would hope not. But he tried to upgrade as a DC-8 co-pilot, and after 2 months, which is almost twice the length of normal training, he was basically told, hey, you can't do it. So he went back to be engineer. Well, he took another bid. He tried to be a 737 co-pilot, and that didn't work either. And what the company would do at the time, and of course we had people who were professional engineers, flight engineers, and they basically said, if you want to continue working for this airline, you're going to have to basically sign an agreement that you're never going to try to upgrade again. You're going to be a perennial second officer. Don't try to be co-pilot. We tried to do it twice, and we're just wasting money here, and you don't have the ability. So this guy's sitting back there, and the captain decides to be a nice guy and offers him the night takeoff out of Detroit. Well, unfortunately, the trim had still been set quite a bit nose up, 7.5 units nose up. And what happened is they took off, and this is night, and of course, at night, you don't have as good a visual references. And because of the trim setting, the aircraft pitched up abruptly, and it probably had some disturbance to the airflow of the engines, because some people reported seeing compressor stalls out of the engine. The thing rolled over, and it crashed. This is a picture of the actual aircraft that did crash. We had dedicated Freightliners. Well, as I mentioned, this had kind of been a practice that people look the other way at. But after this accident, there were good intentions, but it was definitely against the rules. Things were different back then. It was definitely against the rules, and the VP of Flight Operations came out and said, if any captain ever lets a second officer fly again, you're fired right now. So that was the end of that. It was nothing I ever did, and that's not trying to say I didn't have part of this, but what happened is back then you typically flew a month with a crew, and you got to know the crew, and after you did that, and they had an opportunity, if you had a ferry flight or a freighter flight, they'd say, hey, I'll give you a little time in the seat. I was on reserve that entire time, so I never flew with a crew more than once a month, so we never got that cordial where anybody thought to offer it to me. So that never happened, and probably good. It's a rule violation anyway, and it's something I wouldn't have done in probation. But anyway, that is the story, the rest of the story, if you want to put it that way, of this particular accident back in 1983. Thanks for watching.
We have a date. Start.
Listen to the wind of change, yeah. Over summer night, soldiers passing by. Listen to the wind of change. The world is closing in. Could be so close, like brothers. The future's in the air, I can feel it everywhere, blowing with the wind of change. Take me to the magic code of my mind, to the glory night, where children of tomorrow dream away in the wind of change.
2006. There's a hurricane out here and we're heading straight into it. This is the last message to family from the second mate of the El Faro, a cargo ship with a 40-year career that ended in disaster. According to the latest weather reports, the ship is heading directly into a major hurricane. The captain, however, won't listen to the warnings from his deck officers. 33 lives are at stake. Should the crew fight him to change his mind, or is he making a good decision based on experience? Weather reporters have been taking note of a well-defined surface low that's been strengthening in the western Atlantic. These are important weather events that forecasters pay close attention to because they can indicate that a major storm is developing. The El Faro's usual shipping path is between the US East Coast and Puerto Rico, and the surface low is developing close to it. The El Faro has sailed this route without trouble for most of its career, and the ship's crew should be able to deal with the storm. Who would have guessed this trip would be its last? The El Faro was originally built by Sun Shipbuilding and Dry Dock Corporation in Chester, Pennsylvania in 1975. When the ship was first commissioned, it was given the name Puerto Rico. It was a roll-on, roll-off cargo ship with a length of 241 meters, a beam of 28.6 meters, and a draft of 12.8 meters. It had a gross tonnage of 31,515 tons, a max speed of 22 knots, and was powered by a steam turbine engine. For its first 15 years of operation, the El Faro was used by a Puerto Rican company to haul cargo between the east coast of the US and Puerto Rico. From 1991 to 2003, the ship ran a route between Anchorage, Alaska, and Tacoma, Washington, under the name Northern Lights. It was then chartered by the US military for the Iraq War in 2003, serving this charter until 2006. After the Iraq War, the ship returned to its route between US and Puerto Rico and was given the name El Faro. It's back on this, the ship's original route, that we joined the El Faro on its final voyage. The surface low that's been developing in the western Atlantic has been generating increasingly worse conditions out at sea. Thunderstorms and convective showers are developing within its area. Over the course of the day, these thunderstorms and rain showers will also increase in number and severity. As the low develops, the chances of it becoming a hurricane are increasing. Weather reporters are monitoring the situation carefully. While these reports are vital to lots of people, for shipping crews they're particularly important, and storm warning signs are taken seriously. The crew of the El Faro and the company that owns it need to pay close attention to the weather systems developing out at sea. Otherwise, they risk sailing the El Faro straight into a very dangerous storm. The following day, on the 28th of September, the El Faro is at the port of Jacksonville in Florida. The ship is operated by Tote Services Incorporated. Tote Services Inc. is a subsidiary of Solchuk, which is a large family distribution and transportation company based in Seattle, Washington. It's already been unloaded, having come from San Juan, Puerto Rico. Now it's being reloaded with cargo for the return journey. Containers are loaded on the upper deck. Roll-on roll of cargo is driven into the holds below deck via cargo ramps. Once the roll-on roll of cargo is placed in a stowed position, lashing gangs secure it with chains and other lashing gear. The crew of the El Faro leaves the stevedores and longshoremen to do the job on their own. What the crew should do is pay attention and make sure the cargo is being secured in accordance with the cargo securing manual. In hold 3, the stevedores and longshoremen secure cars with chains that run across the width of the ship. In this arrangement, a single chain is used to secure an entire line of cars. Each car is then secured to the chain. This single chain system is potentially vulnerable in tough conditions. While the ship has been in port overnight, the surface low in the Atlantic has been intensifying. At 0300, the National Hurricane Center, or NHC, upgrades its status and declares it a tropical depression, one step away from being a major storm. It's the 11th tropical depression of the season, and it's given the official title Tropical Depression 11. The National Hurricane Center issues a public advisory that Tropical Depression 11 has now been upgraded to a tropical storm. In line with tradition, it's given a name and becomes Tropical Storm Joaquin. At the moment, Tropical Storm Joaquin is 295 nautical miles northeast of San Salvador and heading in a southwesterly direction at a speed of about 4 knots. This is straight in the direction of the El Faro's normal route to San Juan. The shipping community are fully aware of the danger of the storm, and it's on everyone's mind. The El Faro's voyage won't be cancelled though. Ships like the El Faro can sail in storm conditions. Large merchant ships can handle very rough seas. They can also plan ahead and avoid storms big enough to sink them. The man in charge of El Faro is Captain Michael Davidson, a 53-year-old shipping veteran known for his safety-first attitude. Davidson's been working at sea since the age of 16. He's a Maritime Academy graduate and has worked his way through the ranks to become a captain. Davidson has lengthy experience of sailing the notoriously rough Gulf of Alaska. He's known for being meticulous and safety conscious. He's a well-regarded and respected ship's captain. Today, his most important job is plotting the El Faro's route on its journey to San Juan. Davidson needs to make sure he judges Tropical Storm Joaquin correctly. He needs to look at all the possible ways in which the storm could develop and choose a route that will ensure the ship and its crew remain protected. The subject of the storm is discussed with Davidson on several occasions. The first recorded discussion comes at 10:03 when he receives a text message from a second mate of the El Faro who's currently off duty. The message simply advises him of the presence of the storm. Davidson responds acknowledging that he's aware of it. At this point, there are many possibilities about what could happen with Tropical Storm Joaquin. Weather information comes from a range of sources. Forecasts can be conflicting, and forecasts for Joaquin vary between weather services. At the moment, forecasters are uncertain about what direction it will take. Previously, the National Hurricane Center advisories had predicted that Joaquin would change to a northerly heading and not impact the Bahamas. At 16:51, however, advisory notices issued by the National Hurricane Center indicate that the storm could in fact hit the Bahamas. They also predict that it could strengthen and hit the Bahamas as a hurricane. Sailors need to look carefully at all the different possibilities and make a safe judgment. At 18:31, the off-duty second mate sends a follow-up text to Davidson asking what specific route he plans to take to avoid Tropical Storm Joaquin. Davidson responds that he intends to take the normal, direct route to San Juan. He seems to judge that it's unlikely the storm will pose a serious threat to the ship. The second mate sends a final text, reminding Davidson that there are alternative routes that offer protection from the storm. At 18:37, Davidson downloads a Bon Voyage system weather package. This is an applied weather technologies navigation product. It uses weather data from the National Hurricane Center and other sources to graphically display forecast weather conditions along a ship's planned route. Again, protection from the storm will pose a serious threat to the ship. The second mate sends a final text, reminding Davidson that there are alternative routes that offer protection from the storm. At 18:37, Davidson downloads a Bon Voyage system weather package. This is an applied weather technologies navigation products. It uses weather data from the National Hurricane Center and other sources to graphically display forecast weather conditions along a ship's planned route. New BVS weather packages are prepared several times a day, and the ship's crew can download them when they're available. Unbeknownst to Davidson, the package he's downloaded has a time lag in reporting weather information. Typically, the BVS weather packages use data from weather forecasts that are around 5 to 6 hours old. Hurricane forecasts can change rapidly, and forecasts can change drastically in just a few hours. AWT have a more advanced subscription-based routing service that could provide more timely information. The Alfaro's holding company, Tote, hasn't subscribed to this service. BVS also has a tropical update feature, which immediately emails tropical updates to a ship as they're received. The Alfaro doesn't have this feature activated for this voyage. The other major piece of weather reporting equipment the crew relies on is its National Weather Service SAT-C terminal. This doesn't display information with the same graphics as the BVS packages, but it provides up-to-date information. When the NWS and other entities like the National Hurricane Center make tropical cyclone information available, it arrives at the SAT-C terminal straight away. Throughout the voyage, there's a general sense of confusion regarding the status of the hurricane. The crew tends to rely more on the BVS weather forecasts than the SAT-C terminal. It seems that Davidson and his deck officers aren't aware of the inherent latency in the BVS data. They don't seem to be aware that they'd be much better off using the SAT-C terminal instead. Before the ship leaves port, Davidson has dinner with a port engineer on board the Alfaro. He and Davidson discuss the developing tropical storm, but Davidson has no specific concerns about the weather. At 2010, the Alfaro leaves Jacksonville, Florida for San Juan, Puerto Rico, carrying a cargo of 391 shipping containers, 294 trailers and cars, and a crew of 33 people. 28 of the crew are Americans and 5 are Polish nationals. 27 of the Americans on board are regular crew members. The 5 Poles and 1 American are there to carry out conversion work on the ship in preparation for a return to its previous Alaskan route. Captain Davidson plans on using Alfaro's normal direct route to San Juan. Recently, in late August 2015, when Tropical System Erica and Danny were present near the direct route, Davidson had taken Alfaro through an alternative route. This was the route through the Old Bahama Channel. The Old Bahama Channel adds 160 nautical miles to the voyage, but provides protection from the powerful open Atlantic Ocean. At the moment, Davidson thinks he can still take the normal route and pass far enough south of the tropical storm to be safe. But the forecasts are starting to deteriorate. Meteorologists at the National Hurricane Center are also beginning to say that the tropical storm could become a hurricane within the next 36 hours. They've also forecast that it'll head on a southwest trajectory towards the Bahamas. This is directly towards the Alfaro's proposed route. At 0200 on the 30th of September, the National Hurricane Center upgrades Tropical Storm Joaquin again. It's now a Category 1 hurricane and has become Hurricane Joaquin. From this point on, the story of the Alfaro is recorded by the ship's voyage data recorder. This is a recording device that stores communication audio from the ship as well as information about its position, speed, and heading. The audio recording includes a recording of all conversations on the ship's bridge. At 0608, Davidson downloads the latest BVS weather package. Davidson and Chief Mate Stephen Schultz review the information it contains. During their conversation, at one point in reference to the storm, Schultz asks, "Should I be scared?" Davidson takes a relaxed attitude towards things, but shortly after Schultz's question, he does look at the horizon and remark, "Oh, look at that red sky over there. Red in the morning, sailors take me towards the container." At the ship, as well as information about its position, speed, and heading. The audio recording includes a recording of all conversations on the ship's bridge. At 0608, Davidson downloads the latest BVS weather package. Davidson and Chief Mate Stephen Schultz review the information it contains. During their conversation, at one point in reference to the storm, Schultz asks, "Should I be scared?" Davidson takes a relaxed attitude towards things, but shortly after Schultz's question, he does look at the horizon and remark, "Oh, look at that red sky over there. Red in the morning, sailors take warning." They decide to act on the information in the weather report they're looking at. Based on what they see, they expect that if they follow their usual route, they'll be southwest of the hurricane the following day. They consider their choices and decide to schedule a small course alteration to take the ship slightly further south. This doesn't change the route much, but it does make things slightly safer according to the information they're looking at. According to the information, this course change will widen the distance slightly between the ship and the forecast position of the hurricane. At 10:17, Davidson receives a satellite email message from the captain of El Yunque, who's northbound en route to Jacksonville from San Juan. He asks about Davidson's plans and intentions for the storm. Davidson replies that he's watching the storm and has altered course slightly to the south. At 11:24, Davidson downloads another BVS weather package and reviews the information in it. He's still unaware that he's reviewing out-of-date information. Around lunchtime, Davidson sends a detailed email to Tote management personnel indicating that he's monitoring the storm. He says that he's adjusted the route and intends to pass south of the storm at a distance of around 65 nautical miles. He anticipates being on the backside of the storm by 0800 the following morning. At 14:14, Davidson and Alfaro's second mate Danielle Randolph are on the bridge. They hear a VHF Securite broadcast from a Coast Guard aircraft. It's relaying a National Hurricane Center hurricane warning for the Bahamas, and it requests that mariners use extreme caution. Both Randolph and the captain can be heard to say, "Wow," but despite what Davidson heard, he doesn't reconsider his choice of course or review his weather information again. At 16:54, the National Hurricane Center Advisory Number 12 is received through the SAT-C terminal. It contains an up-to-date prediction of the storm's track line and predicts sustained winds of 75 knots with gusts up to 90. No conversation on the bridge seems to acknowledge this information. Instead, at 17:47, Davidson downloads the next BVS weather package via satellite email. He sends his weather package to the bridge computer at 18:51. He then goes to the bridge to discuss the storm and voyage plan again with Chief Mate Schultz, who's on watch. They decide to set another course alteration for the ship. This will take the ship further to the south again, as it passes between the islands of San Salvador and Rum Cay. Schultz suggests extending the course alteration further to sail south of Samana Cay, but Davidson decides this isn't necessary. At 19:43, third mate Jeremy Ream arrives on the bridge to relieve Schultz. He talks to Davidson about the hurricane and says, "I hope it's not worse than the BVS is saying, because they're saying it's more like 85, not 50 wind." He continues, "They're saying it's much more powerful than this is saying right now," pointing to the BVS information. He asks Davidson if he thinks the storm is going to intensify. Davidson seems to ignore what he's saying. Instead, he explains the new route that he and Schultz have picked. He explains the route and says, "We'll be passing clear in the backside of it. Just keep steaming. Our speed is tremendous right now. The faster we're going, the better." At 2000, Joaquin is a Category 3 hurricane with winds estimated keep steaming. Our speed is tremendous. Instead, he explains the new route that he and Schultz have picked. He explains the route and says, "We'll be passing clear in the backside of it. Just keep steaming. Our speed is tremendous right now. The faster we're going, the better." At 2000, Joaquin is a Category 3 hurricane with winds estimated at 100 knots. Davidson leaves the bridge, leaving Ream on watch. Later on, at 23:05, Ream calls Davidson on the house phone after reviewing the latest SAT-C weather report, which arrived at 22:53. He advises Davidson that the hurricane's maximum winds are 100 miles per hour and that the storm is advancing towards their track line. Twice, he recommends that Davidson comes to the bridge to look at the weather report, but Davidson doesn't come. Ream tells Davidson he'll look for more information and then get back to him. At 23:13, after Ream has looked at the forecast again, they discuss the ship's route one more time. Again, Ream advises Davidson that the weather reports are bad. He informs the captain that according to the SATC weather report, the El Faro will be only 22 miles from the hurricane center at 0400 the next morning. Also, that the winds are 100 with gusts to 120 and strengthen. Ream suggests taking a safer route by altering the course further south from 0200. Davidson, however, still believes the ship will sail south of the storm on the course they're on. He doesn't come to the bridge, and no course alteration is made. Between 23:45 and shortly after midnight, Ream is replaced on watch by second mate Randolph. At 0026, Randolph receives a SATC weather update and takes note of the threat posed by the storm. She begins planning an alternate route to the south to avoid the worst of the storm. Her plan, like Ream's, also includes a course change that will begin at 0200. She decides to ring Davidson later to discuss the plan. Shortly afterwards, Randolph also hears on the commercial satellite radio that Joaquin has been upgraded to a Category 3 hurricane. At 0118, the El Faro moves out of the lee of San Salvador Island, which means they no longer have the protection of the island against the force of the wind. When this happens, the crew members on the bridge are paying attention to a rolling action the El Faro has developed. Joaquin has been upgraded to a Category 3 hurricane. At 0118, the El Faro moves out of the lee of San Salvador Island, which means they no longer have the protection of the island against the force of the wind. When this happens, the crew members on the bridge are paying attention to a rolling action the El Faro has developed. The able seaman on the bridge comments on one particular roll, saying it's the biggest one since I've been up here. Randolph thinks the ship should be well protected while it's between San Salvador Island and Rum Cay. She questions whether they should expect the ship to roll and says, we're right between the islands, so I'm wondering why we're rolling. The able seaman says, this is fixing to get interesting. At 0120, Randolph calls Davidson and advises him of Joaquin's upgrade to Category 3 hurricane. She discusses her planned alternative route. Davidson replies and tells her not to alter the planned course and to run it. As the ship continues to pass between San Salvador and Rum Cay, Randolph tells the able seaman on deck to begin Davidson's previously planned course change from 155 to 116 degrees. At this point, the ship develops a sustained wind heel to starboard as a result of the change in direction. The wind heel means the ship is leaning to the right as the wind catches it. The able seaman notices and comments on it to Randolph. The able seaman mentions to Randolph that he's heard a thump somewhere in the ship. They realize that things could be breaking free inside El Faro's superstructure. They don't investigate. Inside Hold 3, a vehicle has broken free from the chain securing a line of vehicles. Approximately one vehicle has broken free from the chain securing a... They don't investigate. Inside Hold 3, a vehicle has broken free from the chain securing a line of vehicles. Approximately 1 hour later, Schultz comes to the bridge to relieve Randolph. He comments to the able seaman that it's hard to tell which way the wind's blowing, huh? Randolph leaves the bridge at 0348. Immediately after getting off watch, she sends 3 short emails to family and friends discussing the hurricane. In one, she says, there's a hurricane out here, and we are heading straight into it. At 0409, Davidson arrives on the bridge and seems to have a casual attitude towards the hurricane. In reference to the wind heel, he remarks that there's nothing bad about this ride. He also says he was sleeping like a baby. Davidson and Schultz are in conversation. Schultz seems to relax, and they agree that the conditions are similar to every day in Alaska. Davidson also observes that the ship is not rolling, pitching, or pounding. The ship, however, continues to list in the wind and batter its way through the huge waves. At 0440, the ship's chief engineer, Richard Pusseter, calls Schultz on the bridge to report an engine issue related to the list and oil levels. Schultz calls Davidson, who's in the galley, and he returns to report an engine waves. At 0440, the ship's chief engineer, Richard Pusseter, calls Schultz on the bridge to report an engine issue related to the list and oil levels. Schultz calls Davidson, who's in the galley, and he returns to the bridge. Davidson speaks to Pusseter and reports to Schultz that he wants to take the list off. The captain says it's just the list, the sumps are acting up, and seems to take the attitude that this is to be expected. Davidson and Schultz make a series of heading adjustments to orient the El Faro's bow nearly directly into the wind. The aim is to reduce the effect of the wind heel on the vessel so that engineers can troubleshoot the problem the starboard list is causing in the engine's oil system. The El Faro's engine is susceptible to oil feed problems in rough conditions. Rough weather causes the oil to move around inside the engine's oil sump. The sump suction valve isn't centered in the sump. It's offset to the starboard side. So if the ship lists to the port side, oil moves away from the valve to the other side of the sump. The valve then fails to draw oil into the engine, and this can stop the engine from working. The rocking motion the ship is experiencing at the moment is making oil slosh around erratically in the sump. At times, the valve is unable to draw in oil. At the moment, the engine is experiencing intermittent problems from the erratic movement of oil. The ship's engine is struggling, but it could actually be a lot worse. If the ship were to get stuck on a heavy portside list, this could mean the sump suction valve can't draw any oil at all. If this happens, the engine might cut out completely. None of the problems with the engine are helped by the fact that the El Faro departed with a main lube oil sump level of 24.6 inches, 2.4 inches below the recommended operating level of 27 inches. Deeper oil levels might mean the engine is able to draw in oil and run even with a portside list. At 0445, Davidson downloads the BVS weather package from 2300 the previous day. The information in the weather package is only up to date as far as the National Hurricane Center Advisory Number 12, which was received on the SATC terminal at 1654 the previous day. The data in the BVS weather package is nearly 12 hours old. Around the same time, the El Faro receives another SATC weather update with National Hurricane Center Advisory Number 14. In this advisory, the eye of Hurricane Joaquin is reported to be 11 nautical miles southeast of El Faro, with sustained winds of 105 knots and gusts to 130. At 0502, Davidson is on the bridge. He says that he's sent the BVS weather package to the bridge. In a sign of the confusion on board, he also mentions that there are conflicting reports about the location of the center of the storm. At 0543, Davidson takes a phone call reporting suspected flooding in the number 3 cargo hold. He sends Schultz to investigate. Davidson also is on the bridge. He says that he's sent the BVS weather package to the bridge. In a sign of the confusion on board, he also mentions that there are conflicting reports about the location of the center of the storm. At 0543, Davidson takes a phone call reporting suspected flooding in the number 3 cargo hold. He sends Schultz to investigate. Before he leaves the bridge, Schultz takes a call on the house phone and discusses the source and amount of flooding. He also discusses the use of bilge pumps. Davidson takes the phone and gets the report that the bilge pump is running, but the water level is still rising. He also acknowledges that cars have come loose from their chains. The single chain system used to hold multiple cars has failed, and cars are moving freely inside the hold. At 0552, Davidson takes another call and is informed that the source of the flooding is an open scuttle on deck 2. This is an opening and closing porthole between deck 2 and the cargo hold below. All the scuttles should be closed and locked in storm weather. On the Alfaro, it's easy to miss an open one that's been closed but hasn't been locked. Deck 2 is open to the elements, and as the waves have broken over onto the deck, the water has pooled on the surface. Because the scuttle is on the starboard side and the ship is listing to starboard, water has been pooling over it and then flowing down into the pool on the surface. Because the scuttle is on the starboard side and the ship is listing to starboard, water has been pooling over it and then flowing down into the hold below. Right now, the scuttle is underwater. The crew can't access it. Having found the source of the flooding, the crew don't inspect Hold 3 any further. It's dangerous to enter the hold if vehicles are loose from their chains. One of these vehicles has struck and ruptured a fire main. The crew don't realize the ship is now flooding from below the waterline and ruptured It's dangerous to enter the hold if vehicles are loose from their chains. One of these vehicles has struck and ruptured a fire main. The crew don't realize the ship is now flooding from below the waterline. Davidson turns the ship to port to put the wind on the starboard side. The idea is to put the ship into a port list, so the water moves from one side of the deck to the other. This will allow the crew to access the scuttle so they can secure it. At the same time, he also calls Pusseter and directs him to begin transferring ballast from the starboard ramp tank to the port side. This is also to help give the ship a port list. This additional move with the ballast, however, results in the ship developing a deeper port list than the previous starboard list. The decks are now closer to the water. The crew on the short side. This is also to help give the ship direct him to begin transferring ballast from the starboard ramp tank to the port side. This is also to help give the ship a port list. This additional move with the ballast, however, results in the ship developing a deeper port list than the previous starboard list. The decks are now closer to the water. The crew are eventually able to secure the open scuttle at the pre-port list. This additional move with the ballast, however, results in the ship developing a deeper port list than the previous starboard list. The decks are now closer to the water. The crew are eventually able to secure the open scuttle at 0600, and the captain tells Pusseter to stop transferring ballast to the port side. The port list has allowed the crew to secure the scuttle, but it's given the ship a bigger list. It's also caused problems in the engine room. The engine's oil suction valve can't draw any oil into the engine. All the oil has flowed to the port side of the oil cell. It's now 0600 and the Alfaro is dangerously close to losing its engine. If the ship loses propulsion, it'll drift and align with the trough of the sea. This will expose the vessel's beam to the full force of the sea and the wind, which will exaggerate the degree of the ship's roll. Down in the ship, the flooding situation is still bad. Even though the scuttle into hold 3 has been secured, the crew have noticed water flooding into the cargo holds through the hold ventilation openings. These are large openings on the side of the ship. Normally, they're well above the waterline. They allow air to move in and out of the holds. With the ship's exaggerated list and the huge waves created by Hurricane Joaquin, water is coming in through these openings. Around this time, Davidson receives a call from the engine room. They're asking him to bring the ship back over to a starboard list to stop the engine malfunctioning. At 0604, Randolph, who is on the bridge, notices a reduction in the engine's RPMs. She asks whether the bridge or the engine room initiated it. Shortly after, Davidson says, "I think we just lost the plot." He also remarks that he doesn't like the list. At 0616, the loss of the engine is confirmed when the engine room calls to report that the engine is completely offline. Davidson calls the engine room and tries to reduce the ship's list by ordering them to shift ballast from the port side to the starboard side. The Alfaro is engineless. It's now drifting in the trough of the sea, and it's at the mercy of the waves. By shifting the ballast, Davidson wants to reduce the Alfaro's port side list, which will hopefully allow them to get the engine started. Randolph begins to draft a global maritime distress and safety system message in case they need to alert the rescue agencies to the ship's situation. At 0634, there's hope from the engine room. Captain Davidson calls Pusseter, who reports to the bridge that they're getting that boiler back up. They're getting lube oil pressure up. If the crew can get the engine running, they'll be able to point the Alfaro into the waves and reduce the amount of water flooding in. They all wait, hoping for more good news. At 0640, Davidson sends Schultz below to check the conditions of hold 3. Then he calls the engine room for an update. But it's bad news. The engineers can't get the ship's engine running, and the crew are left with no control over Alfaro. Davidson decides to report the situation to TOTE personnel on land. He contacts the TOTE emergency call center. After having to speak with call center operators for 7 minutes, he's finally connected to TOTE's designated person ashore. This is a member of staff who can be contacted for assistance in an emergency. Davidson briefs them about the situation on the El Faro. He tells them that the engineers can't get the pressure on the plant, they've got no main engine, they've got a 10 to 15 degree port list, and they're not gaining ground in pumping out the hold. He says they're in survival mode but aren't planning on abandoning the ship. Davidson also tells them he'll be making a distress call to the Coast Guard. He then directs Randolph to activate El Faro's ship security alert system and global maritime distress and safety system. The GMDSS communicates distress to the shoreside rescue agencies. The crew now know they're in a dangerous situation. They don't have control of their ship and they need to get on top of the flooding. What they don't know is that the situation is actually far worse than they think. At 07:15, Chief Mate Schultz returns to the bridge and reports that the water level is rising inside the ship. The flooding scuttle has been secured. The ventilation openings do allow water in, but not a dangerous amount. Meanwhile, the bilge pumps are running and emptying water out the ship, but the water level's still rising at a fast rate. The captain realizes that Schultz is saying there must be another source of flooding, that an empty scuttle has been secured. The ventilation openings do allow water in, but not a dangerous amount. Meanwhile, the bilge pumps are running and emptying water out the ship, but the water level's still rising at a fast rate. The captain realizes that Schultz is saying there must be another source of flooding they don't know about and asks, do you know where it's coming from? Schultz has already asked Chief Engineer Pusseter if he knows what's causing the flooding. Pusseter has identified a ruptured fire main as the source. Schultz relays, the chief said something hit the fire main, got it ruptured hard. The fire main which Schultz is referring to is a large pipe that brings seawater in from the sea through the ship's hull. The fire main is in hold 3. Seawater has been flowing freely into the El Faro through the fire main. Perhaps as early as 0530 when flooding was first reported. The bilge pumps are failing because they can't keep up with the flooding coming through the fire main. Schultz has been in hold 3 and says he saw loose cars. He can't confirm the fire main is ruptured because it's deep below dark black water. The conversation continues on the bridge while Davidson and Schultz discuss the El Faro's list. They both agree it's getting worse. At 07:16, Davidson calls Pusseter in the engine room to see if he can control the flooding. He asks, can you isolate the fire main from down in the engine room? But Pusseter responds that he can't do anything about the ruptured fire main. There's no way to control the flooding through the fire main without getting direct access to the point where it's leaking. Meanwhile, the Coast Guard Atlantic Area Command Center in Portsmouth, Virginia receives El Faro's GMDSS and SSAS alert messages. Toad staff are also contacting the center by phone to report El Faro's situation. The Coast Guard Atlantic Area Command Center passes the relevant information over to the Coast Guard District 7 Command Center in Miami, Florida. They begin to plan for a possible rescue operation, but they know it's very difficult to do anything in a hurricane. The list on the ship is increasing and things are looking desperate. At around 07:26, Davidson calls both Schultz and Pusseter to tell them he's going to ring the general alarm. He then instructs Randolph to ring the general alarm and wake up the crew. At 07:27, the general alarm rings. Abandon ship. Shortly after Davidson gives the order, the crew are set to abandon ship into a hurricane with estimated wind speeds of 115 knots and waves of 6 to 9 meters. They have open-top inflatable life rafts and 2 open-top lifeboats. Survival is unlikely. At 07:28, Davidson is still on the bridge with Randolph and the able seaman. The ship continues to list severely. He talks to Schultz on the radio, who's gathering the crew to abandon ship. He says, make sure everybody has their immersion suits and stand by. Get a good head count. Randolph yells a warning about containers in the water. Davidson orders the abandoned ship alarm to be run. About a minute later, Davidson is heard calling out to the bridge, bow is down, bow is down. He then calls over the UHF radio for Schultz to get into your rafts, throw all your rafts into the water, everybody get bow, containers in the water. Davidson orders the abandoned ship alarm to be run. About a minute later, Davidson is heard calling out to the bridge, bow is down, bow is down. He then calls over the UHF radio for Schultz to get into your rafts, throw all your rafts into the water, everybody get off the ship, stay together. The final actions taken on El Faro are when Davidson tries to rescue the able seaman on the bridge. He can't climb out of the bridge because it's listing so severely. Stay together. The final actions taken on El Faro are when Davidson tries to rescue the able seaman on the bridge. He can't climb out of the bridge because it's listing so severely. The final words on the El Faro are recorded. The captain repeatedly tells the helmsman not to panic. Work your way up here. You're okay, come on, I'm not leaving you. The captain repeatedly tells the helmsman not to panic. Work your way up here. You're okay, come on, I'm not leaving you, let's go. The helmsman exclaims, I need a ladder, I need a line, I need someone to help me. The El Faro's audio recording ends at 07:39 and 41 seconds on the 1st of October 2015. The last relayed position of El Faro is 23 degrees 52 minutes north, 74 degrees 02 minutes west, about 35 nautical miles northeast of Crooked Island. The rescue operation is launched, but there's very little anyone can do in a tropical hurricane. On the day the El Faro sinks, a Hercules aircraft from the US Air Force tries to locate the ship through the storm. Nothing is found. The first day passes while the storm continues to rage. The next day, another Hercules aircraft also searches through the storm for the ship. It's joined by 4 helicopters and a fixed-wing patrol aircraft, but nothing is found. Time is running out. On the third day, aircraft continue to search in very challenging weather conditions. They get a glimmer of hope as a helicopter crew manages to locate a life ring from the El Faro, but that's all they find. 4 days after the El Faro sinks, conditions finally improve and a major search operation gets underway. A helicopter crew spots something. One body is found from the El Faro, but it's unrecognizable with its head already swollen to 3 times the normal size from decomposition in the seawater. The crew is unable to recover the body immediately, so they place a locator beacon for later retrieval. The beacon fails and the body is never found again. The search continues. Debris from the El Faro is sighted. Search teams find the body is unable to recover the body immediately, so they place a locator beacon for later retrieval. The beacon fails and the body is never found again. The search continues. Debris from the Alfaro is sighted. Search teams find one heavily damaged lifeboat, a deflated life raft, and several unopened survival suits. No bodies of the crew of the Alfaro are ever recovered. On the 5th of October, and several unopened survival suits. No bodies of the crew of the Alfaro are ever recovered. On the 5th of October 2015, the Alfaro is declared lost at sea. The Alfaro was eventually discovered on the 31st of October at a depth of around 4,600 meters. The ship is in an upright position and in one piece. The ship's voyage data recorder was eventually found on April the 26th, 2016. With the information on the recorder, investigators were able to piece together events on the day of its sinking. Out-of-date weather information puts the Alfaro on a collision course with a hurricane. A vehicle comes loose and ruptures the fire main, flooding the ship from below the waterline. On a starboard heel, water flows into the cargo hold from deck 2 via an open porthole scuttle, which distracts the crew from the main source of flooding. In order to close the scuttle, the ship changes direction and intentionally puts itself in a port heel. The port heel starves the engine of lubricating oil, which stalls the engine. The bilge pumps can't keep up with the flooding in cargo hold 3. The ship takes on more water than it can handle and sinks to the sea floor 4,600 meters below the waterline.
Called Crowbar Deep in the Dead. Today I wanted to showcase the demo of a mod called Crowbar Deep in the Dead by Mr. Floyd. If you're a Doom fan, you might already know what it's about. If not, then basically, the mod's purpose is to recreate classic Doom's first episode, Knee Deep in the Dead, in the style of Half-Life. A very ambitious idea, to be honest. This demo contains the first 2 levels from the episode recreated in such a fine way, it kept me going, "Oh nice," at every moment I recognized the Doom map. And rather than just recreating the map layout one-to-one and calling it a day, the mod goes the extra mile to have new voice lines by Mike Hillard, who voiced Dr. Isaac Kleiner in Black Mesa. He did such an awesome job both in calling it a day. The mod goes the extra mile to have new voice lines by Mike Hillard, who voiced Dr. Isaac Kleiner in Black Mesa. He did such an awesome job both in Black Mesa and in this demo, you can't really tell if it's him or Harry S. Robbins.
Excuse me, Dr. Black.
You can't really tell Mesa. He did such an awesome job both in Black Mesa and in this demo, you can't really tell if it's him or Harry S. Robbins.
Excuse me, Dr. Blazkowicz, but I'm rather busy now. I doubt it'll make it halfway through the hazard course before it falls to pieces. Honestly, how do they expect us to develop a new suit with such a minuscule budget?
Now, no need for pessimism. All right, everything seems to be in order. Go on then, Blazkowicz. Try it on.
The mod also has a little story too. You take control of Dr. Stan Blazkowicz. I don't know if I said that right or wrong. And he's about to do an experiment with this new HEV suit. But as soon as you put on the suit, things of course go wrong. And now, the aliens are here. Now if you talk about the remade locations, I think the transformation is done very well. Like instead of imps, you now have Vortigons. Instead of zombie men, you have headcrab zombies. While Doom didn't exactly had a very realistic feel to its map, the way they are showcased here feels very natural. Obviously, since Doom was a pretty old game, released all the way back in 1993, its maps were not very much detailed. But here in the Half-Life style, those non-detailed places now look great. While many things do get transferred over, things like a keycard are now replaced with switches since retail Half-Life didn't really use keycards. The demo might be only 10 minutes long, but damn does it showcase amazing environments in such a small time. Each section of the Doom level looks naturally put there rather than trying to force it in. The only unfortunate news about all of this is that after this demo's release, the mod was set to indefinite hiatus, meaning we won't really see a new update. Mr. Floyd, the author, is already working on another very ambitious mod called Decay Solo Missions for a long time, and you should definitely check that out as the ambitious mod new update. Mr. Floyd, the author, is already working on another very ambitious mod called Decay Solo Missions for a long time, and you should definitely check that out as well. But in concept, it does sound fun to have a whole Doom campaign remade in the Half-Life style like this. And don't get me wrong, even though I said that Doom maps are non-detailed or whatever, they are still classic and memorable. But yeah, I thought I'd showcase this quickly since I really like the idea of playing through one game's levels in an entirely different game. And that's pretty much it for this one. Thanks for watching, and a big thanks to these benefactors for supporting the channel.
We all have an older game we'd love to see remade. We all have an older game we'd love to see remade, and RTX Remix means we don't have to wait for it to be done officially. We can go out there and remaster our favourite games for ourselves, and RTX Remix means we don't have to wait for it to be done officially. We can go out there and remaster our favourite games for ourselves. NVIDIA may be the ones developing the RTX Remix tools, but it'll be community members who will be using them to mod their favourite games, and then to share what they make with others via sites like ModDB. As an example of what can be achieved with these RTX remasters, take a look at Half-Life 2 RTX, developed by the mod team, Orbifold Studios. And David from the studio helped teach me the fundamentals of the remix development process for this video. Within just a couple of hours, even I was creating my own Half-Life 2 RTX remaster, though I don't think what I made will be competing with Orbifold Studios' effort anytime soon. The idea behind RTX Remix goes something like this. Since the graphics card is what renders games, why not use that to change how it looks before it's displayed on screen? This lets you change and improve the look of older games by giving them improved assets and cutting-edge lighting effects in the form of path tracing. There will be two types of people using RTX Remix, the modders and the players. As a player, right now you can head on over to ModDB, visit the RTX section and follow the installation instructions for the games you want to play with RTX on. You do have to own the game already. The files you download are only the extra ones that enable the RTX effects. But in this video, I will not be a player. I will attempt to be a modder who ventures into a game to RTX-ify it for myself. I chose Half-Life 2, since it's a game I must have played for hundreds of hours by now. Like I said, Overfold Studios are already giving it a proper full-blown makeover. But the beauty of RTX Remix is that anyone with an RTX graphics card can give it a go, and anyone with a graphics card that supports ray tracing can play the result. The files that get RTX working in a game can be downloaded from GitHub, which I do here like so. In theory, you just put all these in the game's install folder, and it should work. And as if by magic, when I load the game up now, RTX is enabled, shown by this notification along the top of the screen. Since that was a bit too easy, here's Morrowind, which doesn't work with RTX straight away. I dragged the RTX runtime files into the exe folder, but loading the game up, the RTX writing just doesn't appear. This is because the game requires a wrapper to get it to work. The sort of wrapper that converts DirectX 8 to DirectX 9, which simply involves dragging this file into Morrowind's install folder as well. And just like that, this game can also load with RTX on. So how do you figure this sort of stuff out? Luckily, you don't have to, because ModDB already contains a handy list of games that people have already got working, together with a list of how-to notes. Link to this page is also in this video's description. I would strongly suggest checking this out for the game you want to add RTX to first, because it might save you a lot of time and effort. Back to Half-Life 2 again now, and as you can see, the game is looking quite different, because it's now featuring path trace lighting, and also reflex and DLSS. You can end it here, job done. But obviously it doesn't look great just yet, because a lot of the materials and assets are kind of broken. Using this RTX menu, you can select broken things and attempt to fix them by assigning them different roles. I can already significantly improve the situation by selecting the sky and by telling Remix that it's the sky. I can also break it more by assigning bits of the scenery to the UI. It just involves a bit of trial and error to get it looking better. Meanwhile, break it more by assigning bits of the scenery to the UI. It just involves a bit of trial and error to get it looking better. I can also break it more by assigning bits of the scenery to the UI. This involves a bit of trial and error to get it looking better. Meanwhile, Morrowind's in need of similar tweaking, because none of the game's HUD or menus are showing in-game until I assign each individual HUD texture to UI using the None of the game's HUD or menus are showing in-game until I assign each individual HUD texture to UI using the RTX menu like so. It took about 3 minutes of work, but now it's done, all these elements will show up forevermore. I encountered bigger problems with Morrowind once I reached the outdoor section, and I got a few aspects of it fixed, but it was again, I encountered bigger problems with Morrowind once I reached the outdoor section. I got a few aspects of it fixed, but it was again ModDB's list of RTX games that saved me here, which listed handy tweaks, and a config file that already had all these texture tweaks done to them, which some kind modder has uploaded to the site for me to use. So unless nobody's ever modded for the game you're trying to mod for, you may find that all the work up to this point has already been done by others, and it'll make your life a lot easier. Now for the magic bit. Just like you can screenshot your screen, RTX Remix lets you capture the level you're in by going to Enhancements, USD Capture Scene, and Capture Scene. But how do we edit this? NVIDIA have created their own editor called RTX Remix. You get this by downloading Omniverse, and then by going here to download RTX Remix from within it. Once you've done that and loaded it up, you can load the snapshot you made from inside the game in a state that gives you far more power to modify everything about it. And this is where the fun begins. What you're seeing here is no longer Half-Life 2. This is the RTX version of the game that you'll see when you next play Half-Life 2 with RTX Remix on. It won't be the whole level, it's just whatever was being rendered when you captured the scene in-game. So to fully capture a level, you might need to do several captures, stood in different parts of the level every time. But maybe you don't have to, because as long as there's at least one prop or texture visible that you want to overhaul in the snapshot somewhere, then any changes you make to this one will be applied to the rest of the game. For instance, I can attach a light to this street light, and you can see whatever I do to this one is also being applied to the ones in the background. But not just those, it's being done to all the others in all the other levels in this game. I asked David if this had ever been a problem for him when developing the Half-Life 2 RTX mod, because surely you sometimes want street lights to work, and for others not to. And he said that 99% of the time, it was a major time saver to have the properties of one instantly applied to every other asset in the game. And for the other 1% of the time, it wasn't too much hassle to bodge it in some imaginative way, like to find a model that's only used in one particular level, and to tie the unique lighting or whatever to that one instead, even if it means the light ends up being half a mile from that unique prop. That there is true modder style inspiration. But adding lights to an object is just the half used in one particular level, and to tie the unique lighting or what way. Like to find a model that's only used in one particular level, and to tie the unique lighting or whatever to that one instead, even if it means the light ends up being half a mile from that unique prop. That there is true modder style inspiration. But adding lights to an object is just the start of the potential tomfoolery. You can alter these assets themselves, changing their materials and properties. I got this van here and gave it my favourite colour finish, and upped its reflectiveness to ludicrous levels. Now you may complain that path tracing makes everything overly reflective, but believe me, once you put it in the driver's seat, it's the first thing you're going to do to every car model as well. Why stop there? You can turn pigeons to glass, or have them emit the light of 1,000 suns. It's the first thing you're going to do to every car model as well. Why stop there? You You can turn pigeons to glass, or have them emit the light of 1,000 suns. I could try to justify this by saying how important it is to get all this silly experimentation out of the way before undertaking a mod for real, but I think I just like messing about. So just before we move on to the next topic, please let me show you this impossibly bright and reflective transformer I modified that's now just casually sat here, lighting up and reflecting one of my favourite video game levels of all time. I'm very proud of it. So this is what you can do to the models in a pre-existing game. But what about the flat surfaces? Well, for that, NVIDIA have their own built-in upscaling tools. I intended to do it with just one, but my upscaling addiction won out and I eventually upscaled most of the level just to see what worked and what didn't. This wood material, when upscaled, looks beautiful, and if you don't believe me, just look at how blocky it looked before, like something from Half-Life 1. But wood was one of the upscaling's biggest successes. For the most part, it just transformed ugly messes of pixels into less ugly looking and more usable looking surfaces. Rocks got a suitably rough looking appearance, roof tiles looked more lumpy and textured, metal got a generally smooth and shiny looking one, so I wouldn't say most upscaled textures ended up looking beautiful. They just made them more usable with the path traced lighting. The beauty of upscaling existing textures in this way is that it retains the look of the original texture, because every pixel from the original carries itself across the resulting upscale in some way, retaining the same cracks and blemishes in a way that you wouldn't get from a handmade texture replacement. The downside is that the upscaling may get the material type wrong. With these transparent textures here, it made the parts that should have been transparent into a solid block of colour, but the way I upscaled these windows impressed me because it gave the window bit more of a reflection than the rest of it. But then you can see here that it turned these metal panels into wood. So I wouldn't say the built-in upscaling does away with the need for handcrafted assets. It's not good enough just yet, but it is already a time-saving placeholder for smaller development teams to use, since it may occasionally do the job well enough to not require a handmade replacement. NVIDIA says that their upscaling is improving all of the time, as it's getting better at detecting more material types and so on. But if you're not happy with the results and want more control over how it looks, then you can always just redo the materials for yourself, which is what the team for the Half-Life 2 RTX mod are doing. Every material you see here has been handmade. And if you go down this route, then Remix has some powerful features to help make things look better. This texture right here uses parallax mapping to give the appearance of 3D depth to the surface, as well as giving it convincing shadows and material properties. If you make the effect too extreme, then the 3D illusion breaks. It remains subtle enough, and it can transform this previously flat surface into a highly detailed and convincing material, even when you have your face pressed right into it like so. And the guys behind that impressive Half-Life 2 RTX mod have created new, improved models too, like this creepy baby doll. Why, what a facelift you've received. And you know new improved models too, like this creepy baby doll. Why, what a facelift you've received. And you know earlier when I was attaching lights to pre-existing assets, turns out you can attach other things to them too, because the game is now in a new engine using the Vulkan renderer, so all the old graphical restrictions and limitations no longer apply. This means you can add far more highly detailed assets to older games using Remix without massive performance costs. The possibilities are endless. In terms of which games are supported, there is a certain era of games that will work the best, being DirectX 8 and 9 titles, which means games released between 2000 and 2005. Then anything newer than that will get progressively more difficult to remix for, and anything beyond about 2010 is most likely not going to work. Supported, there is a certain era of games that will work the best, being DirectX 8 and 9 titles, which means games released between 2000 and 2005. Then anything newer than that will get progressively more difficult to remix for, and anything beyond about 2010 is most likely not going to work well at all. But in a way, this is the beauty of it, as the boundaries are fuzzy. NVIDIA have provided the tools, and now it's up to the community to go out, to explore, and to experiment with them, to see how far they can push them in all directions. I can't even begin to imagine what could be achieved with this. I thought it was funny to attach creepy dolls to everything, but that's only scratching the surface of the weird stuff that people will end up doing with these tools, because it goes beyond any standard graphical mod. RTX Remix literally takes over how the game looks. You could replace anything for anything else you wanted, so I think it's best that I leave the ball in your court. If you have a ray tracing compatible graphics card, head on over to ModDB to start experiencing these Remix titles at your leisure. And if you're interested in modifying games for yourself and have an RTX graphics card, use the link in this video's description to download RTX Remix, and prepare to spend a lot of your time creating very weird stuff that will make anybody who lives with you very concerned for your well-being.
If variety is the
Et la speed est bien, continue comme ça, c'est nickel.
100.
Landing. Ok.
50. 40.
Speed 5, 7. Check. Let's go.
Drop the way 5, 8, exit on the 1,
Flaps. Piste. Et on arrive à 2. Affirme, approach lights.
500.
Clear. Ok. Un peu à droite de l'axe, on revient un peu à gauche. Ouais. Je vais.
Minimums.
Continue, ok. Mario bien, l'axe est bien. Et la speed est bien, continue comme ça, c'est nickel.
100.
Landing. Ok.
50. 40. 30.
Fighting speed.
20.
Check.
10.
Max up, reverseur, normal. Ça fait c'est pas trop mal, ça va. Ouais, c'est nickel, là je joue pas, j'attends là. Ouais, laisse bien. Ah, on a 60 knots, ok. Manual braking, auto brake. Je pense que les reverses aussi, tu peux. Ouais, revenir sur le 8. Bon, ça va bien, très bien. Parce que tu vas bien, au début. Ouais, très bien, ouais. Bon, nickel. Très bien accroché. On prend pas hôtel, on prend Bravo, puis après, celle-là. Ouais, on fait pas celle-là. Ah bah tiens, pour toi, on va peut-être avoir la salle.
Peinture attachée jusqu'à
Et
l'extérieur.
voilà, très court, ce sera Bravo, et juste en face le numéro 8. Bravo qui arrive bientôt.
C'est l'heure du débarquement, j'ai des plaintes, de fumée.
Allez, sur la neige. Et c'est clear. Ouais, tu peux aller jusqu'à 5, ce sera parfait. 5 notes, ouais, j'aurais dit. Bon, je vais laisser donc évidemment. Ouais, bien. Balèze. Parce que je me dis, tu sais, si je freine et que il y a rien.
Alex!
bollocks! Up here! Here you go.
And over the past 16 years, I feel like I've done everything.
A train. Well, today I travelled for hours. What if this was actually a train? Well, today I travelled for hours across Sri Lanka's countryside with the sole mission of finding out. Introducing the Ashok Leyland Rail Bus, the region's quirky answer to running rural railways. I'll be riding this rickety machine on a 2-hour journey, which turns out to be one of the strangest rides I've ever had.
Hello and welcome back to another video. Today I'm here at Maho Junction in Sri Lanka and I'm going to be doing something a little bit different. I'll be travelling on the rail bus service down to Polgahawela. It's certainly going to be an interesting journey, so let's go.
Welcome to the town of Maho in northwestern Sri Lanka. Let's waste no time at all in entering the rather basic station, which features 3 identical signs in case you've already forgotten where you are. Beyond this, there's a small garden that features a Buddhist shrine. Rather basic station, which features 3 identical signs in case you've already forgotten where you are. Beyond this, there's a small garden that features a Buddhist shrine. Such installations are commonplace in Sri Lankan railway stations, with the country's main religion being Buddhism. Maho Junction is a key stop on Sri Lanka's railway, with 3 routes meeting here. Firstly is the line to Polgahawela and Colombo, Sri Lanka's largest city. Next is the line to destinations along the northern coast, such as Jaffna and Pankasantide. Finally, the route to the east serves Punani, as well as Vatikaloa and Trincomalee. Being such an important hub, the station is reasonably well equipped, with lots of seating available. You'll also find a small cafe selling snacks and a much appreciated cold beverage. All departures from Maho Junction are prominently displayed on the wall. For some reason, the rail bus to Polgahawela was blacked out, so I joined the queue for the man's ticket office. Tickets for local trains in Sri Lanka cannot be booked in advance, so this is the only way to buy them. There seems to be some sort of problem with my ticket, though it turned out that they didn't have any tickets to Polgahawela left, so a handwritten adjustment was made. Most services in Sri Lanka are operated by traditional, though it turned out that they didn't have any tickets to Polgahawela left, so a handwritten adjustment was made. Most services in Sri Lanka are operated by traditional loco-hauled trains, imported from a plethora of countries, including various in Europe. These are, of course, fairly expensive to run, with large diesel-guzzling engines and This PC is complex maintenance, including written adjustment was made. Most services in Sri Lanka are operated by traditional loco-hauled trains, imported from a plethora of countries, including various in Europe. These are, of course, fairly expensive to run, with large diesel-guzzling engines and complex maintenance regimes. Recent years have seen the introduction of modern units from China and India that are cheaper to operate. However, this isn't of much use for the lesser used routes, and that's where the rail bus comes in. As soon as I discovered this quirky, train, I just knew I had to try and ride one. I wasn't sure these rail buses were still in use, but after hours of research, I found the very last service still runs daily from Maho Junction. And sure enough, rail buses were still in use, but after hours of research, I found the very last service still runs daily from Maho Junction. And sure enough, here comes my ride from the sidings. Wait, no, sorry, that's an actual bus. Here is my Ashok Leyland Rail Bus. As you can see, it's quite literally made from 2 old buses stuck together, with some new wheels to fit the rails. But before we get on this bizarre contraption, let's take a look into the history of it. This design is based on an Ashok Leyland bus, like the one shown here. In 2009, the Indian Ministry of Transport offered 10 of these vehicles to Sri Lankan railways, alongside funds to convert them for use on rails. Once finished, they were used on for use on rails. Once finished, alongside funds to convert them for use on rails. Once finished, they were used on a variety of routes across the country, stopping at every shack near the track. Over the years, they have slowly been removed from service across the country, stopping at every shack near the track. Over the years, they have slowly been removed from service, as and when they break down beyond economic repair. But anyway, let's get on. They have slowly been removed from service, as and when they break down beyond economic repair. But anyway, let's get on board. Seat reservations are not available for this. They break down beyond economic repair. But anyway, let's get on board. Seat reservations are not available for this service, just like a normal local bus, so just take any available seat. Accessibility isn't great, with multiple steps to assist boarding at stations where there is no platform. This ability isn't great, with multiple steps to assist boarding at stations where there is no platform. This window seat isn't great, with multiple steps to assist boarding at stations where there is no platform. This window seat here looks fine for today's trip. Today's route sees us heading south from Mahol, through the incredible tropical landscapes of central Sri Lanka. Along the way, we'll be stopping at 30 stations, many of which serve tiny villages. The journey is scheduled to take 2 hours and 21 minutes to cover 64 kilometers, or about 40 miles. Departure from Mahol Junction is on time, as we drive away at 13:45, bound for Polgahowila. Acceleration on the rail bus is speedy, which makes sense given how it's controlled like a bus, though we'll have a look at the driver's caps soon. First, a look around the passenger area. We'll start with the seating, which is pretty basic if I'm honest. It comes in a 2+2 bench layout, though these seats are pretty well padded. Legroom is certainly not the best, but I've definitely had worse on some long distance trains. There was also some sort of cable beneath the seat. Above your seat there's a small luggage on some long distance trains. There was also some sort of cable beneath the seat. Above your seat there's a small luggage rack, as well as grab handles, a clear sign of this vehicle's original purpose. Lastly, you can find large sliding windows allowing for ventilation, or if you're like me, you can use them to fully enjoy the incredible scenery. I mentioned earlier that we'll be stopping at 30 stations. The first of these is Volaswela, a small village with just 1,000 people. This service is truly a lifeline to those who live in the area. You'll see many people bringing their shopping and other goods on board too. I can't imagine it would be a pleasant walk. After around 20 minutes, we arrive at our first major stop. This is the town of Nakulagama, where we can catch a glimpse of the line's primitive signalling system. It features physical tokens that must be exchanged before a train is allowed to proceed. We'll be stuck here. It features stop. This is the town of Nakulagama, where we can catch a glimpse of the line's primitive signalling system. It features physical tokens that must be exchanged before a train is allowed to proceed. We'll be stuck here for a few minutes while awaiting an oncoming express train. The drivers took advantage of this pause, deciding to walk off and get a cup of tea. The clever thing about the token system is that it walk off and get a cup of tea for a few minutes while awaiting an oncoming express must be exchanged before a train is allowed to proceed. We'll be stuck here for a few minutes while awaiting an oncoming express train. The drivers took advantage of this pause, deciding to walk off and get a cup of tea. The clever thing about the token system is that it doesn't need the higher priority train to stop. The tokens are skillfully exchanged while the train is at speed. About the token system is that it doesn't need the higher priority train to stop. The tokens are skillfully exchanged while the train is at speed. Token in hand means permission to continue. As the drivers noticed me filming, they actually invited me to stand in the cab, and wow, it's fascinating. You can see the dashboard is filming. They actually continue. As the drivers noticed me filming, they actually invited me to stand in the cab, and wow, it's fascinating. You can see the dashboard is identical to that found on a bus, and the similarities don't end there. The rail bus has a gear stick, and pedals too. The rail bus has a gear stick, and pedals too. There's even a slot for where the steering wheel used to be. Anyway, we continue through rural Sri Lanka, serving more tiny villages en route. A lot of passengers get on or off at many of these stations, showing the rail bus is used for longer distance journeys and local hops alike. Eventually, we come into our next major station, this being Ganabanda. Here, I was briefly invited into the antique signal box. I wish I could have spent more time in here to see how it all worked, though I was quickly sent back out because we'd soon be leaving. More time in here to see how it all worked, though here I was briefly invited into the antique signal box. I wish I could have spent more time in here to see how it all worked, though I was quickly sent back out because we'd soon be leaving. Until now, I've neglected to mention the ride quality of this rail bus. Sri Lankan railways are definitely not in great condition compared to many other countries. Combine this with the four-wheel design of the vehicles, and you're in for a very rough ride. I was honestly surprised that parts of the train hadn't four-wheel design of the vehicles, and you're in for a very great condition compared to many other countries. Combine this with the four-wheel design of the vehicles, and you're in for a very rough ride. I was honestly surprised that parts of the train hadn't fallen off. We carry on to serve other villages, including Porapola. We carry on to serve other villages, including Porapola. As the journey goes on, the train gets busier and busier. Those grab handles will certainly come in handy soon. The journey goes on, the train gets busier and busier. Those grab handles will certainly come in handy soon. By the way, despite this full soon. By the way, despite this full journey being over 2 hours in length, there were no toilets on board. Make sure to go before boarding, or failing that, use facilities at one of the longer station stops. Like with all trains in Sri Lanka, the doors are manual and do not lock. Longer station stops. Like with all trains in Sri Lanka, the doors are manual and do not lock. This allows for incredible views such as this one. Just make sure you hold on, as unexpected bumps and lurches are very common. Our next station is Kurunegala, one of Sri Lanka's major cities and by far the largest place this train serves. From here, we get very busy, with many passengers looking to travel to Polgohoela. With such little room available, some passengers even take to riding by the door, including me. Such little room available, some passengers even take to riding by the door, including me. And of course, something I really wasn't expecting to see on this rail bus was onboard catering. But somebody joined the train at Kurunegala selling various baked goods. On this rail bus was onboard catering. But somebody joined the train at Kurunegala selling various baked goods. I'm not sure if this was an official service, probably not, but it was quite cool to see. Now on to how much this trip costs. The rail bus is all third-class seating, for which the fare on this route is 160 Sri Lankan rupees. That represents incredible value for money for a journey of this length, with shorter trips on the same train being considerably cheaper. Not long later, things start to look a little more developed, with various paved roads and modern buildings. And sure enough, we're on the approach to Polgohoela Junction, another key hub on the Sri Lankan railway network. This other route leads to tourist hotspots, such as Kandy and Ella on the so-called main line, famed for its role in transporting the nation's tea exports. Finally, we arrive at Polgohoela station 5 minutes ahead of schedule. Overall, I really enjoyed my trip on the rail bus. It was well worth the 5 AM alarm to travel across the country to ride it. Not only that, but it's a great way of providing an economically viable rail service to small villages located next to the railway.
Have you ever felt
What if this was actually a train? Well, today I travelled for hours across Sri Lanka's countryside with the sole mission of finding out.
Hey everyone, it's Luke here from LT Gaming and welcome back to the channel. Today I'm taking a look at the top 6 forgotten space simulation games to play in 2024. And yes, this is a direct sequel to the last space simulation video that I made, which opened so many doors to many developers of the games and also proved super popular on the channel. So this time I wanted to take a bit of a deep simulation video that I made, which opened so many doors to many developers of the games and also proved super popular on the channel. So this time I wanted to take a bit of a deeper dive. It's absolutely wonderful to be covering these types of games on the channel because many space simulations would rank in my all-time favourite games list. So join me here at LT Gaming as we journey through the cosmos and rediscover some hidden gems in the world of space simulation gaming. In this video, we're counting down the top 6 forgotten space sims that deserve a second look in 2024. As always, I put this list together, I move things around and it's in no particular order, and also I'm open to other suggestions. I did make a couple of cuts for this one and I may include them in a future follow-up. I decided to make a very focused list today with some really high quality content on it, and these gems are waiting to be unearthed once again. They offer unique gameplay experiences that are sure to captivate both veteran spacefarers and newcomers alike. But I guess the key takeaway is don't treat this as a definitive list, it's just a bunch of suggestions to really fire up your wish list. Whether you're exploring uncharted galaxies, engaging in intense dogfights, or building your own interstellar empire, these forgotten space sims have something for everyone. So dust off your joystick, fire up your engines, and and get ready to blast off into a universe of nostalgia and excitement. If you're anything like me, you're always looking for your next old or new game to play. I mean, my Steam wishlist is an absolute joke. But anyway, don't miss out on the chance to revisit these forgotten space simulations and just looking for your next old or new game to play. I mean, my Steam wishlist is an absolute joke. But anyway, don't miss out on the chance to revisit these forgotten space simulations and discover the thrill of space exploration all over again. A quick intermission while I ask you to like the video, leave a comment, and subscribe to the channel. Hit that bell for notifications so you're always up to date on the things that we deliver here at LT Gaming. Both me and Tom really appreciate it. Come and join the channel. We're growing really quickly and we appreciate all of your support. Now, with all that stuff out of the way, let's jump into another incredible space simulation list. Space Engine. Experience the groundbreaking marvel of this photorealistic interactive 3D planetarium, revolutionizing our understanding of the cosmos. This innovative platform meticulously models the entire universe, offering an unparalleled journey through space and time. And while this isn't strictly just a game, you can flight sim through the universe in various spacecraft. Are you photorealistic out of the way? Let's jump into another incredible space simulation list. Space Engine. Experience the groundbreaking marvel of this photorealistic interactive 3D planetarium, revolutionizing our understanding of the cosmos. This innovative platform meticulously models the entire universe, offering an unparalleled journey through space and time. And while this isn't strictly just a game, you can flight sim through the universe in various spacecraft. It's absolutely incredible and one of the best space simulation experiences I've ever had. Utilizing cutting-edge procedural generation technology brings to life uncharted areas of the cosmos, allowing exploration of the unknown with breathtaking realism. With this title, you must prepare to be immersed in a universe of endless discovery, where every star, planet, and celestial body is meticulously recreated to scientific accuracy. Whether you're a gamer or astronomer, this interactive 3D planetarium offers an unparalleled opportunity to explore the wonders of the universe like never before. Space Engine has a one-to-one scale-based universe, featuring billions upon billions of galaxies, nebula, stars, and planets, all shown at their full real-world scale. If you want to stay local, you can explore Earth and our neighbouring worlds in the solar system, or go and orbit a black hole in a galaxy billions of light years away. In Flight Simulator mode, your spacecraft will be subject to Newtonian physics, and is yours to fly anywhere in the universe. I spent hours the other day just messing around with my spacecraft and its orbit around the Earth. You can become completely lost and immersed in this game. And although there is a strong community that surrounds the game, it will be great to bring in new players to experience the majesty of Space Engine. Void Destroyer 2. Begin your odyssey with nothing but a humble vessel, very fit for the rigours of space combat. It's a modest start, but from these humble beginnings, you'll forge an empire unlike any other. Welcome to an expansive open-world space sandbox, a universe inspired by the classics, but expanded beyond imagination. In the vast game of Void Destroyer 2, the possibilities are limitless. From the cockpit of your basic ship, you'll chart your own course through the stars, shaping your destiny with every decision. Will you trade goods and amass wealth, or engage in daring missions and carve out a reputation as a legendary spacefarer? The choice is yours. But be warned, in Void Destroyer 2, the galaxy is unforgiving, and dangers lurk in every corner of the cosmos. Pirates, rival factions, and cosmic phenomena will test your mettle at every turn. This game emphasises combat, tactics, and strategy, with battles ranging from one-on-one to fleet versus fleet. With a simple yet manageable economy, it offers loads of freedom to the player on how to play and who to play as. The game released back in 2020, and if you're quick, it's currently 70% off for €2.45. Even if you missed that, it's available for around the €8 mark. It's listed as playable for the Steam Deck and also is rated very positive in the reviews on Steam. Over the years, the player base has dwindled, but if you're looking for a space simulation title and you haven't heard of this, it's certainly worth a look. Between the Stars. This game, in fact, was one of the first early access reviews that I did on the channel that kind of blew up, and to this day I think it sits around 6,000 views, which for us at the time was absolutely huge. I covered it in a number of videos and I really enjoyed it, describing it as Star Trekking across the universe. However, shortly after my last early access look at the game, it kind of fell off the rails a little bit, and the developer was moved temporarily to another game. It suffered a tide of negativity and it fell down the rankings, but now the developer came back and actually kept their promise to finish the game, and the reviews are back where they should be. In this game, you will commandeer the helm of an interstellar cruiser and set forth on a perilous journey across the galaxy to safeguard the Republic from imminent threats. Throughout your epic voyage, you'll be tasked with making critical decisions that will shape the fate of entire star systems. As the captain of your vessel, you'll have the opportunity to enhance the firepower of your ship, outfitting it with advanced weaponry and state-of-the-art technology to confront the myriad of adversaries that stand in your path. There are many challenges and twists in this game, and it is very text-heavy, so if you don't like reading story, it may not be for you. But overall, I found the diverse range of missions and challenges that hit me were really cool and fun to deal with. Not only can you do all this, but you can craft, salvage, and investigate new weaponry in order to augment your offensive capabilities. There's also a standard difficulty mode or the ability to play permadeath or a challenge. If you're looking for a space action game with an RPG growth and real-time combat that places you at the helm of an interstellar cruiser, then Between the Stars could be for you. The developer clearly had to take a difficult path for commercial reasons, but did come back and finish the game, and that should be praised. The graphics are bombastic and beautiful, and it has a really great universe surrounding it. If you're looking for that modern space simulation gem with some great visuals, then you should blast off with Between the Stars. I would also note that it is playable on the Steam Deck. Everchron Legacy SE. This game is an advanced freeform open-world spaceflight simulation focused on combat, trade, exploration, and survival gameplay with pilot-controlled spacecraft management. You can engage in ongoing large-scale battles between human factions as a civilian mercenary, or confront an alien threat at designated war zones for intense battles and access to powerful military hardware. Everchron is a tightly focused technical space sim with options and gameplay specifically geared toward that objective. The game focuses on what flying and managing a spacecraft through a sparsely populated system in a large region of the galaxy might actually feel like in the future. The focus of this game is on elements of piloting a spacecraft and the complexities, challenges, and rewards that go along with it while exploring and utilising a vast seamless-style universe. This is a sandbox game in almost every facet of the gameplay. One thing to note with this title is it's definitely on the more hardcore range of the spectrum. You can spend quite a long time just playing through the tutorials before you're even ready to play, but if you do get through all that, there is a wonderful game that lies waiting for you. This version of the game was released all the way back in 2016, and the player base has fallen away somewhat. However, if you're burnt out on Elite or X4 or any of the other games, then Everchron Legacy could be a great one to go back and revisit, especially if you want a more technical experience. Avorion. This game is a procedural co-op space sandbox where players can build their own spaceships out of dynamically scalable blocks. You can fight epic space battles, explore, mine, trade, wage wars, and build your own empire to save your galaxy from being torn apart by an unknown enemy. The game was released in 2020 by Voxelware, and I have to say during my time with it, it's absolutely great and very ambitious. You start out in this game as a nobody at the edge of the sector, and work your way to the centre of the galaxy where it gets more and more dangerous, but also equally as rewarding. You can equip your ship with chain guns, lasers, and other weaponry to take on your enemies and enjoy the sight of completely destructible vessels, breaking at the exact points where you hit them. You can defend your allies from pirates, hunt down enemies for coin, or even participate in wars between entire factions. In Avorion, you can explore the galaxy at your own pace with the ability to find valuable
goods in old shipwrecks, undiscovered asteroid fields rich in resources, gigantic asteroids which you can claim for yourself, or clues about what happened during the event a few centuries back. There are also no limits to the size or complexity of the ship that you can design and build, beside the resources that you collect. And if you just want to go wild, there is a creative mode so you can design to your heart's content. Arborian is a true sandbox space simulation game, and although the player base isn't that small, there are 500 concurrent players on when I checked, it could definitely be bigger with the quality of the title. Once again, this one is playable on Steam Deck, and you've no reason not to go and check it out today. House of the Dying Sun. Now, I'm not sure if this game is having some sort of resurgence, but I've seen it in a number of big YouTubers' videos lately. But if that is the case, then it definitely deserves that resurgence. It's an absolutely brilliant space game. Enter the cockpit of the galaxy's most formidable starfighter in House of the Dying Sun, a tactical space shooter that thrusts you into the heart of interstellar conflict. As the pilot of this fearsome vessel, your mission is clear: hunt down the enemies of the Empire and unleash devastation upon their worlds. In the vast expanse of space, you engage in intense dogfights against rival factions, utilising advanced weaponry and tactics to outmaneuver your adversaries. The game has a very classic space combat feel to it, where you fly from the cockpit of your Executor Mark II, with gameplay heavily influenced by the Titans of yesteryear. But not only this, you can take command of your own fleet within this game, and it also supports a brilliant VR mode. In fact, it's my favourite virtual reality game of all time. Now, there are only 14 campaign scenarios, but they are replayable from a number of different angles and challenges. The game is also extremely unforgiving, and it has quite a difficulty curve, but I really enjoyed the challenge in this one. The graphics are absolutely perfect for the vibe of the game, and overall, it's just such a brilliant title that wasn't that well known about at the time when it came out in 2016, and even to this day, it deserves
You can tell by the way I use my bottom of all is there. No down it's up. Music loud, the rhythm bomb. It kicked around since I was born. You know it's alright, it's okay. You can move the other way. You can try to understand. And New York Times effect on them. When you're away, you remember you staying alive, staying alive. Feel the city breaking and everybody shaking and we're staying alive.
This is actually a true story. I slept with this paper, weighted Voronoi stippling, under my pillow with the hope that it would absorb into my mind somehow. Time for another coding challenge. I'm very excited about this one. It is a high degree of difficulty, but if I've made it succeed, you know already. I don't know, but you know because you're watching this and you're seeing me as a weighted Voronoi stipple. There's a lot to unpack here with this topic, and the first thing that I want to tackle is just the concept of a Voronoi diagram. I'll get more to stippling and image processing and all the other kinds of things of the way that we're going to weight the diagram according to the pixels of an image later. The Voronoi diagram, also known as a Voronoi tessellation, was named after the mathematician Georgi Voronoi. It is also linked and related to something called the Delaunay triangulation. So let's look at both of those concepts briefly. Both Delaunay triangles and a Voronoi diagram require a set of seed points. The Delaunay triangulation algorithm will build a mesh of triangles out of that set of seed points. Now, I've made a guess here as to what the proper Delaunay triangulation would be. Yes, this is a collection of triangles made from these seed points, but there are other ways to make these points into triangles. What makes it a Delaunay triangle? Well, every single triangle has something called a circumcircle associated with it. Now, I've made a guess here as to what the proper Delaunay triangulation would be. Yes, this is a collection of triangles made from these seed points, but there are other ways to make these points into triangles. What makes it a Delaunay triangle? What every single triangle has something called a circumcircle associated with it. A circumcircle is a circle that passes through all three vertices of the triangle. The Delaunay triangulation is such that no other points, none of those original seed points, live inside of any of the circumcircles of any of the triangles. So here are two circumcircles that I attempted to draw for this triangle, and they aren't containing points from any of the other triangles. But it's reasonable to ask the question as to whether this triangulation would be the proper Delaunay one. I will include a P5GS example along with this video that shows you how to calculate the circumcircle for a triangle, which would lead you to implementing the Delaunay algorithm yourself. But what I'm going to do here is I'm instead going to use a package inside of the D3 library. Yes, I'm using a different JavaScript library than P5GS alone to compute the Delaunay triangulation for me. Let's take a look at how to do that, then I'll circle back and move towards the Voronoi diagram. Let's make an array of random points and draw them into the canvas. Wonderful. Now there are several JavaScript libraries for computing the Delaunay triangulation, most notably the Delaunator from Mapbox. That library is what the D3 Delaunay triangulation package is built on top of. To bring it into my P5JS sketch, I need to just make sure to additionally include the CDN link to the library itself. You might be asking, why not just do the whole thing in D3? And that's a very reasonable question to ask. The reason is, I don't really know D3. I'm invested in using P5. I'm going to keep with it. But I certainly would love to see ports of this, experiments with the same algorithm and idea in other languages and libraries, and I hope that you'll explore that. I'll start with a global variable for the triangles. And in an ideal world, I might be able to say something like this. However, and you can see the error pointing me in the direction that I've got to go in, D3 has different ways of dealing with vectors and points and arrays of numbers. The easiest way, I think, for me here would be to write my own function that converts the P5 vector array into something compatible for D3. And I could have worked with something compatible for D3 from the start, but again, I'm just exploring how to mix these libraries together. I'm not necessarily invested right now in writing the most efficient or fast code. What I've done is taken all of the vector objects and converted them into a single array with x, y, x, y, x, y pairs. That is what D3 is expecting. And looking at the documentation, I can see that I can now get a collection of triangles from the Delaunay object. They aren't triangle objects or vectors, so I've got to do my own counting to go through and find each point and pull out the x and y's from nested arrays. It's very important that I spell Delaunay consistently and correctly throughout this sketch. Something is wrong. I'm going through the entire array every 3 spots because a triangle is made up of 3 points. Let's look at the Delaunay triangles. What? Whew. I really need to read the documentation better. The triangle vertex indexes are stored as an array, I0, J0, K0. Those indexes are the indexes to the XY positions inside of a separate points array. This is going to be a really long video. Oh, whoops. My global variable is called points. Aha! After all that, I finally have the Delaunay triangulation. But this is just an appetizer. I'm actually just going to wipe that out of the code. I wanted to just show you how you could get that triangulation, but I'm actually not going to use it because I am instead going to use the associated Voronoi diagram that goes along with this triangulation. Let's create that same collection of seed points again. But instead of the Delaunay triangulation, let's look at the Voronoi diagram. The result of the triangulation is a collection of triangles. The result of a Voronoi diagram is a collection of polygons. And the polygons are defined by looking at every single point inside of this 2-dimensional space. So I'm going to pick any given point, and I'm going to get a different color marker. Let's take this purple point and ask the question, which point of all of these seed points is it closest to? And I can eyeball that and see that it's closest to this one. What if I were to draw in purple every single point in this 2D area that's closer to this one than any of the other ones? It's probably going to be, and I'm going to get this a little bit wrong, I'm totally making this up. So I'm going to get that exactly right, but this whole area, by my eye, are all of the points that are closest to this one. Maybe this green area are all of the points closest to this one. I will calculate the correct Voronoi diagram and overlay it. We'll see how close I got just to my drawing here. This might remind you of the Whirly noise coding challenge, where I actually did a noise algorithm where I calculated from every pixel its relationship to a set of random dots. The Voronoi diagram could be computed that way. I could look at every single pixel and iterate the distance over all of the seed points and calculate it that way. That would be a very, very slow, computationally expensive algorithm. Fortunately, there are many faster rate, the 3 pixel its relation here, points that are wrong. Single point in this 2D ball color marker. Let's take this purple point and ask the question, which point of all of these seed points is it closest to? And I can eyeball that and see that it's closest to this one. What if I were to draw in purple every single point in this 2D area that's closer to this one than any of the other ones? It's probably going to be, and I'm going to get this a little bit wrong, I'm totally making this up. So I'm going to get that exactly right, but this whole area, by my eye, are all of the points that are closest to this one. Maybe this green area are all of the points closest to this one. I will calculate the correct Voronoi diagram and overlay it. We'll see how close I got just to my drawing here. This might remind you of the Whirly noise coding challenge, where I actually did a noise algorithm where I calculated from every pixel its relationship to a set of random dots. The Voronoi diagram could be computed that way. I could look at every single pixel and iterate the distance over all of the seed points and calculate it that way. That would be a very, very slow, computationally expensive algorithm. Fortunately, there are many faster algorithms for computing the Delaunay triangulation associated Voronoi diagram. The D3 library built on top of the Delaunator is using a sweep algorithm, and I'll provide some references for you to read about further if you're interested. Now, you might again be wondering, wait, what is the relationship between these two things? Well, if I were to go and put the Delaunay triangulation in, and I think this is the correct one, where do all of these points come from that are making the Voronoi tessellation? Those points are actually the centers of the circumcircles that are associated with each of those Delaunay triangles. Coming back to the code to calculate the Voronoi diagram, first thing is, maybe I'll fix my spelling mistake. I can now call the Voronoi function on that Delaunay object to calculate the diagram. And in order for this to work, the function requires a bounding box to fit all the polygons the cells in. Now, I can ask the Voronoi object for an array of all of the polygons. And then I can iterate over them and draw them. In looking at the documentation and console logging each polygon array, I can see that the XY pairs are in separate small arrays. So it's an array of many arrays with just two values in it, XY, XY, XY. So I need to look at every polygon I and get the X as index 0 and the Y as index 1. And there is both the Delaunay triangles and the Voronoi tessellation. I don't actually want to draw the triangles, so I'm just going to remove that from my code, but don't worry, all of the steps will be included in examples that are linked in the description below. There's quite a bit that you could experiment with, just from where I've gotten to so far. You could start moving the dots around. You could think about how are you placing the dots. You could add color and a fill to each one of those cells. I encourage you to experiment with just the Voronoi diagram itself as a material. But I am going in a particular direction, the weighted Voronoi stippling direction. And the next thing I need to do in order to get there is to look at something called Lloyd's algorithm. This algorithm was first proposed by Stuart Lloyd at Bell Labs in 1957. And it's also known as a relaxation algorithm. I really love a good relaxation algorithm. Boy, do I need one. Let's imagine I have any particular polygon from my Voronoi diagram. Maybe the seed point was over here. You can imagine there was maybe another cell right next to it. Maybe it looks something like this. The idea of Lloyd's algorithm, the idea of relaxing these cells, is to look for what's called the centroid of each one of these polygons, the center of mass of that polygon. In purple, imagine that that center is over here, and maybe the center of this one is over here. Then, what if you were to interpolate, move the points towards that center of mass? What would happen then to the Voronoi diagram as those seed points move and you recalculate it? What I need to do then is calculate the centroid for each one of these polygons. Now, this isn't the precise centroid, but a quick and dirty way I could get a new point would be to just take the average of all of the vertices of the polygon. Can I not go through the polygons again? Returns an iterable over the non-empty polygons of each cell, with the cell index as the property. Oh, look at this, yield. It's a generator. I don't know generators. I'm gonna have to learn that. Come back and make a video about generators. Let's try making an array from it. Okay, so if I get the generator thingy that's iterable, then make it into a more normal array that I'm used to, then I can probably do this twice. Yes! That was a little bit of a digression, but now you can see the separate red points, which I am calling the centroid. It's not technically the correct centroid, but I just wanted to get something working. Let's now move the points towards the centroid and recompute the Voronoi diagram. So rather than draw the points again, let's put them into an array. Then iterate over all of them and lerp the original points towards the centroid. Did I call that something different? Seed points. I can go back to calling it points now because I got rid of the Delaunay triangles that I was using a points variable with. I think I can call points index I lerp, so I can use the vector lerp function, which will interpolate between those 2 points 10% of the way, and then I want then the Voronoi object to be a global variable, because I'm going to recompute it every time through draw. So this moves to setup, and then this exact thing that I did at the beginning, I can now do it at the end here after I've moved those points. Look at it, it's relaxing. Let's try 1,000 points. Bigger canvas. This is lovely, but it's collapsing onto itself as a black hole. This is because I'm not actually properly calculating the centroid. My centroid, I calculated as the average of all of these vertices. But to find the proper center, the center of mass, if you will, I need the average position of every single point that's inside of that polygon. Luckily for me, I will turn to a resource that I have used probably thousands of times in however many years I've been doing this, Paul Bork's website. There is a section written originally in 1988 called Calculating the Area and Centroid of a Polygon. And I've got the formula for it right here. I do, however, need first to calculate the area before I can calculate the centroid. So let's go ahead and do that. You can see here that I need to iterate through all of the vertices and then calculate, this looks like the cross product between the vector that describes one vertex xy and the next vertex xy. So I'm going to need to look at poly index I and poly index I plus 1. I'm also going to use the modulo operator so that when I get to the last vertex, I calculate the cross product with the first vertex, index 0. So v0's x times v1's y minus v1's x times v0's y. And the last piece is just to divide the area by 2. Okay, so the area calculation is now here in my loop through every polygon. This could be something you could try in terms of filling each polygon with a color associated with its area, but I'm not going to do that right now. I'm going to move forward and finish off the centroid calculation. So I can see now that to calculate the x component of the centroid, I need to again iterate over all of the vertices, and this cross product appears again here. So let's make a variable called cross and save that cross product. Let's put that centroid vector back in. And what am I adding to it? I'm adding x of I plus x of I plus 1. So that's v0's x plus v1's x times the cross product. And same for the y, just using the y components. And then all I need to do is divide that centroid by 6 times the area. Okay, I put all that math in, and if I did it correctly, the Voronoi diagram will relax to this beautiful state. Let's see. I'm not very relaxed right now. Nope. I've got an error. Oh, well, that's not really an error. It's just telling you not to use that variable name because there's a P5 function. It's called cross value. Oh! I just forgot to put the centroids in the array. Oh my goodness. I've never been so relaxed. Let's not draw the Voronoi diagram anymore, just to see what happens here. Look at those points relaxing to this beautiful distribution. This is also very reminiscent of my Poisson disk coding challenge. This is a nice method for having a random distribution of points where all of the points are evenly spaced. We are ready for the next part of this. So, how does this algorithm of Lloyd's relaxation of a Voronoi diagram lead to image stippling? What is stippling? Stippling is a technique applied in printmaking, drawing, painting, and it's the idea of creating an image out of dots. It can be done beautifully by hand with an artist carefully curating and selecting the placement and layout of those dots. A naive algorithm to create a stippling effect with digital dots in a P5 canvas might be to iterate over the pixels of an image and place dots where the pixel of that image meets some threshold. Is it particularly bright or dark? Let's add that algorithm to this sketch. I'm going to add no loop to turn off the relaxation of the dots. So right now, this is just a random collection of dots. I can even make 10,000 of them. I've uploaded this image of Gloria Pickle to the P5 web editor, and my goal is to draw dots where the pixels of this image are darker. I'm getting somewhere. I'm attempting to draw 10,000 random dots, but I'm only including that dot if the underlying pixel of the image has a brightness value less than 100. I can be a bit smarter about the distribution by using probability based on the brightness. So I could pick a random number between 0 and 100 and only draw the dot if it's greater than that value. Now you can see that the darker the pixel, the more likely that dot is to appear there. This is a little bit dangerous, but if that point didn't qualify, I could decrement I so that I make sure I do this at least 10,000 times. And on some level you might be asking, why did you even bother? All of that stuff about Delaunay and Voronoi, look, there's your image stipple. Look at the way the dots are placed. They're all kind of mushed together. There's a lot of randomness. We could do a lot better by relaxing those points. Let's put that back in. Interesting thing is happening that the image, it appears that it's getting blurred. Let's move these points more quickly to their centroids without interpolating at all. Change this value to 1. It's going to take some time, but this will actually converge to the points being completely evenly spaced. By reducing it to 1,000 points, you can see this happen rather immediately. So the key is, I still want to relax the points to spread them out. However, I want their relaxation to be related to the underlying image itself. And that's the idea of a weighted centroid. In other words, what if the underlying image had a lot of dark pixels over here, but light pixels over here? Instead of just calculating the center of mass, where every pixel is treated equally, what if the pixels that have darker underlying colors are weighted more strongly? Their mass essentially is greater. Maybe that centroid would end up over here, and the relaxation would converge more in this direction. Are weighted more strongly. Instead of just calculating the center of mass, where every pixel is treated equally, what if the pixels that have darker underlying colors are weighted more strongly? Their mass essentially is greater. Maybe that centroid would end up over here, and the relaxation would converge more in this direction towards the darker pixels. Let's see if we can make that happen. This is the algorithm that I have for calculating the centroid, and it's a really nice and fast algorithm. Unfortunately, I'm going to need to do it a different way. There might be some way to add the weights in here, but the way that I'm thinking to do it is actually to iterate through all of the pixels inside each cell, weight them, and calculate the average of all of the XY positions. That might seem very computationally expensive, so I'll be curious to see how well it performs, and maybe we can think about other ways to optimize that later. To do this, instead of looking at each polygon one at a time, I'm going to look at every pixel of the entire canvas and find out which polygon it belongs to. And guess what? The D3 library will do this for me. And then I can calculate the centroids of each polygon collectively by iterating over all the pixels. I don't know if I explained that right, but let's get started. Let's at least look at all the pixels one at a time. So I need to have an array of centroids that has the same number of polygons, and they should each start with an empty vector. Now I need to look at every pixel. I should mention that I'm sizing my canvas to be the same dimensions as that image of Gloria Pickle. I could get it to work with different dimensions, but it's going to be much easier. I don't have to worry about things matching up. And so I can just use the width and height of the canvas in my loop over all the pixels. The index to each pixel in the image is the column plus the row times the width, and then there are 4 values, R, G, B, A for every pixel, so I need to multiply that by 4. Then I can get the red, green, and blue values, get the average of them. It's not really the proper way to get the brightness of a pixel, but it'll do for now. I want the weight to be a value between 0 and 1. So I want to get 100% weight if the pixel is 0, and 0% weight if the pixel brightness is full at 255. Now I need to look up which polygon this pixel belongs to. And this is where I'm going to go back to the Delaunay triangulation, because the Delaunay triangles have a find function, which will give me that index based on an XY position. So now I can grab that centroid and add I times the weight and J times the weight. So I can get the pixel, get the weight, and then look up which centroid it should be paired with and add those values to the X and Y. So what would happen if I run this? Just like this. I used a reserve function value. Let's call this bright. I should see something happen. Oh, I think I forgot to load the pixels. Okay, this didn't even run. I'm missing such a critical step. Anytime you take the average of a collection of things, you need to divide by the total. So what is the total here? Well, if the weight of every element were 1, I would divide by how many elements there are. Here, to get that weighted centroid, that weighted average, I need to divide by the sum of all of the weights. So in addition to a centroids array, I need a weights array. And let's fill that array with zeros. And in addition to the centroids, I need to add that weight to the sum of the weights for that Delaunay index. And then I can look at all of the centroids and divide by the sum of the weights. Wait a second. I think maybe we did it. Wow! Let's add more points. Oh, divide by 0. Okay, what if the weight is 0? So we've got to address that. And if the weights were 0, let's just leave the point in its original state. It's so disappointing how slow it is. If only there were a way. Look at this. The Delaunay find function takes the X and Y that you're searching for, as well as an index. That index is the starting point of the search. Well, guess what? If I had just found where one of the pixels is, and I'm about to check the next pixel, it's pretty likely it would be in the same spot as that pixel I just checked. They're next to each other. So I don't want to start from 0 every single time to check all of the cells. And looking in the code, if I were to make the Delaunay index a variable outside of the loop, and then when I look for it, I pass in the previous index that it found. Additionally, let's have that lerp be a little bit higher. And look at that. Gloria Pickle, weighted Voronoi stippling. What is possible now? Let's go back and add the Voronoi tiles in. Let's not draw the points. So that's just yet another visualization of this image. What happens if you start to add color? What happens if you start to think about sizing the dots different sizes? What if you were to apply this to a moving image like a video? What if you use a more abstract underlying pattern, not just an image of a dog or yourself? I don't know. I'm sure you can come up with something creative. This code is a bit of a mess. I'm going to clean it up, comment it, document it. I will take a look at whatever you submit to the Passenger Showcase in a future live stream. And let's just relax all of our pixels, relax ourselves, and fill the world with beautiful weighted Voronoi stippling. See you next time.
You're listed here as a private investigator. What does that sort of work entail?
Depends on the night. Most nights it's watching, waiting for a slip up. I don't know, someone gets greedy, someone gets brave.
And that's what you were doing the night of the incident.
Yeah. Took me weeks to track them down. They hadn't cast so much as a shadow. Till that night.
You've been hesitant to share with us. I assume it has something to do with confidentiality associated with the job.
Something like that.
Your boss, Miss White, said things didn't go as planned. She mentioned that there was some violence. In the moments when you find yourself losing control. How does the anger manifest itself?
On December 20th, 2019, President Donald Trump established the United States Space Force. This was hilarious. Stephen Colbert had a field day.
Space Force! Space Force!
And Jimmy Kimmel.
Space Force.
That was not a scene from a movie. That was real.
And James Corden.
The Space Force. I'm not joking.
And Trevor Noah.
Space Force. I don't even know where to start.
And even Steve Carell in his Netflix show entirely dedicated to satirizing the Space Force.
Space Force.
What? But then this happened. That was a Russian A325 Noodle hypersonic missile. It launched from Plesetsk Cosmodrome in the nation's far north, and what this moment represents, it launched that, then this. This happened. That was a Russian A325. That was a Russian A325 Noodle hypersonic missile. It launched from Plesetsk Cosmodrome in the nation's far north, and what this moment represented was Russia's first destructive test of a direct ascent anti-satellite weapon. Observers knew that it was always a question of when, not if, the nation developed and deployed weaponry designed to destroy enemy satellites, but now that moment had arrived. Even if they only destroyed their own satellite, the world took a step closer towards war in space. 6 months later, it took another step. A mere hour before Russian convoys crossed the border and began their invasion of Ukraine, cyber operatives used stolen credentials to log into a virtual private network run by satellite internet provider Viasat, the very same satellite internet provider the Ukrainian military used for their battlefield communications. The operatives then used this access to push out a piece of malware dubbed Acid Rain to Viasat modems around Europe, therefore disabling the network and in consequence blinding the Ukrainian military when they needed coordination most. This represents perhaps the most extreme instance yet of a military disabling space-based assets during a conflict. Then, the year after that, in 2023, Houthi militants in Yemen fired a Ghadar 110 ballistic missile, almost certainly supplied to them by Iran, towards the southern Israeli town of Eilat. The Israeli Defense Forces successfully detected this launch, so they fired an Arrow 3 missile to intercept it. Forces by Iran towards the southern Israeli town of Eilat, almost certainly supplied to them by Iran, toward conflict. Then, the year after that, in 2023, Houthi militants in Yemen fired a Ghadar 110 ballistic missile, almost certainly supplied to them by Iran, towards the southern Israeli town of Eilat. The Israeli Defense Forces successfully detected this launch, so they fired an Arrow 3 missile to intercept it. The point at which this interception happened, leading to the destruction of the Houthi missile, was more than 100 miles or 160 kilometers above the surface of the Earth, meaning that this was the very first time in history that any physical aspect of any military conflict has ever occurred in space. Meaning that this was the very first time 160 kilometers above the destruction of the Houthi missile intercepted. The point at which this interception happened, leading to the destruction of the Houthi missile, was more than 100 miles or 160 kilometers above the surface of the Earth, meaning that this was the very first time in history that any physical aspect of any military conflict has ever occurred in space. But it certainly will conflict has ever occurred in space. But it certainly will not be the last. Fundamentally, that's because space is valuable. In particular, the part of space that is most valuable today, both economically in a civilian context and strategically in a military one, is the orbit directly around Earth. And the reason why orbital space is valuable is really the same reason why towers exist. Sometimes, for a lot of different reasons, getting a vantage point above the ground is useful. Earth's orbit is a platform. Putting something further away from the ground means it has line of sight with more of it. This allows this something to either observe more of Earth or communicate with more of Earth, and this has plenty of applications that now permeate through everyday life. Weather forecasting, navigation, internet connectivity, TV broadcast. Crucial cogs of the modern world rely on the platform the orbit around Earth provides. But it's specifically orbit, not just space, that unlocks many of these capabilities. And what a satellite can do has to do with where, very specifically, it is. An orbit 10,000 miles from Earth will have entirely different characteristics than one 20,000 miles from Earth. That's because the closer an object is to Earth, the higher the gravitational pull, and therefore the faster a rotational speed it needs around Earth to balance out the gravitational pull. That's how satellites avoid getting sucked in by Earth's gravity and falling through the atmosphere. If a satellite is around 150 miles above Earth, it needs to move at about 17,000 miles per hour. If a satellite is 22,223 miles away, however, it only needs to go 7,000 miles per hour. That particular speed translates to a very particular duration for the satellite to complete a full trip around Earth. 23 hours, 56 minutes, and 4 seconds. That is the exact same amount of time it takes for the Earth to complete a full rotation relative to a fixed point, rather than the Sun, since Earth is simultaneously orbiting around the Sun.
Therefore, with the same rotational speed as Earth, a satellite 22,223 miles away will never move from the perspective of Earth. As long as it's placed on the equator, it'll always stay right above that point. This is extremely useful from an economic standpoint, since getting satellites to orbit is extraordinarily expensive. DirecTV, for example, the American satellite television provider, is estimated to have spent $300 or $400 million satellites. As long as it's placed on the equator, it'll always stay right above that point. This is extremely useful from an economic standpoint, since getting satellites to orbit is extraordinarily expensive. DirecTV, for example, the American satellite television provider, is estimated to have spent $300 or $400 million per satellite. But this could be justified from the get-go because they use geostationary orbits. When the company launched its first, DirecTV-1, it parked at exactly 22,223 miles above the Galapagos Islands, specifically 91.1 degrees west of the first. DirecTV-1, it parked at exactly 22,223 miles above the Galapagos Islands, specifically 91.1 degrees west of the prime meridian. Notably, the mean center of the population of the US, as in the average place Americans live, sat approximately 91.4 degrees west of the prime meridian in 1993 when the satellite was launched, meaning this very particular point in the sky gave the company the best vantage point to the most number of Americans at the time. If geostationary orbits were not possible, the economics of this and plenty more satellite applications would never have worked, since the company would have required multiple satellites circling the Earth just to provide the same level of service in the one geographic region in which they operate. Predictably, this narrow slice of space is incredibly busy. Viasat, for example, placed its first satellites in this orbit so they could initially focus on coverage for the high-demand region, including North America, Europe, and the ocean in between, rather than using resources less efficiently to cover regions with fewer aircraft, ships, and other customers. Meteorological organizations like NOAA or the Japan Meteorological Agency use geostationary orbits to stretch their limited resources as far as they can, gaining observational coverage over the specific area of the world most relevant to forecasting in their particular countries. But what compounds the value of orbits is the optionality. Satellites have successfully orbited as little as 104 miles above Earth, as in a mere 200th the distance of those geostationary satellites. This sort of low Earth orbit is useful for applications where, rather obviously, one wants to be close to Earth. SpaceX's Starlink system was able to pioneer more competitive satellite internet through placing satellites just 342 miles or 550 kilometers from Earth. That's because Viasat's geostationary orbits are so far from Earth that it takes over 600 milliseconds for a signal to transmit from Earth to the satellites to a ground station to the satellite and back. That length of time is notable to a user and inhibits uses that rely on speed, like video calls. Thanks to proximity, Starlink is able to do this same process in between 25 to 100 milliseconds, which is almost imperceptibly slower than that of traditional land-based internet. But of course, there's a lot of space between a couple hundred miles and 22,223. That means there's an incredible spectrum of capabilities possible. After sorting through the trade-offs, one can get whatever vantage point on Earth one wants. And if there's anyone that loves a good vantage point, it's militaries. The very principles that make satellites so useful for widespread internet or TV or radio service make them even more useful for military communication. The very principles that make satellites so useful for meteorological observation or Earth imaging make them even more useful for military surveillance. And perhaps most usefully, space is still such a frontier that what militaries do there is almost entirely secret. The United States Department of Defense operates around 200 or 300 different satellites, but it's notable that we don't know the exact number. Any satellite can be tracked, meaning we do know the exact location of every single satellite, but that doesn't mean we know who operates the satellites or what it does. But rocket launches are still rather newsworthy and conspicuous events, so this knowledge can usually be gleaned through the correlation between the launch and the tracking of satellites leaving the launch vehicle in space. But if the public isn't told what a satellite does or who owns it, it just simply doesn't know. On June 6, 2022, a Falcon 9 rocket lifted off from Cape Canaveral carrying a communication satellite for the company Globalstar. But then something weird happened. The rocket's first stage booster went and landed on the SpaceX Autonomous Spaceport drone ship rather than returning to its original launch site. But SpaceX only needs to use the drone ship when the booster doesn't have enough fuel left to navigate back to the launch site, and it only lacks the fuel in the event of a heavy payload or a further destination. But in this case, the Globalstar satellite was a fairly light 1,500 pounds and was only going to low Earth orbit, so the booster shouldn't have used so much fuel. Next, in the live stream, viewers noticed this, an extra payload adapter, as in was used to attach satellites to the rocket during launch. But nothing was on it, and the Globalstar satellite was still there. To confirm their suspicions, amateur satellite observers calculated the hypothetical orbit zone, went to their telescopes, and found them. 4 secret satellites. More than a year later, that's still just about everything the general public knows about these 4 satellites, simply that they exist. It's believed they're DoD operated under the designations USA 328-3331, but we'll likely never find out anything more. Eventually they'll deorbit, burn up in the atmosphere, and their secrets will die with them. And this is hardly an anomaly. About half of US military satellite launches in recent years have come with zero info on their purpose or function, while even with the other half, it's possible the military gave limited or misleading information. This degree of secrecy, and especially the degree of confidence in the persistence of the secrecy, is simply unparalleled. But it does come with a fundamental trade-off. The public might not know what a satellite does, but they do know where it is, which makes military satellites so incredibly vulnerable. Take, for instance, GPS satellites. And take, for instance, this specific launch on February 5th, 2016. Propelled by an Atlas V rocket from Cape Canaveral, the launch of GPS IIF-12 went off without a hitch, just like the 11 IIF launches before it. Today, 8 years on, IIF-12, or USA 226, is still hovering at least 12,460 miles or 19,982 kilometers above Earth in a semi-synchronous orbit that sees the satellite fulfill one rotation of the planet every 12 hours. That's to be expected, as it's still within its life cycle of 12 years. But it's also an incredibly good thing, an incredibly important thing, because this satellite, along with the other 10 functional satellites of its class, are absolutely vital for the American GPS constellation, making up a plurality of the 30 GPS satellites that the US operates. No matter where one looks, the global positioning system is serving a vital function, whether that's syncing the timing of financial transfers or guiding machinery that harvests the food we ultimately eat. And it's used by practically everything. In 2019, there were 900 million GPS receivers in the US, a number that in 2024 must now be well over 1 billion. Yet to its operator, the US Space Force, these civilian applications are but an ancillary benefit to the system designed for their own military use. GPS is just massively important, and yet it hinges on the operability of just 30-odd satellites, making each the most critical of cogs. Out of sight, out of mind, and perpetually taken for granted, IIF-12 and its 10 remaining classmates aren't only important, they're also expensive. Currently in the golden years of their life cycle, the development and delivery of these 12 satellites cost $1.4 billion. They took a decade for Boeing to deliver, and because of delays and cost overrun, there were only 12 ever built, not the 33 anticipated. At once, they're invaluable and extremely expensive. They're also sitting ducks. Unlike in traditional warfare, space has no defensive geography to maximize. No towering mountain ranges, no endless oceans, no impenetrable forests, no freezing winters. There's only the matter of providing enough thrust to enter orbit and enough communication capabilities to maintain control once in orbit. From there, in the most literal sense, there's no hiding. Even the most secretive or dark satellites are trackable. Thus, satellites, whether high or low, geostationary or not, equipped with propulsion systems or not, represent the easiest target imaginable. This was always obvious. So much so that we recognize where we end up today all the way back in 1967 during the height of the space race as the abilities of intercontinental ballistic missiles ascended, when the world's nations came together at the UN to write this concise document, the Outer Space Treaty of 1967. It was a nod to the fact that as technology advanced and as the world's two major powers remained at odds, that warfare would extend upward. So it laid ground rules. For issues of conflict, warfare, and nuclear weapons in space, there's Article 4, which outlines that no nuclear weapons or weapons of mass destruction shall be hardened in space, and that there shall not be any military installments or maneuvers on the moon or any celestial bodies. It's a start. The problem is Article 4 is only 2 paragraphs and says nothing about placing conventional arms in orbit. So should the time come that tensions begin to rise between major world powers with increasingly advanced space programs, there's really no groundwork to limit any sort of buildup or protect any sort of orbital infrastructure upon which so much of society depends on. For the United States, the world's preeminent space power, such legal, technological, and geographical vulnerability has been masked by the fact that, for decades, it and its direct allies were the only countries with consistent access to space in the first place. But this is changing quickly. Most recently, space warfare has manifested in mainstream news through this story, a not entirely clear, not entirely unclassified reference to a Russian satellite with a nuclear element of some sort, be it the power source or the payload. While a captivating headline that stoked popular imagination, space has been on its way towards full militarization for well over a decade, transforming from the next logical battlefield in theory to simply the next battlefield. Thanks to a mix of advancing technology, rising geopolitical tension, and easier access to space than ever, there's now a big three in space, the US, Russia, and China, and all are building out their offensive capabilities. This offensive space weaponry is split into 2 broad categories: kinetic weapons, those that physically collide with satellites, and non-kinetic attacks, those that render them unusable by non-invasive means. Now, we don't know the full capabilities of any country's space arsenal, kinetic or non-kinetic, as these are still highly secret projects, but occasionally, the world gets a peek behind the curtain with what the instigating nation calls a test, and the rest of the world calls a show of force. What's become well understood with the launch of Russia's direct descent test in 2021 was that all the world's major space powers, Russia, the US, and China, had now proved proficient in Earth-to-space attacks. In the wake of the massive and dangerous debris left by the Russian test, the US declared that it would no longer test direct ascent attacks. But it did, for its part, successfully carry out such a test in 2008 when it launched a conventional missile into orbit to destroy its own malfunctioning satellite. China has also proved such capabilities when, a year earlier, it too intercepted one of its own satellites with a missile. What's less understood, thanks to the unparalleled secrecy afforded by the space frontier, and therefore more cause for concern between military planners, are the offensive capabilities of each nation's satellites themselves. The US doesn't have an explicitly titled and operational anti-satellite program of any sort, but it has proved it can attack from Earth, and it can intercept such objects in space. As early as 1987, in low Earth orbit, the US has shown the capability of co-orbit intercept, basically a space-to-space attack, when a second-stage rocket was able to intercept another domestic satellite. More recently, and far higher up, Chinese researchers tracking the movement of their own geostationary satellites noticed something suspicious. American satellites hot onto recently launched Chinese satellites' tails. While simply tagging along, the observation that US satellites have been tailing other far-off ones shows that the US has the capability to maneuver and survey satellites at basically all possible distances. In this, the US is not unique, as China and Russia too have made close passes by one another's satellites with their own rendezvous and proximity operation, or RPO satellites. Of course, with machines as delicate and fragile as satellites, optimized for weight above all else, nearby observation can feel unnervingly like an attack, as it just takes one aimed propulsion and one collision to turn a satellite into space junk. But ramming's a crude one-for-one proposition. So, satellites that can fight. China's Shijian series of satellites have come equipped with robotic arms, a function that US defense reports say could well double as a possible offensive weapon. Not to be outpaced in the space arms race, Russia, in 2019, launched what the rest of the world deemed an offensive satellite in the form of Cosmos 2542. Seemingly an unspectacular launch of an unspectacular satellite, no one paid much mind to the November 19th takeoff. That was until December 9th, when a smaller sub-satellite, Cosmos 2543, launched from the vehicle while in space. Observational in nature, satellite seems, it still wasn't a big deal. But then, in July of 2020, the satellite launched a projectile. While the object didn't hit any satellites, Russian or otherwise, the international community labeled it a weapon on account of its rapid relative speed. Satellites inside of satellites, arms on satellites, and satellites as projectiles themselves have all taken to space in the last decade, and these are just the capabilities we're aware of. Taken together, these offensive capabilities still seem fairly rudimentary. Targeted strikes, ramming, grappling, out of context, this could be considered wrestling strategy. But the implications of using any such capability are nothing short of staggering. Space warfare, from a strategic perspective, could easily devolve into a race to the bottom. Without any real defense, what's to stop a one-for-one response to an attack on a satellite? More distressing, once one satellite is attacked, there's really no saying what that now space junk is going to crash into. This is a graph of all known debris hurtling around in space, and these massive upticks, well, they just so happen to align with China's direct descent test here, a satellite collision here, and Russia's direct descent test here. From just this Russian test, producing a relatively minor amount of debris in comparison to China's, astronauts in the ISS were forced to take shelter and prepare to escape in 2 shuttles as a precaution that a piece of debris might rip through the station. With just this test, one expert estimated that the chance of a mission-terminating collision in low Earth orbit doubled. And should such a collision occur, well, then there's even more debris to account for, creating not a one-to-one domino effect, but an exponential domino effect, where the debris from one satellite knocks out 2, the debris from which, in turn, knocks out 4, before eventually there's simply too much debris to possibly work around. It's exactly here where space warfare, rather than a less bloody alternative to traditional warfare, begins to develop parallels to nuclear warfare, and rudimentary seeming weapons start to conjure ideas of mutually assured destruction. Much like nuclear warfare then, offensive capabilities simultaneously act as defensive deterrents. Of course, so do defensive ones. And so in 2023, the US DoD developed and declared their strategy on protection of satellites. The core of it really is to just not worry too much about any individual satellite. Put another way, their focus is on so-called architecture resilience. The space-based infrared system, for example, is an absolutely crucial capability for the US military. It's their primary space-based system for detecting and tracking missile launches all around the world. The constellation providing this capability is rather small and vulnerable. It's made up of 6 geostationary satellites for primary coverage and 4 in highly elliptical orbits to cover the polar regions. That's why, on February 14th, 2024, the DoD started replacing it. A Falcon 9 rocket carried the first 4 missile tracking satellites of the eventually massive proliferated warfighter space architecture system. They joined 20 communication satellites already in orbit, tasked with getting information of missile launches from the tracking satellites to relevant parties on Earth, making this constellation already larger in quantity than its predecessor, but this is only what they refer to as Tranche 0. The next phase of this project, slated to begin launching in late 2024, is expected to include 126 communication satellites, 35 tracking satellites, and another 18 just for testing new technology, meaning soon enough, just this one constellation will almost double the Department of Defense's satellite count, and then there's already a Tranche 2 planned in 2026, a Tranche 3 in 2028, and a Tranche 4 in 2030. With such a colossal constellation, no one part of it is crucial. In fact, it would take a massive, coordinated, costly attack just to meaningfully diminish its capability. Yet, the cost of this system is not dramatically different from that of its predecessors since it's deployed in low Earth orbit, which necessitates less powerful, less expensive, and more compact instruments. In fact, each of the constellation satellites cost just $15 million to build and launch, which in military satellite terms is astonishingly low. Therefore, low Earth orbits and massive constellation counts are certainly the future of militaries in space. But ultimately, the militarization of space is just flat out a bad thing, exactly because space is such a good thing. We benefit so tremendously much from what satellites provide. Whole sectors of the economy could not exist without what global positioning services provide. Countless lives are saved through the added forecast accuracy meteorological satellites provide. The urban-rural technological divide is flattening due to the connection internet satellite provide, and the benefits are only accelerating. With each year, as launch costs lower and technology improves, innovators find more and more ways to unlock the value Earth's orbit provides. Just last month, for example, the first test of automated drug manufacturing in space concluded with the capsule's return to Earth, marking the start of what many expect to be a pharmaceutical revolution thanks to the unique production capabilities made possible by microgravity. Tripling these abilities would triple Earth. There is a theoretical point at which a given orbit is so polluted with space junk that it just becomes unusable. Earth could lose the ability to use low Earth or geosynchronous orbits. It won't be doomsday. In the long term, there will be ways to work around it at higher cost and with lower capability, but a shared asset of humanity will have been destroyed, and it all would have been entirely avoidable. The parallels with nuclear militarization are uncanny. It's in everyone's best interest to not arm militaries with nuclear weapons, but because others have, others believe they must. If Russia has anti-satellite capabilities, the US believes, as a measure of deterrence, it must too. What the world is hopefully gaining an understanding of, as these risks shift from theory into reality, is that war in space is the metaphorical nuclear option. Just as we focus on nuclear nonproliferation, one must focus on the nonproliferation of space weaponry, which is potentially even tougher since the technology used is just so conventional. Countries can and have used conventional missiles to perform anti-satellite tests, meaning there's hardly even a way to ban the technology, as there is in the nuclear realm, only the practice. There are countries with which one simply can't reason with, like North Korea, that have capable and growing conventional missile arsenals. So it's just not that hard to start a war in space, yet the consequences are just devastating. The answers on how to solve this conundrum simply are not there yet. One can merely hope that all understand the implications of letting earthly conflict stretch into the stars, and that mutually assured destruction in space remains a theoretical form of defense rather than a devastating reality.
Safety. How could anyone do this?
Daniels, did you drink the milk?
Hey guys, welcome to another video. Today we are going to have a look at probably the slowest GPU ever made. GeForce 256 was released on October the 1999. I've got the slowest version of this card Asus V6600MX. I benchmarked it against its predecessor Iva TND2 Pro, the 1999. I've got the slowest version of this card Asus V6600MX. I benchmarked it against its predecessor Iva TND2 Pro and Iva TNT2 M64. All three cards were overclocked to maximum stable clock speed. For the first benchmark we used 3D Mark 2000. As we can see, GeForce 256 scores only about 20% better than cheap M64. Even after overclock, GeForce can't beat stock TND2 Pro. In 3D Mark 2001 we can see similar results across all graphics cards. GeForce scored 1226 points. I've also done research on HWBOT.com. My GeForce scored way below everybody even when I used quad core for benchmark and tried different drivers. My GeForce scored way below everybody even when I used quad core for benchmark and tried different drivers. First game we tested is GTA Vice City. GeForce got pretty good results after overclock. It beat stock TND2 Pro. Both cards managed playable frame rates. M64 could not handle this game very well. Morrowind, released in 2002, was a bit too much for GeForce and M64. They scored almost the same. Only Pro got playable frame rates. It doubles the performance of GeForce. In Mafia we used HD resolution, and this is how they handle it. TND2 Pro got playable frame rates. GeForce and M64 needs to lower resolution to 800 by 600 to get playable frame rates. Resolution to 800 by 600, and this is how they handle it. TND2 Pro got playable frame rates. GeForce and M64 needs to lower resolution to 800 by 600 to get playable frame rates. In Mafia we used HD resolution, and this is how they handle it. TND2 Pro got playable frame rates. GeForce and M64 needs to lower resolution to 800 by 600 to get playable frame rates. In Need for Speed we can see similar results as in previous benchmarks. Overclocking the GeForce really helped with performance.
We got a speeder bay over the limit here. Beginning pursuit.
Last game we used the Serious Sam 2nd encounter. Performance across both M64 and GeForce are pretty poor for first-person shooters. So, why is this card so bad? Is it because of only 64-bit bus width? Or is it because of MX in name that was forming?
Das ist eine Trompete. Felix Fromm an der Posaune. Ersetzt durch eine Tour bzw. einen Susaf. Ich habe auch gerade gesehen, da hat mich jetzt das Bendo umgestellt. Das passiert, ne? Dann sage ich Ihnen, wer noch dazu gestoßen ist. Es wird langsam größer. Es dauert noch ein bisschen, bis alle da sind. Aber wir haben zum Beispiel oben links Thomas Vogel an der Trompete. Und zum Thema Besetzungsgrößen und Einsparung doch die kleine nette Anekdote, als Duke Ellington in den Cotton Club gewechselt ist. Die anderen wissen das vermutlich, dass eine der ersten Stationen für Ellington, eine der wichtigen Stationen der Cotton Club war. Waren alle ganz begeistert. Nur der Besitzer hat gesagt, das ist schön, aber du musst die Band nicht mehr so oft zu hören bekommt. Wir spielen jetzt noch in der kleineren Besetzung. Dieses Stück heißt Hoppenklavier aus Mathe. Simon Osländer ist unser Gast am Piano. Sie sehen, wer bis 10 Jahre Schritte ein bisschen davor sichtbar und auch bekannt und populär, bevor das losgeht. Aber eine der absoluten Heroes dieser Zeit war eine Band, es gab ja diese Band, auch besprechen, die war Band von Chick dafür, Wikipedia, eine der letzten 30, 40 Jahre auch im zeitgenössischen Hutchinson. Hutchinson am Schlagzeug. Einem Atemzug den Namen anhat. Und das ist jetzt gekommen, nämlich echt eine meiner absoluten...
A tasket, I lost my yellow basket. I sent a letter to my mommy. On the way I dropped it, I dropped it, I dropped it. Yes, on the way I dropped it. A little girlie picked it up and put her in her pocket. She was trucking on down the avenue, but not a single thing to do. She went picking all around when she spotted on the ground. She took it, my little yellow basket. And if she doesn't bring it back, I think that I would die. A tasket, I lost my yellow basket. And if it doesn't get returned, I don't know what to do. Oh gee, I wonder where my basket could be. Oh gee, I wish that little girl I could see. Oh, why was I so careless of my basket of mine? That itty bitty basket was a joy of mine. A tasket, I lost my yellow basket. Won't somebody help me find it and make me happy again? No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, no, no. A little jello basket. A little jello basket.
Victoria Tolstoy.
Ah, danke schön.
Und Sie sehen, wir haben schon wieder einen Wechsel. Greg ist ganz schnell zur Seite gegangen, jetzt ist Wolfgang da. Und wir haben einen Titel, der tatsächlich ein Kombo-Stück ist. Und zwar ist es ein Klassiker, so ein Vocal-Drum-Klassiker. Und den würden wir jetzt gerne machen. Ich glaube, wir brauchen die Hilfe des Publikums.
Ja, der Publikum. Helfen Sie bitte. You know the song now. Ja, weiter. Never know how much I love you. Never know how much I care. When you put your arms around me, I get fever that's so hard to bear. You give me fever when you kiss me, fever when you hold me tight. A fever in the morning, fever all through the night. Sun lights up the daytime, moon lights up the night. I light up when you call my name, and you know I'm gonna treat you right. You give me fever when you kiss me, fever when you hold me tight. A fever in the morning and fever all through the night. Everybody's got a fever, that is something we all know. Fever is such a new thing, fever started long ago. Romeo loved Juliet, Juliet she felt the same. When he put his arms around her, he said, Julie, baby, you're my flame, you give me fever. When we kiss this fever with my flaming youth. A fever! I'm on fire, yeah, I burn for soon. Captain Smith and Pocahontas had a very mad affair. When her daddy tried to kill him, she said, Daddy, oh, don't you dare, he gives me fever. With his kisses, fever when he holds me tight. Fever! I'm his Mrs. Daddy, won't you treat him right? Boys, them
Ja, er war eigentlich nicht, sondern was. Wo nicht bleibt. Das ist ein Erst. Gregory Hutchins ist alle beiden neben Gene Schlagzeug für Toba. Auch Stücke für Ellie Beatles Song, der Titel dieses Bandband. Louis Bell. Gregory Hutchinson, Wolfgang Hafner, die HR Big Band. Wir machen eine Pause von 20 bis 25 Minuten. Vielen Dank.
Thank you.
Nu zupa nav jāiziet. Pats un beig. Tā ir absolūti vārds.
Klick. Oder Benny Gold. Martin Auer, Trompete. Noch einmal Olli Leicht am Alt. Hans Blawischnik und Gregory Hutchinson an den Drums. Axel Schlosser, meine Damen und Herren. Gregory Hutchinson, Schlagzeug. Und das, was wir gerade gespielt haben, das waren tatsächlich die Originalnoten von Gil Evans, also das Originalarrangement für Miles Davis geschrieben, ne, mit Philly Joe Jones am Schlagzeug damals und von der Porgy and Bess Version. Gut, wir kommen von einem Original zum nächsten. Vor einigen Jahren hat die, oder wird genau passt. Auf den Spuren John Coltrane's Dennis Gable. Und definitiv auf den Spuren von Elvin Jones, Gregory Hutchinson. Steffen Weber, Tenorsaxophon. Mr. Gregory Hutchinson on the drums. Und ich würde gerne wissen, was in ihren Köpfen vorgegangen ist in den ersten Part. Das ist tatsächlich, also die meisten, also die Älteren von uns, kennen das aus dem Fernsehen. Das ist das Titelstück von der Sippe. Das heißt eigentlich JJ und eine Komposition von Francis Boulon, was mit der Boulon, Clark Boulon, mit Kenny Clark im Schlagzeug eingespielt hat. Die waren nur sehr geschickt in Zweitverwertungen, das war für das GEMA-Konto auch nicht so schlecht. Das war also der 7. Sinn. Jetzt machen wir einen Sprung, einen gewaltigen Sprung in das, was wir haben geschrieben. Noch einmal Rainer Heute am Bariton Sax. Unser Liedposaunist Günter Bollmann hat das Posaunensolo. Noch ein Stück Lied. Okay. Black Market, Steffen Weber, Tenorsaxophon. Die HR Big Band. Unser Gast an den Keyboards, Simon Ausländer. Wolfgang Hafner. Und jetzt bin ich auch zu uns, Gregory Hutchinson. Victoria Tolstoy. Vielen, vielen Dank. Ja, wir sind vorbereitet und der ein oder andere hat sich vielleicht gefragt, ein Repertoirestück fehlt doch noch. Irgendwelche Ideen, was noch fehlen könnte? Okay, keine Idee. Das ist spannend. Aber wir haben eine. Hier ist aus dem 1938, ich glaube ja, Carnegie Hall Konzert. Sing, sing, sing.
And please dance. Sing, 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 sing. Everybody starts to sing. Oh, now you sing it with a swing. Sing, 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 sing. Everybody starts to sing. Oh, now you sing it with a swing. When the music goes around, everybody goes to town. But here's something you should do. Oh, sing, 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 sing. Everybody starts to sing. Hey, oh, now you sing it with a swing. swing. Sing, 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 sing. Everybody starts to sing. Oh, yeah. Now you're singing with a swing. When the music goes around, everybody goes to town. But here's something you should do. Ha ha ha! Sing, 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 sing. Everybody starts to sing. Hey ho! Now you sing it with a swing.
Jak zimna banana, to jest kurwa na pierdolonego kurwa banana, nie? Ty się kurwa, kurwa i banana sobie rundę, ale teraz nie będziesz kurwa gramy, nie? Bo ja tu jestem kurwa, gościa, ja nie mam się chuj. Dobra, ja idę na środek słowa.
Hello Tim, welcome to another ATP Politics video. Myself, John. Hello, Tim. Welcome to another ATP Geopolitics video. Myself, John Mendes. This is Ukraine War News Update. Third part. There are a lot going on today. 49th of March 2024. There's a lot going on just over there, which is the Italy-Scotland Six Nations rugby match, which is 21-22 at the moment, and it's a super good game. Go Italy. Let's go to start with Volodymyr Zelensky visiting Turkey yesterday. And we heard about this in the previous video. We've got the 2 corvettes that Turkey are building, 2 ships for Ukraine, which is an incredible thing to be happening in the background I wasn't aware of previously. Quote, we are interested in strengthening bilateral cooperation and joint production with Turkish defence companies. And Turkey, an interesting country for all sorts of reasons. They kind of straddle north, south, east and west, a bit like Ukraine does in many respects, but Turkey is kind of on the edge of Europe and on the edge of the Middle East in a way that's important for NATO. Is interesting that the European context in the EU and wanting to be part of the EU, well, at least that seems to have died down a little bit, but an important member of NATO because of that positioning and controlling the Bosphorus Straits, which therefore kind of controls access to the Black Sea, particularly in times of war with the Montreux Convention. Turkey are a massively important country, and although people get annoyed, and I get annoyed with Turkey's positioning, straddling the fence and talking about both sides of the mouth, actually, I think it's important they still do support Ukraine quite overtly at the moment, more than they support Russia, even though they're laundering money. They're kind of like making the most out of being friendly with Russia, doing trade with them, while still actually towing the party line to a large degree with Ukraine and NATO. And for example, there are claims that they are not accepting hydrocarbons from Russia due to sanctions at the moment, like India, and that is very important. There's probably a lot of pressure with Turkey, and they're taking on F-16s, aren't they? I don't know about F-35s going forward, but that was with regard to Sweden's accession to NATO. So it's just a super important player. And Zelensky knows that, and Zelensky is doing obviously all he can to keep them on side. Building ships is a pretty good way of keeping Turkey in the Ukrainian kind of, not sphere of influence, but having sympathies for Ukraine. But anyway, we also need Turkey's help in releasing our prisoners of war and all our people, including Crimean Tatars, who are in Russian captivity, said Zelensky. And here, now, today, so that was yesterday, today, Turkey and the US held negotiations. The war in Ukraine was among the topics discussed. I mean, this is, as we heard from John Kirby the other day, the US is still massively involved in helping Ukraine, outside of can they get that aid package through or not. Well, if we can't get that aid package through, what the hell can we do that we don't need permission from the Congress to do? Let's have meetings, let's twist arms, let's say we're not going to sell you F-35s, let's say we're not going to sell you F-16s until X and Y. Let's go to Greece and get a load of Greek Soviet-era equipment across the Ukraine by saying, well, you can't do that, we won't sell you F-35s until you do that. And let's say you've got adhered to the sanctions in India and Turkey, and if you don't, we're going to do X, Y, and Z. The US are massively important still, even though they can't get that aid package through, which is itself hugely, controversial and hugely important. The Turkish Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan held talks with US Secretary of State Antony Blinken. I've got a lot of time for Blinken and National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan. Let's start here. Topics include Russia's war against Ukraine, Syria, Gaza, defence energy, and the fight against terrorism. So important stuff going to take place there now. So Putin is in full control of the security bloc and army of Belarus. Quote, Kremlin committed a diplomatic occupation of Belarus. Putin does such things either by force or arms or politically. What he did in Belarus was without casualties and without blood, he said, and that is incredibly typical for Russia, who goes around particular countries fomenting discord, either through information warfare, does that indeed into America, into Europe, deep into Europe, but also very physically involved with, traditionally with Armenia, Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, Tajikistan, all these places around the Caucasus and Eurasia, but also Moldova, Transnistria, Gagauzia, these places that they are trying to annex from Moldova, and they do that often, as mentioned here, without casualties and without blood. Now, places like Georgia and Chechnya, they do that with a lot of blood, but there's so much they do just with information warfare, etc., etc. Right. South Korea, Canada, Sweden have urged their citizens to urgently leave Russia because of possible terrorist attacks. This follows on the coattails of the US and Germany saying the same. So there are things going on in Russia, and I believe that the security services in Russia have upped their sense of readiness as well. Now, this is unbelievable that a NATO ally, Slovakia, has said that Russia, quote, is not the aggressor in a war against Ukraine. It just blows my mind that any sane human being could actually say that. You can't believe that Russia are not the aggressor unless you are so far gone, or you're so cynical and exploitative and opportunistic, and I don't know which one it is here, but Andrej Danko, who's a coalition leader in one of the coalition parties in Slovakia, bear in mind Robert Fico, supposedly centre-left, but has incredibly right-wing populist and growing, increasingly so, right-wing populist agenda, who's also gone to coalition with an overt far-right party called the People's Party, and the leader of that People's Party, Andrej Danko, has said this about Russia not being the aggressor. Part of the governing coalition reckons Kremlin is just, quote, protecting its interests. Well, that's all right then, you can protect your interests and just go into aggressor mode and, oh my goodness, that almost tried, aggressor mode and do what you like to a sovereign nation, it's fine. It's pretty much disgusting that. My goodness, Italy got their tails up and scored and winning. This is brilliant. Okay, so you don't need to know that, but I'm telling you nonetheless. Right, let's move on to Hurricane. I know some of you hate to talk about Trump, but he had to in terms of geopolitics and in terms of the notion that he's very potentially going to be the next president of the US and most important man in the world. Okay, so if you remember from Trump's tenure, is 2016 important to talk about Trump. Move on to Hurricane. I know some of you hate me talking about Trump, but you have to in terms of geopolitics and in terms of the notion that he's very potentially going to be the next president of the US and most important man in the world. Okay, so if you remember from Trump's tenure, his 2016 to 2020 presidency, he was going to ban TikTok, and it was all highly controversial. And there are these security issues with TikTok. I wasn't ambivalent. I just didn't know enough about it, so I never commented on that move. I still really don't know enough about it. What's really interesting now is that the Biden administration are trying to do the same thing. So what I assume is that there's genuinely some concerns to do with Chinese influence within the US and in the and there are these security issues with TikTok. I wasn't ambivalent. I just didn't know enough about it, so I never commented on that move. Security presidency, he was going to ban TikTok, and it was all highly controversial. And there are these security issues with TikTok. I wasn't ambivalent. I just didn't know enough about it, so I never commented on that move. I still really don't know enough about it. What's really interesting now is that the Biden administration are trying to do the same thing. So what I assume is that there's genuinely some concerns to do with Chinese influence within the US and in the information space, but also, I mean, that stuff about cranes the other day. I can tell you that a whole bunch of drones sent to the United 24 have bought, I think 40,000 drones, have got faulty chips on them that have come from China, and the chips have been drilled through. That is incredibly controversial. More on that from Greg Terry soon, because he's trying to get the chips to solve that. But
Yeah, so China are a problem. Now, as Chris Owicki says here, a reminder that for Trump, everything is transactional and considered only in the context of his personal benefits. And this is absolutely true. Right, what's happened? Well, according to Politico, a Politico journalist, about a week ago, Trump patched things up with Jeff Yass, a major Club for Growth donor and a TikTok investor. So he's a guy that is giving a shed load of money to the Republican Party and to Trump, and also is a major TikTok investor to their parent company. Then yesterday, with no warning, Trump came out in favour of a continued PRC, so continued Chinese ownership of TikTok. So Trump's flip-flop on TikTok is beyond stunning. None of the underlying issues have changed. The biggest difference between the executive order and the legislation is that the EO was written amateurishly, thus proved unenforceable, and the bill has a better chance of having an impact. So Yass is a big donor to normal conservative causes like banning abortion, school vouchers and no taxes on rich people, but he's also the primary US pro-TikTok funder due to his direct personal stake. Okay, so here we have three theories to explain Trump's TikTok flip-flop. And one of those theories is what caused his change in mind. Some reasonable people are putting two and two together, noting that Trump recently met with billionaire investor Jeff Yass, who is both an investor in TikTok's parent company ByteDance and a big Republican backer, in part via the Club for Growth lobbying group. This is, I hate that I played you clips of some Trump voters who were saying Zelensky's corrupt, I'm on the side of Putin. Ukraine is corrupt. And then here we have Republican Party getting donations from Yass and the Club for Growth, and then suddenly changing their views on. I mean, this is lobbying. It's just over almost legalized corruption, as I've written many times before. So he's a big Republican backer in part by Club for Growth lobbying group. Yass and the Club for Growth have fought with Trump in the past, but that's all over now. Trump said last week. Trump's announced this, that Yass was fantastic. Why would he suddenly say Yass is fantastic? Why would he say a Republican donor and a donor to Trump is suddenly fantastic? Oh, because he's a donor. Of course, he's just paid this is bribery. And Trump and the Club for Growth were back in love. We're deeply in love, he said. Money talks. That's a cynical argument, right? Surely Trump could change his mind for reasons other than money. And actually, there are some other reasons as well, but none of them are particularly good, right? So I just want to. I know a lot of you are massive fans of this guy, but do you know what goes on? Like, can you not see that at some point he's not a good guy? Like, at some point he may be just doing things for his own benefit. Where's his national security ideology now? And then you have his lapdog, Vivek Ramaswamy, and that's Philip O'Brien, who nails it. Philip O'Brien's totally right. It's hysterical. The Trump lie that they wanted to get tough on China is disintegrating. Trump loves President Xi, and the family makes money. His family make money off China. Trump will be as tough on China as he is on Russia. The amazing thing is that Trumpites will change on a dime to back him. So Vivek Ramaswamy, when he was going for the in those presidential debates, was all about being tough on China. We don't need to be tough on Ukraine. We need to be tough on China. And what's he said now that Trump's gone and said what he said last week? And what's he said now that Yass has said done what he's done in giving money? Oh, bashing TikTok is easy, says Vivek Ramaswamy directly. This is what he says. Understanding the actual issue is harder. President Trump just came out opposing the pending legislation. Here's why that's right. We need an end to end all forced data transfers to the CCP, regardless of ownership. And it's just some rambling twaddle because Trump has said something and he has to agree with Trump because he wants to be Trump's VP or he wants to be Trump's love child or something. I don't know quite what he wants. But it's just, this is, when you have people that will happily make decisions against the national security interests of your nation on the basis of transactional monetary gain, you are compromised. You are freaking compromised. That man and this man are freaking compromised. And if you don't get that, you are a cult member. It's just, this is, when you have people that will happily make decisions against the national security interests of your nation on the basis of transactional monetary gain, you are compromised. You are freaking compromised. That man and this man are freaking compromised. And if you don't get that, you are a cult member. It's that simple. And I can call you out by name on my threads. I know who you are. But I want some honesty. Like, is this cool? Are you just going to go, are you going to change your opinion of that Trump position previously on account of what? Does the rationale really work? Or are you going to understand it's all just like stroking the hand that feeds you? Right. And this leads on to why I'm so angry today. I get angry too often. I'm really angry with this because, again, if you like this guy, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing? Donald Trump hosted Viktor Orban at his Mar-a-Lago residence. No one else. Viktor Orban. He didn't host any European democratic leader that stands for good democratic values. He didn't host the Australian Prime Minister. He didn't host Japanese Prime Minister, South Korean. He didn't go for anyone else. He goes to Viktor Orban, who's deeply involved with CPAC, who gets money directly from Russia, and whose disinformation campaigns end up basically supporting the work of the Heritage Foundation and Tucker Carlson by extension, right? That's who he has. Now, quote, we need leaders in the world who are respected and can bring peace. He is one of them. Come back and bring us peace, Mr. President. Viktor Orban wrote on Twitter this morning. It's just obsequious nonsense. Trump said Orban is not controversial because he says, this is how it will be. So hang on, what's the logic here? If you say this is how it will be, if you just asserting stuff, you can't be controversial. Is that abject nonsense? And that's the end of it. He's the boss. No, he's a great leader, a fantastic leader. If you say that Orban is a fantastic leader, you are wrong. You are the wrong leader yourself. You have got your evaluation of democracy completely warped. Just watch this. I stand for Ukraine and I stand for democracy. And I don't stand for authoritarian leaders schmoozing their way into Trump's sphere of influence by flattering Trump and giving out bunches of flowers and...
We kept in touch. There's nobody that's better, smarter, or a better leader than Viktor Orban. He's fantastic. As you know, the Prime Minister...
Nobody's better, smarter, better leader, fantastic. And he gets a round of applause. Do these people know what Viktor Orban is like?
And does a great job.
He doesn't do a great job.
Because he said this is the way it's going to be, and that's the end of it, right?
If that doesn't tell you Trump wants to be a dictator, this is the end of it, and that's how it's going to be. We're not, should we put this to the vote? Should we see what the people want? I represent the people. Let's wonder what the people of my country want. No, this is how it's going to be, and that's the end of it, and that's what makes a great leader. if you don't understand that this man on the screen now, Donald Trump, is a wannabe dictator, if you don't understand that he is anti-democratic, then you need to sort your brain out.
The boss. I know he's a great leader, fantastic leader in Europe and all over the world. They respect him. It's an honor to have you
They don't respect him all over the world and in Europe. They despise him in Europe, apart from if you're a right-wing nationalist authoritarian party.
with us. Very great honor. Thank you.
I hate the people clapping that. Anyway, sorry, I am genuinely angry about that. And we're going to stay on American politics. We're going to get back to the State of the Union speech that Biden made, and we're going to talk about Ukraine and how I talked yesterday about how he started with that. Well, it's an interesting thing, and I've seen a number of analyses on this about how he started wide and then focusing on like attacks on democracy internationally, nationally, and then sort of focusing in, but also getting something that both the Republicans in general, not MAGA Republicans, but Republicans in general and Democrats agree on, which is Russia bad guys, Putin is bad guy, Ukraine is being attacked. We need to support Ukraine, and I think it was really clever for him to start like that. This is Jessica Dullov. If you don't know Jessica Dullov, she is a legend. She is on Fox News, and she's on The Five, where it's her against 4 people that just berate her the whole time. They pounce on her, and every day she beats them, hands down, just wipes the floor with them. I know Janine Pirro is just easy pickings, but like she does an insanely good job, and she comes prepared, and she just hits them with facts, and it's just every day she demolishes them. She's going on maternity leave soon, and that's so sad, but nonetheless, this is her doing what she does best.
The most important thing that happened last night, refers to things amped up. We're not talking about Joe Biden as too fiery, right?
And sorry, you need to know the context. The context here is that they're trying to criticise Joe Biden's speech. And so people like Sean Hannity have said he was too angry and he was too fired up. Yet the day before, they were saying he's too dollary, he can't do a speech, he doesn't know where his pants are. Right? And then as soon as he blasts those expectations out of the water, they have to criticise that. And it's like heads I win, tails you lose. It's just so frustrating. And she calls it out.
I think the most important thing that happened last night, refers to things amped up. We're not talking about Joe Biden as too fiery, right? As too aggressive. And yesterday we were talking about Joe Biden can't find his pants. Joe Biden has dementia. Joe Biden is too old for this job. And that's how I know that it went really well, because the Republicans who have been on TV, congressmen, senators, etc., people who would use the age attack, are now basically saying he's an aggressive partisan who's maybe the coke was his, maybe it's just Adderall.
That was my joke.
Well, you didn't tell me in the green room.
No, that's
we're
what I
like the
said.
same.
Yes.
And you also know that it went well because last night Joe Biden's campaign smashed 3 fundraising records at 9 o'clock, at 10 o'clock, and at 11 o'clock. And CNN did a poll of State of the Union watchers. 64% had a positive view of it. 62% said that Biden's policies will move the U.S. in a positive direction, and that's something that he was really struggling with. Trump was way ahead on that. That was up 17 points from before the speech began. Starting with Ukraine also surprised me, and it felt as if he probably wanted to start with talking about attacks on democracy at home, and they thought, let's contextualize this more broadly, right? To talk about democracies that are under attack, and also to put Republicans on the back foot. We saw Mike Johnson, who was really struggling with his facial expressions and what did I do with my hands. He wants the money for Ukraine. The rest of his caucus is not letting him do that. So I think that's...
This is such an interesting observation because A, that's exactly why I said yesterday, but B, she just agrees that Mike Johnson, in his heart of hearts, knows what the right thing to do is. And it's his caucus. He just can't do it because he would lose his seat. And he's under that much pressure from others.
Where that came from. But they clearly are paying attention to their internal polling and the conversations that Americans are having about how important the everyday bread and butter issues are.
Okay, and then he goes on to other stuff. But I thought that was an interesting analysis from Jessica Dullov, and she's just absolutely brilliant. Right, Latvian Prime Minister, and then this is how to do like European politics and how to do politics.
He wants to under. Felt as if he probably and that's how I know that it went really well, because the Republicans who have been on TV, congressmen, senators, etc., people who would use the age attack, are now basically saying he's an aggressive partisan who's maybe the coke was his, maybe it's just Adderall.
That was my joke.
Well, you didn't tell me in the green room.
No, that's
we're
what I
like the
said.
same.
Yes.
And you also know that it went well because last night Joe Biden's campaign smashed 3 fundraising records at 9 o'clock, at 10 o'clock, and at 11 o'clock. And CNN did a poll of State of the Union watchers. 64% had a positive view of it. 62% said that Biden's policies will move the U.S. in a positive direction, and that's something that he was really struggling with. Trump was way ahead on that. That was up 17 points from before the speech began. Starting with Ukraine also surprised me, and it felt as if he probably wanted to start with talking about attacks on democracy at home, and they thought, let's contextualize this more broadly, right? To talk about democracies that are under attack, and also to put Republicans on the back foot. We saw Mike Johnson, who was really struggling with his facial expressions and what did I do with my hands. He wants the money for Ukraine. The rest of his caucus is not letting him do that. So I think that's...
This is such an interesting observation because A, that's exactly why I said yesterday, but B, she just agrees that Mike Johnson, in his heart of hearts, knows what the right thing to do is. And it's his caucus. He just can't do it because he would lose his seat. And he's under that much pressure from others.
Where that came from. But they clearly are paying attention to their internal polling and the conversations that Americans are having about how important the everyday bread and butter issues are.
Okay, and then he goes on to other stuff. But I thought that was an interesting analysis from Jessica Dullov, and she's just absolutely brilliant. Right, Latvian Prime Minister, and then this is how to do like European politics and how to do politics concerning Putin and Russia and Ukraine. Let's not praise Orban. Let's not be someone who says you can solve it in 24 hours by effectively giving Putin whatever he wants. Latvian Prime Minister here, Evika Salinas, has compared Russia to an unpredictable alcoholic or drug-addicted neighbour. She warned that countries that are Russia's neighbours should be clearly aware of this. Quote, we live next to a neighbour who you could say is an alcoholic or an addict whose actions we cannot predict. We must be aware that we live next to Russia, Belarus. We have built a land border with Belarus. We are currently building a border with Russia as well. We are strengthening the military capabilities of our border. We are following a clear plan. She also appealed to the people who live in their bubbles and their realities, not realising what danger Moscow actually possesses. Or poses, sorry. And those people, you could argue, are there. Those people need to listen to her. And then, whatever victory takes, then you've got the French meeting with the Baltic states and the Ukraine. And you've got Gabrielis Landsbergis from Lithuania saying we need to do much more, much faster. Today, my fellow foreign ministers from the Baltic states, France and Ukraine met in Lithuania to discuss how, whatever victory takes. We've got a clear conversation now being echoed around Europe about victory. Not about winning it for as long as it takes, about victory. What does victory look like? And I think that is incredibly significant. Right, quote, Russia should not tell us how we should help Ukraine in the coming months or years. It is not Russia that should determine how we organise our actions or set red lines. So we decide this among ourselves. This is French Foreign Minister Sojourn, and I think that's, as I said earlier today, that's really important. We set the red lines, not Russia. We are not dancing to Russia's tunes. He has repeatedly mentioned the possibility of mine clearance operations, saying that this, quote, may mean some personnel available, but not for combat operations, again referring back to whether Western troops or personnel end up in Ukraine. Now, this is mind-blowing. Armenia is discussing the idea of membership to the European Union. Quote, taking into account all the challenges we have faced during the last 3 or 4 years, the existing new opportunities are being actively discussed in Armenia. I won't reveal a secret if I say the idea of EU membership is also in this row. Wow. How those nations are previously firmly in the sphere of influence of Russia are changing, are starting to move away from Russia's influence. Polish protesters are temporarily to unblock traffic at one of the border crossings, and there's a good couple of thousand trucks that are on that border crossing. Polish protesters on the border with Ukraine plan to temporarily unblock traffic at the Korzyowa-Krakowec, something like that, crossing. Andrei Demchenko, spokesperson at State Border Guard Services, said on the 9th of today. And then finally, breaking news here, 2 serving ministers. This is from the UK, in all honesty. It might not be of great importance or interest to all of you, but I think this is reflective of where we are at internationally. Now, other countries have already done this, but for Britain's been a bit slow here, and we're not necessarily putting the money where the mouth is. But we have 2 serving ministers who have broken cover to urge Rishi Sunak's government to lead the way and increase defence spending to at least 2.5% of GDP at a time of growing threats. In a highly unusual intervention, Anne-Marie Trevelyan, a Foreign Office Minister and former Defence Minister, and Tom Tugendhat, he's a Security Minister and an experienced soldier, and Tom Tugendhat was running for Prime Minister against Rishi Sunak, and he's a former, as it says, soldier here, and knows his defence, published an article online that does not appear to have been sanctioned by Downing Street. Quote, it's clear to us that the UK needs to lead the way in increasing our own domestic defence and security spending commitments to 2.5% and beyond, the 2 ministers who both with deep knowledge of defence and security wrote. I think that's very important because, A, they've kind of moved out of being, saying that with permission from the government. They are basically pressing on the government to do that. As Deborah Haynes here says, the alarm call comes amid growing disquiet among Conservative MPs and military insiders at a failure by Chancellor Jeremy Hunt to announce new funding for the armed forces in the spring budget, even though the Defence Secretary was warned the UK is in a pre-war world. Instead, Jeremy Hunt just reiterated a vague pledge to increase defence spending to 2.5% of national income, from just over 2% at present, as soon as economic conditions allow. Of course, that's punting it to the long grass. And 2 to 2.5% is a big change, right? That's a massive increase of 25%. So that is huge. But if you don't put a time frame on that, then it's meaningless. Underlining their focus, these 2 urge the government to strengthen the UK's nuclear deterrent, regrow the Royal Navy, invest in more weapons and ammunition, and accelerate plans to build a new generation of fighter jets in the Air Force. I also stressed the need to invest in the UK's defence industrial base, 100%. None of this is wasted cash. It's investment in our own economy, and this is the argument for the US providing aid to Ukraine. It's investing in your own economy to then provide obsolete stuff to Ukraine, by and large, and it protects our own future economic security, the ministers said. The sad truth is that the world is no longer benign. Protecting ourselves requires investment, and effective investment means that our industrial complex must grow and strengthen at much greater pace than at present. We cannot turn to on the complex platforms and weapons which ensure military advantage overnight. We must start the growth now, invest at pace to support our allies and stay ahead of our adversaries. Now, I spoke to you weeks past about how you've got to look at defence as an insurance policy. The better your insurance policy, the better your coverage is when you need to draw on that insurance policy, when you need to make a claim. So if I'm driving a car and I get a really crappy insurance policy, or I even don't have an insurance policy, when I have a crash, I'm screwed. Or when I have a crash, I draw on my really cheap, crappy insurance policy that has an excess that's £1,000. I'm like, I've dented my car, but my excess is £1,000, and actually it's going to cost me £500 to fix a car. So actually, there's no point drawing that insurance policy. It's a bit crappy, and now I'm screwed. I have £500 out of pocket. Or I have a massive crash and lots of people die. I'm like, I really need that insurance policy now, and actually the third-party liability on it is not good, and I'm out of pocket and I'm screwed over. Well, defence spending is very much like that, which is, right, if the better my insurance policy, the better my investment in my own defence is, that is, I'm not using it. Like, I'm not at war every year, so I'm not drawing on my insurance policy every year. But, I need that to be a good policy so that when I do need to draw on it, it's there for me. So I do need to invest in my defence. So that...
Hey everybody, Eric here, and we are finally doing another masterclass. This one will be July 22nd through the 26th. Join me here at my studio. I will write, record, mix, master, break down my whole process for you. We are opening it up to 10 people this year, but the first 4 that sign up will get lodging included here at the studio. We can sleep 4 comfortably upstairs, and there are hotels nearby for the remaining signups. There's also an opportunity for those who attend to write and record as a group. In the past, we've been able to record sometimes 9-minute epics. You never know what's going to happen, and it's really one of my favorite parts of the whole week where we get to collaborate, write and record as a group. Get lodging included here at the studio. We can sleep 4 comfortably upstairs, and there are hotels nearby for the remaining signups. There's also an opportunity for those who attend to write and record as a group. In the past, we've been able to record sometimes 9-minute epics. You never know what's going to happen, and it's really one of my favorite parts of the whole week where we get to collaborate, and you get to be a part of creating something, and at the end of the week, you get to take it home with you. There will also be an evening where we grill out, break the ice a little bit, get to know one another, and even watch a movie in my home theater. It's going to be a blast. So if you're thinking about it and you're on the fence, I would sign up sooner than later to secure your spot in the first 4 so that your lodging is included here at the studio. But I really can't wait. It's going to be an awesome week, and I hope to see you there. Or here, I guess. Bye. See you.
There are a lot of
On February 18, 2023, the Oshkosh Police Department got a frantic call about a problem
As
at the
obsessed
house
with
in the 500 block of Jefferson Street. The caller said that his sister had gone crazy and her ex-boyfriend had been badly injured.
They're on top of each other. What do you mean?
Blood all over it, and there stood 22-year-old Megan Taylor Lund, crying for relief. Morgan and Emily welcomed their daughter into the world sometime in early 2022. Their happiness knew no bounds. But everything changed on February 18, 2023, when their lives changed completely, shattering their happiness. Officer Bennett was the first to respond to the 911 call. When he entered the house and reached the top of the stairs, a wave of shock hit him. The room upstairs was a complete mess, with blood splattered everywhere, which had turned it into a gruesome scene. The whole house seemed to be in disarray, which hinted at the intensity of whatever had unfolded within its walls. He saw a young blonde woman. She stood there wearing nothing but a huge blue UCLA sweatshirt. But what caught his attention was the eerie sight of blood covering her legs, feet, and the front and back of her arms and hands. She was leaning over the back of a black sofa in the living room, and her attention was wholly focused on a shirtless man. With determination, she pressed down on his chest and shoulder, her action suggesting a desperate attempt to help him. They wasted no time in rushing the severely injured man to receive urgent treatment. Then turning their attention to Morgan, they approached her to assess her condition and to understand what had happened as she seemed visibly shaken and troubled. The officer observed that she seemed utterly shattered and confused by what had just happened. She was crying and screaming and begged for assistance. While one officer tried to soothe her and get her to talk, another officer approached her brother, Ethan, to piece together the events that had unfolded.
This gentleman hold the baby. Talk to him. Okay. What's going on, man? Okay, is that your sister? Okay, so what happened? You were sleeping, okay.
I thought he was fighting. I started getting loud.
Was he screaming back at her?
It was kind of like, get off, help. I just got
And that was him saying that?
Okay. Open the door. They're on top of each other.
What do you mean? They both were on top of each other?
He was like on top of her trying to take a knife out of her or something.
Okay, so okay, how was she positioned? When you say when he was on top of her, was he like straddling her?
Yeah, he like had her wrist down.
And then holding her wrist, like straddling her like that? Okay.
When Ethan finally opened his door, he had sensed something wasn't right after hearing the loud noises. This was when he found Morgan's ex-boyfriend on top of her, both drenched in blood. He was desperately trying to restrain her, but Morgan seemed consumed by something and relentlessly stabbed at him as if she was under some dark spell. It was a scary scene full of chaos and fear.
In area at the time? Where did you see?
His arm and stuff, and then see the couch. Help. Go over there. That was like when I was ending.
Okay, was she saying anything at this time?
She's freaking out.
Does she do any drugs? Does she drink? Okay. Okay, but no illegal drug use that you're aware of? Okay.
The officer needed to question Morgan to find out if she was influenced by some external factors that pushed her to commit such a horrific act. This information would guide them in handling the case effectively and framing their questions during Morgan's interview.
Yes, and that's their kid. This is uncle. This is female's brother. He sometimes stays with them. He's a litter, female here. Basically, he just woke up to some loud yelling. He steps out, goes behind the island, sees male victim already bleeding on top of female on the couch straddling, holding her wrist up. He goes, I don't know if she had a knife or whatever he used at the time. He's already bleeding, and then lets the young stop her.
After speaking to Ethan, who couldn't provide them with much information, the officers again turned their attention to Morgan. She was the only one who could truly explain what had happened that morning and why she had attacked her ex-boyfriend. What they learned from her was both shocking and unsettling.
No. Morgan, can you tell me a little bit more about... No. And why is that? You sure? Why are you saying no? I don't understand what you're reacting to right now. Are you just scared about the situation?
Busting up figured that the last thing she could recall before the chaos unfolded was drifting off to sleep. This suggested a gap in her memory leading up to and during the violent incident, which added a mysterious twist to the story of as innocent. He pondered the possibility of amnesia, where people forget under the influence of drugs.
Do you take any other medication right now? No. Have you been drinking at all last night? No. Okay. And you would not be in any trouble for it at all, but have you used any kind of recreational drugs? Okay. Not even like simple things like weed or anything like that? No.
All these days, that's all I do.
What Morgan revealed next left everyone stunned. It was something out of the ordinary, not your everyday occurrence. While rare, it's something that could happen to anyone, for various reasons like past trauma or facing difficult situations. Morgan confessed she had been battling hallucinations and mental health struggles, and had been feeling like she was seeing a mysterious figure everywhere, even experiencing out-of-body moments. It was like reality in imagination.
You feel like somebody else?
Yeah, I would do that. I would do that.
You usually see the same thing?
I feel like somebody else. I feel like somebody else.
If you have to physically describe what you were seeing, like bigger, you see a dark figure, but it doesn't look like a person. Am I understanding that right? It's just sort of the shape
I
of
can hear it. I can hear it. I can hear it.
Who?
And I smell like off of me, like over him. So I don't know what was.
He's kind of a, yeah.
Because the bottom line for me, I know how you know is in terms of he would ocean dump people to keep them together, but he's not going to do something that might create more drama that he has to deal with, right? He wouldn't want to be, a part of anything where, okay, this couple is fighting, I'm the kid or whatever you fucking call it. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, yeah, that makes sense to me. I
Yeah.
mean, it sounds like you guys did the right thing, so she didn't get ocean dumped, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good. Because in my opinion, I mean, me personally, ocean dumping them to forget about their arguments and shit like that is not going to help them in the long term. They're just going to...
Oh, yeah, absolutely not. They're just going to find themselves for the same shit again.
And another thing, too, is, like, Fiona could legitimately die, so, like, I'm concerned about her well-being.
I mean, like, I'm not gonna. I don't wanna bring up shit like that, okay? But I've heard some of the stuff that Fiona was saying, and she's probably gonna talk about it with anybody because if she talked about it with me, I think she's very open about this stuff. This guy is just like, I think he's too jealous. You know what I mean? And I don't think like.
Are you talking about?
Yeah.
Talking about Carlo?
Yeah. He was jealous that she was even doing jobs with me and you, bro.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, like I said, if you are jealous, if you are jealous of your girl going with a job of Raymond Romanoff, you ain't got far to go. That's you.
I'm gonna look.
I'm sorry. It's the test. It's the test, man. It's a test. You know what I mean? He lucky I ain't in the game no more. You know what I mean? I'm very specific right now with my shit.
No, I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. You've probably gone on the heist with the majority of beautiful people in the city. Listen, at the end of the day, Fiona has worked her ass off to be in the position that she's in. She has helped the company genuinely so much, and she continues to help the company. What I saw, we have a different dongle downstairs. Did something happen today? Did I miss a heist?
The ladies for the Women's Month, Women's Day plan. Mickey pulled through with it, and it was
on the last
massive
day
dubs,
of
baby.
August in.
None of them got caught. None of them got caught.
Who was the lineup? Who's the lineup?
I don't know, but I know Raymond did very well.
Raymond?
Yep. Not really concerned about the rest. Jan did very well too. Wonderful.
Jan, Winter, and then
Winter.
I think there was.
Oh yeah, Freya did well, I guess. Yes, perfect.
Who's the sixth?
I don't know.
Swan came in.
Swan. Oh my God, what a absolute.
I guess Winter did okay. Yeah.
Crazy good lineup.
I guess Winter was driving or something like that. I don't know. No big deal.
Damn, bro. I'm so happy that the ladies did well, man. I'm happy that they're integrating well with the company, working well with it. So what happened with Jan? Is she?
Jan's a gangster, bro. I can tell you that, man. Fuck.
Is she still interested in the company thing? I was putting a
Wait, what do you mean?
Stop on it because it was too soon. I told her that we needed to talk to everyone about it because she was genuinely interested about rushing into like being I don't know if it's contract or intern or whatever it is, but I think we need to have a proper like conversation about that. We have the meeting coming up Tuesday. Did you talk to Mickey about that? Who's outside?
Hold on, it's Australian guy.
What the fuck is this? It does look like a Reggie.
Kyle?
Reggie, we're having a company meeting right now, Reggie.
I have an important question.
Sure, what's the question?
Okay, say we're not producing as much as we should be, right?
Okay.
What would be the reason for that?
You're not.
Okay, what are you referring to?
Bitcoin?
Bitcoin, yeah.
What would be the reason? There's two big things. Number one, you shouldn't be using it in your apartments. Number two, maintain the proper power level. Number three, 15 GPU racks. I don't think it's 15 anymore, but you should at least have 15 GPU racks to one PC.
We're 10 Bitcoin under, and we don't have that many racks.
What do you mean you're 10 Bitcoin under?
We're 10 Bitcoin under what we're supposed to be producing.
You probably, the rack itself, okay, this is going to be very, very interesting. The rack itself is not linked properly to the PC. There are a few reasons why this could not happen.
Decorator.
Yes, first of all, you didn't link it to the room. You need to specifically link every single GPU rack to the room that it's in. And then you can link it to the computer.
Even if it shows it on the computer, it's still not technically linked.
It should be linked. If you linked it on the Miner EXP app, it should be linked.
Yeah, so it is. So here's the thing, right? It's supposed to be doing 13 per 24 hours. Currently, it's doing 3.6.
What?
Yeah.
Wait, you said 13, but it's producing 3.6?
Oh, that's a problem. That's
actually
a big problem.
It seems like a big problem. I would honestly, I'd recommend you guys give me keys to the house, and I come over and I check all the room stuff.
Okay. Can you do that without being on the panel? I'm pretty sure you have to be on the panel.
I have to be on the panel. Who's the person who owns the home? He's not around?
No, not yet.
Okay, I mean,
there's got to be something wrong with it, right?
Is he going to be awake in the next 12 hours?
Yes.
Okay, I'll be awake for like 12, 13 hours. So I'll just help him when he wakes up. If you guys trust me, I'm not going to fuck you guys over. I'm just going to look at it for you.
Yeah, it's wilding me out because we've been missing it for like the last few days. What the fuck's happening?
You might have some stuff stolen, like furniture, but no, it's gonna be worth it, man.
Okay.
Me personally too. If there was stuff that's missing, you should definitely reach out to the tech people about that too.
Well, I was just making sure that it's not something that we potentially could have done wrong because it's showing all the racks on the computer, right?
Right.
They're linked. So I figured that should be
Sending
fine.
soon.
Did a test
You better
over
not
10
screw me over,
minutes,
come on.
and
Don't threaten
it
me.
showed
I'll
it
kill
was
you.
Producing 3.6 instead of 13. I was like, it's supposed to be 13.4.
Okay, that's a major difference. Honestly, Benji, we should be testing ours too to see if we're doing it right.
Well, luckily you'll be here for 12 hours.
I wasn't sure if it was supposed to. Maybe it's because we're not on the Wi-Fi that it's not producing more.
No, it doesn't matter. You can mine everything without being on the Wi-Fi.
All right. Well, thank you for answering the question. That's all I had.
I'll go, brother. Take care.
I'll call out to you, Ray, once they're away.
Yeah, sure. Contact me anytime. If you guys need more PC
appreciate
parts too, let me know.
Oh, well.
Oh man.
Okay, continue with the story. So the ladies popped off with the heist?
They popped off, man. Fucking pop off. Okay. Is there anything
man,
else?
I wish I was awake for that. Genuinely speaking, I wish I was awake for that. I want to congratulate all the ladies, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that tomorrow.
If you guys see them before I do, just say Raymond is proud and like I can't wait to work with them more in the future too. Because obviously, I genuinely,
Mickey,
I'm so proud that we have more people that are capable of doing the heist and driving.
I mean, I ain't gonna lie to you. These are the vibes I was looking for when I came back, man. This is exactly the vibes. I'm glad.
This is what I wanted with the company.
I'm telling you, man. I'm not gonna lie. I'm glad that I'm not waking up to posturing gangsters. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, you're right. I mean,
it's the best fucking feeling. So if you want to turn it up, we turn it up. If not, fuck it, bro.
Breckers, are you okay?
Breckers, just go and fucking sleep, man. Fucking sad sack of
You
shit.
just look so sad, and it's bringing my mood down. Breckers,
Yeah.
No, Breckers,
Hold on. Hold on.
Why don't you like
take this,
that?
man?
That seems like an.
Go and play with that or
I'm
something.
not gonna lie, Breckers. I'm pretty sure that's not supposed to happen. By the way, I don't think you're supposed to have to sign out. That actually sounds like it's pretty.
sounds like a bug stars issue.
Yeah,
you should definitely do that.
You're gonna be just
Thanks
fine.
for the balloons. I'll go
I mean,
make
it's
some
the only
balloon
job in the
animals.
city where you have to sign out like intentionally to get paid. It just doesn't make sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get you.
Listen,
I'm gonna go to my room and sleep.
What do you mean your room?
I live under the stairs.
Oh my god, this fucking guy.
Oh my god.
This guy, bro. This guy.
Mari, do you have
Stop
any?
being so dramatic,
Do you
Breckers.
have anything
Stop it.
else, Mari? What's going on?
No, that was it. You know, that's it on my end.
Wait, that's it? The Fiona and the heist? That's it? Nothing else happened?
Today,
There's no way.
I wasn't awake.
I don't know.
What do you mean there's no way?
I don't know. Wait. I don't know what I did. I'll be honest with you. But I scammed a lot today. I didn't scam. I invited a lot of people to my new association today. And
What new
and
association?
the Los Santos Filipino Association. I'm the
What
chairman.
the fuck is the Los Santos Filipino Association?
Yep. Okay, listen. Oh yeah. Okay, there's some news. Hold on. Let me access my memory palace. Hello, it's Benji Ramos. How can I help you?
Yo, Benji, this is someone.
Oh, what's up, brother? How can I help you?
You want 17 bags?
17 bags?
Yep.
Why? Yeah, I'll take them.
Job's scuffed out. Like someone stole few bags. We can't do the job anymore.
Can you deliver it to the company house?
Is this someone?
Yeah, I'm coming there.
Okay, thank you. Okay, see you soon. Bye bye.
Yeah.
Is it someone you know?
Yeah, somebody you know.
Bro, it's just, he did that yesterday too. He delivered us 4 bags. Are those worth very much? They're only like 4.
He's so
What
sad.
the fuck was that train?
That train is zoomed too. What the fuck was
No, there's not supposed to be a train on that railroad. Wait, what was that?
that? That guy got hit.
I don't know.
Ray. So Jason Polam, his crew gunned down Dundee's crew. Eliminacion. Dundee went down bad, but Dundee got the up goods because Dundee gave me a call. He said, "We need the blickies." I told him, "Listen, I can send you over a lone soldier. I'm gonna send you Perez with a blicky." Perez was on the way up. He gave me another call. He said,
Wait, slow down. What?
Exactly.
We sent Perez to hunt down Jason's crew?
No. It was a member in Jason's crew after I got confirmation that Jason didn't give a fuck about him. Right?
Oh, okay. Thank God.
Yeah, of course.
Please
Come
say that
on.
first, Tino,
I'm the
please.
diplomat, man. The diplomacion. So what happened was, Jason didn't really give a fuck. And then Dundee called me up and I said, "Yo, listen, if it's, I can help you out if it's no other contractor, blah, blah, blah." But then suddenly he calls me up. He fucking kidnapped goddamn Jason Polam. I said, "Listen, Dundee, I can't help you if you kidnap Jason Polam because he's a contractor and he's a homie." So after that, guess what happens?
I mean, that's such an awkward situation.
Exactly.
Please
So I
tell
said,
Dundee, let him go.
So I said, y'all, I can't help you, man. I gotta appreciate if you let him go because one day y'all gonna be doing jobs too. But apparently, Jason Polam pulled the big dick move. He
pulled it out there?
Kinda. He gave Dundee 10 He gave Dundee 10 60 GPUs to squash the beef.
Wait, that's actually holy fuck. That's a good.
And I
man,
said,
Jason's good at this.
I said,
you cannot deny. Yeah.
I said, bro, that's too much. You could have given him fucking 1. He'd be happy. This is what the motherfucker said.
true.
This is what the motherfucker said. It's
I don't
cheap.
give a fuck, I'm rich.
It's yeah, basically that. Yeah, it's cheap to him. So I said whatever.
God damn!
I'm trying to
Bro,
push.
Jason's got a. What
Bro,
the fuck?
Jason.
You got like that? God
Jason is fucking funny, bro. We need to to do a job with him. That motherfucker's funny.
What the hell? That was the biggest flex I've heard. What
He's
the fuck?
he's fucking cooked. Yeah, we gotta get him and V into a job or some shit.
We've been wanting to get V in for a while.
Yeah, I know. We should have invited her for the woman's thing, but I think there were just so many ladies around, man.
Yeah.
What else?
Oh my god, yeah, we've gotten to the point where we have a crazy amount of people now.
I think we need
I mean,
more.
it's good.
I feel like we need more men.
I mean, to be honest, I think we got to the point where we're doing good. We need more interns, Benji.
I was
We need
kidding,
more
by the way.
people-
Yeah, I know.
You're kidding. I know. But we need more interns that we can use. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
For finances.
What else?
So we can supply the assets.
I'm still trying to think about what happened, bro. Oh fuck. I think that's mostly it. Archer, voting has opened already, so support that. Everything's okay with thank God. Don't gotta, bro. I told him specifically though, and I told the people in the company, right? I said not just for me, but for both of us, we wouldn't accept anybody hurting him. So
What,
G.
Yeah. Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Straight up.
Other than that,
it's just not. To be honest, we should have a conversation about it. Just contractors in general. We should not have contractors fighting other contractors.
Yeah, absolutely.
It just doesn't make sense.
I don't know what else. I don't know what else happened today, bro. I did a
why
lot
the
of talking on the phone today. Fuck me. But yeah, it's a good day. It's a fantastic day.
Okay, I'm doing a VU event this week, by the way. I'm gonna need your help with that, Benji.
Okay, sure, no problem. Hey, as long as you
We
can
do a
fucking
VU
wake
event.
up. Holy. You are shit with time, man.
No, I am not. I told you.
You
Tuesday,
are
Wednesday, Thursday, 8 a.m.
Ray, you are shit with time. Please stop copying
I am
this
the
shit.
most punctual person in the world. I've never been late a single time.
I'm leaving. Good night.
Wait, there's no way you're going to sleep. Benji, there's no way you're leaving already. Benji, please do not leave already. I just woke up.
But Benji, think of all the people you can totally not scam in
Yeah, he's just going to say Ray's going to scam them.
That's chat. Listen, there is a price if you're always fucking late, right? This is the fucking price, man. You don't get to chill out with the homies because the homies didn't get to chill out with you, bro. Right, chat? Am I right or not? Am I fucking right or not? You don't. If you ain't there with the homies, that's just it. That's just it. Oh, bro, guys, I was gonna sign off already. I don't want to go yet, man. I just realized something. I can't leave yet. You know why I can't leave yet? Because we lose out on 8 out of 8, chat. We lose out on 8 out of 8, chat. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. I just realized, man. Oh, no. Oh, no. Fuck. Chat. I can't believe you're doing this to me, guys. This is total. This is blackmail. I need to do stuff today, man. I got stuff to do today, man. Shit. World Peace Elbow, thank you. The ones that sub now, they are the ones that said, "Hey, Lyceum, enjoy your life. Have an early break day. Have an early break day." Thank you, World Peace Elbow. You are a G. You are a gangster. You are a gangster, bro. Nah, listen. Yeah. You know what? Let's show some appreciation to people at World Peace Elbow who go out of their way. We are 27 now, chat, from 8 out of 8. 8 out of 8, right? You know what I mean, guys? I can't believe chat's fighting me on this, bro. You guys are insane. Now, who's with me, chat? Who's with me right now? Who stands by me here to save me? World Peace? Nah, I'm gonna remember you, homie. You're fucking... bro. Today, the edging will not succeed. The edging will not succeed. Do y'all do this on purpose? Bro, I'm not scamming y'all, chat. I'm not scamming y'all. I'm not even going yet. I'm just talking to chat. Bro. We're gonna hit 8 out of 8, right? Okay. Surely, I'm not. Guys, listen. If we get 8 out of 8, I'm not gonna leave. Daisy, thank you for the 7. Hey. Okay. Listen. This is what I'll do, okay? Rudy, thank you for the tier 1. Daisy, thank you for the 7 bomb. Okay, listen. If we get AD Ash, thank you for the 5 bomb. Okay, listen. I know I've been doing 7-8 hours. I've been doing 8 hours. We get 8 out of 8. I'll do a 9-hour stream when I'm back after break. Minimum. 9 hours. Minimum. Promise. I promise. Bro, chat. You can't be fighting me like this, bro. You can't be. I'm not scared. I'm telling you the truth. Chat. 10 or no. 9 I can promise. 10 I gotta discuss with my financial advisor. 9 wallahi I try my best. Unless there's something up. 9 wallahi I go. 9 hours. I try my best for 9 hours. Unless something comes up, I'll do 9. Even if it's a boring day, I'll do 9. Wallahi. Dice. Oh my God. You made my wife just subbed. My wife just subbed so that I'd get off. That doesn't count. Oh man, chat. Oh no way. Oh man. God damn it, dude. This is cooked. This is so cooked, bro. We need 2 more. Okay. Yes, dear. I understand. We gotta go shopping for the house, all right? Darkness, thank you for the 5. We'll do one fiend, all right? We'll do the fiend. Oh, God. Okay, chat. Tomorrow is the break day. Join the Discord. Join the fucking YouTube. The Twitter. I love the ones. I love the ones. I'll see y'all tomorrow, baby. Oh, the next day after the break. Hey, thank you so much, Soka. 234, goddamn. DRP, thank you. Grigo, thank you. All the followers, thank you so much. Mubsy, Caliburn, Gunnar Janko, Anarchy, Tailored, Aloe Vera, JV, crashing out, thank you. Ramen, Darkness, thank you with a 5. Imso Better Run, thank you. Dices, thank you with a 10, even though that's from you. God damn it, Dices. I love you. Lady Ash, thank you with a 5 bomb. Rudy, thank you. Daisy for the 7. World Peace, thank you. Jan Bond, Falling Halibut, Jazzy Jazz. Thank you, everybody. We're running Race C. We'll be back in about 36 hours. I love all the ones. Chat. Don't blue ball my subs. Don't blue ball me once. I swear to God. Last spam. When we go there, when we go to Race C's chat, I want everybody 1 spam non-stop. 1 non-stop chat, okay? Go crazy. 1. Keep the energy strong when we get there. I love y'all, guys. Good night. I'll see you after my break. Bye, chat. Love you guys. W.
Stop typing 1. Stop. Stop typing 1. Why are people typing 1?
Whoa! Later, but I need to try and catch him and Mike. I need to catch Mike.
I need to put my head for a second, guys. 1 second.
Why is there so many 1s? Yo, Lithium! With that huge raid! What's up, buddy?
Are we getting raided?
Chat, how was... Hey, how was his mic today? Because I'm not gonna lie, the first thing I saw when I came to Lithium stream today was his chat trolling him about the audio. Your mic sounded good, dude. Like, really good in-game. If you heard it from my perspective, I was like, damn. This guy's got, like, a really clear mic right now. Like, really clear. Honestly, it makes me want to redo my mic settings. I hope my mic settings are good. I hope they're good. But dude, thank you so much for that raid, man. Look at all those 1s. Hey, 1's in chat. If you've never typed in chat before, type 1. Have Vivi see you in 2 days? Wait! Are you taking tomorrow off? I'll see you in 2 days, man. Lithium. Helldivers? Let's do Helldivers like Wednesday or Thursday or something. I'll message Saikuno. I'll message him, and then we can get a 4th too. Oh, look at those 1s, man. Holy W's, chat. And Lithium with a 21 months resub. We're going to do some variety this week, okay, chat? We're going to do Helldivers. He's never played it before. I've only played it once. We're going to do some divers. Does Ray leave the house? Bro, I just woke up. Habibi. I need to craft some shit. I need to craft some stuff, guys. I made a sale for 35k. We're about to go do that. But what's up, everyone? I'm Ray C. I play the character Raymond Romanov that's also in the company. Benji Ramos's friend.
Dad worked all the time. Yeah. Surely this lawyer talk shouldn't be taking this long. Yeah, it shouldn't be. Susga. Your dad didn't like you? Sure he did. Nah, he probably didn't. Will I be your dad also? No. My wife and I are gonna adopt soon. None of you guys. You getting a girl? I think so. It's weird to say it like that. What happened to your super cum with 100% success rate? Unfortunately, that did not come to fruition. Weak cum. Yeah, we'll blame it on the cum, dude. Vaxxed. Dude. What do I do when I hang out with my kid? Play video games. I try to find YouTube videos that'll make them laugh. It's pretty easy. My kid's into memes, dude. You know which one? This one's kind of like a weird one. Have you guys seen the chicken nugget that sings like an AI version of Cotton Eye Joe? But like, it's like vocoded to be like a different like song. Unfortunately, dude, he thinks that shit is fucking hilarious. Go. Show us. Oh my god, dude. Hold on. Wait, I think Evangeliu. This shit, dude. He's into good memes too, though.
Oh, I've been married a long time ago. Would you come from what year to go?
This shit,
Would
dude.
you come from Bacalado?
There's like a whole sub-series of this shit on fucking on YouTube, dude. That's like the raw edit or whatever. But people edit like full
On
fucking
a
videos.
normal-
How do you even find it? Bro, the YouTube algorithm, dude. You see one with a cowboy hat? Go. What is... That shit is literal brain rot. He likes Skibidi Toilet. But my wife doesn't really let him watch Skibidi Toilet because Skibidi Toilet chases you and he's very scary. He likes Among Us memes. He doesn't like being called a noob. He knows what a noob is. I was playing Mario Wonder with him, and it was one of the levels where you have to find the hidden coins or whatever. It was the one where you have to use the three different power-ups to do it. And he found one where I was like, how did you find that? He goes, I don't know. I think I might be a pro gamer. I was like, yep, true. No, I will not let him watch Ren and Stimpy yet. What was I gonna say? When he was on the most recent cruise, not the one that I went on, they went on another one. I bowed out of that one because I couldn't take another Disney cruise without a bullet in my head, probably. They have like this little club where they got like switches and shit. Oh, are they coming over? Nope.
I just shot his fucking gun or something, dude.
They were probably right. It was very obvious. Bohemia.
Yeah.
Violent clashes. Sweden's gang wars in a series of explosions linked to a gang war.
Det här är en svår tid för Sverige. Jag kan inte nog understryka hur allvarligt läget är. Sverige har aldrig förr sett något liknande. Inget annat land i Europa ser något liknande.
Less than a decade ago, Sweden had one of the lowest levels of gun crime in Europe. Now, they're the second highest. In Stockholm, gun violence is roughly 30 times that of London. The country is engulfed in a gang war, which is almost entirely run by people with a migration background. Sweden's famed welfare state and its lax asylum laws has made it a popular destination for immigrants. Since the 2000s, they've had a steady high number of new arrivals, but in 2015, it peaked at over 160,000. Of these non-Western immigrants, nearly half are unemployed. They're also 9 times more dependent on government welfare. They live predominantly in poor suburbs and are poorly integrated in Swedish society. This is where armed gangs recruit their members.
Explosions.
Shooting gang crime that's risen to unprecedented levels.
It's worth mentioning that Sweden's gun crimes are still far below that of the United States. They have an average GDP per capita of $60,000, making them one of the richest countries on earth. Their life expectancy is 83 years, and they have some of the best healthcare and education in the entire world. Sweden ranks at the top of the charts in many respects. But when it comes to migration, how well immigrants integrate, and how productive they become in society, Sweden is doing very poorly. I'm going to dive into that topic, but first, it's important to shatter the biggest misconception about Sweden. They're often regarded as a social democratic utopia, some kind of third way between capitalism and socialism. And people believe that nations can achieve similar social outcomes by expanding their size of the government, but that would be a misreading of history. Their famous welfare state that's taking such great care of the old, the sick, the unemployed, and a shocking high number of refugees is only a few decades old. Sweden became rich and successful before they adopted their comprehensive welfare system. In the 1870s, their economy was far below Northern and Western Europe, and their average GDP per capita was half that of Great Britain. 3/4 of their population lived off farming, which was an incredibly tough existence in this semi-Arctic environment. They developed a strong work ethic with an emphasis on hard work, individual responsibility, and family values. When the world began to industrialize, Sweden became the fastest growing economy in the world. Swedes were trustworthy, hardworking, and responsible. They remained neutral during both world wars and developed a much more moderate version of today's welfare state. Sweden's rise to prosperity was characterized by free market policies and limited state involvement. It wasn't until the 1960s that they underwent more drastic reforms to their welfare system. The concept folkhem, meaning people's home, gained popularity. It describes Sweden as a family, with citizens being expected to take care of each other like siblings. This philosophy partly explains Sweden's embrace of refugees. Today, their welfare state provides citizens, native or immigrant, with incredible benefits. When a child is born or adopted, each parent is entitled to 240 days of parental leave. A married retired couple receives payments that almost equal their pre-retirement income. Healthcare and education are mostly free and are amongst the best in the world. The state is very generous, but this needs to be financed through taxes. In 1950, the personal income tax was 21%. By 1995, it was raised to 52%. So how do all these changes affect the economy? This is their GDP growth. In this period, between 1968 and 1975, most drastic welfare reforms took place. They suffered quite a bit during the 80s and again during the 90s. They were the fourth richest country in 1975 and the 14th in 1993. The employment rate hasn't improved that much. In 2014, it was only slightly higher than 3 decades earlier. Inequality in 2013 was about the same as in 1950. Let that sink in for a moment. The welfare state brought a lot of good, but it failed to improve a lot of other things that grabbed the same as in 1950. Let that sink in. It was only slightly higher than 3 decades earlier. Inequality in 2013, the employment rate hasn't improved that much. In 2014, it was only slightly higher than 3 decades earlier. Inequality in 2013 was about the same as in 1950. Let that sink in for a moment. The welfare state brought a lot of good, but it failed to improve a lot of other things that granted were already exceptionally good. But Sweden became rich, employed, and equal before the introduction of big government. The nation developed a vision of Sweden functioning as a family, an inclusive and equal society, and it was extended to refugees. In 1987, 3% of the population were non-EU migrants. In 2013, this was already at 12%. And something curious was happening when these migrants moved to Sweden. One study shows that a group of immigrants who fled Saddam Hussein's Iraq in the 1980s and 90s were 2.3 times as likely to have a higher education as a native Swede. But once in Sweden, only 18% of them were employed. They're highly educated and from the upper class, so why aren't they working? In 2004, when the Swedish economy was performing strongly, one study showed the average income of Iranian immigrants was 65% that of a native Swede, whereas similar Iranian immigrants in the United States earned 136% compared to native-born residents. Clearly, migrants in the 80s and 90s were not integrating that well. Sweden's strategy for managing new arrivals was to distribute them throughout the country. The goal was to relieve pressure on the big cities, but they often overlooked were the local economic conditions. On top of that, about 2/3 of jobs in Sweden are filled through informal means, which is challenging if you do not speak the language and you don't have a social network. All the while, the welfare state was providing for the basic needs and requirements of these migrants. Then in the 2000s, the type of migration changed. More migrants arrived for humanitarian reasons, with a peak in 2015 when Sweden took in 163,000 refugees in only 1 year. Most of them were from Syria, Iraq, and Afghanistan, and were fleeing from conflicts at home. This led in 2011 to a staggering 20% of the Swedish population being of non-native descent. Many ended up in poor suburbs. They integrated poorly, they didn't feel a part of society, and many lived in poverty. They depended on government welfare. This was not only a burden on the state, but as it turns out, it was a breeding ground for criminal activity. The recent outbreaks of violence are between gangs that are ruled by second-generation immigrants. They recruit young teenagers from these poor neighborhoods. They were primarily involved in drug trade, but in recent years, they have infiltrated the government and even political parties, where they make money from fraud and other illicit activities. It is difficult to know exactly, but one study estimates that criminal organizations make around $500 million per year from this type of illicit activity. Over half of Swedish inmates serving long prison sentences are first-generation immigrants, and 45% of Sweden unemployed are born outside Europe. This community has become a heavy burden on society. For most of the 2010s, the nationalist Sweden Democrats were a lone voice against immigration. They used to be a fringe party, but partly because of the migrant crisis, they have now become one of Sweden's largest political groups. The current Prime Minister of Sweden is breaking away from tradition. He supports tax cuts, free market policies, and economic liberalism, and he's working closely together with the Sweden Democrats. His right-wing coalition believes that the rising gang violence is directly connected to Sweden's earlier immigration policies. His foreign minister said, "We can now see that outsideship and lack of integration in combination with trade of narcotics and organized crime is creating this very, very toxic mixture. It would be short-sighted to blame this violence only on migration. Government policies aimed at integrating migrants are partly to blame, and the situation escalated in a system that went perhaps too far in accepting new arrivals. But what makes it challenging is that this issue speaks directly to a core belief of Swedish identity. Immigration is closely linked to the country's post-war economic boom. So there's a historic understanding to a core belief of Swedish identity. Immigration is closely linked to the country's post-war economic boom. So there's a historic understanding or sense that given some time, this will be something positive for Sweden. You make sure that they get jobs, they get somewhere to live, and they get a place to society. Otherwise, you just you create problems. The idea of fully returning to a capitalist society is not widely supported, but that reforms are desired can be seen in Sweden's current government policy. They are implementing racist policy. They are making it harder for immigrants from outside the European Union to get social benefits, and for children that have 2 foreign parents, preschool is not compulsory to help them learn the Swedish language. Sweden appears to be on a road towards increasing economic liberty and incentives for work within the scope of the welfare system. Could this be the end of their famous middle ground? Please consider watching one of these 2 videos next. Norway is at the brink of becoming unimaginably rich. When Russia invaded Ukraine, many European countries turned to Norway for oil and gas. This led to a 5-fold increase of their petroleum exports, and it made Norway Europe's largest supplier. The Norwegian economy is strong. And like they always do, they invested the profits into their government pension fund, which today is worth around $1.5 trillion or $270,000 per person. But you won't believe what just happened. In this region south of Stavanger, they found a huge phosphate rock. Phosphate is used to create fertilizer, batteries, solar panels, and electric cars. It is an extremely rare mineral, and about 70% of the entire global supply is in Morocco, followed by China, Egypt, and Algeria. For Western countries, these are geopolitically complex regions, but Norway just announced that they found 70 billion tons of this mineral, which would instantly make them the biggest player in the world. This discovery can propel Norway into a whole new category of rich. At current prices, this rock could be worth $24 trillion, which is similar to the worth of Saudi Arabia's entire remaining oil supply. But the EU, technical limitations, and environmental concerns might stand in the way of its extraction. This is why Norway will become the world's richest country with hindsight. In the 1950s, Norway was only inhabited by around 3.5 million people. They had exported fish, timber, and other staples for centuries. But in the early 1900s, they discovered that they could use their mountains to generate hydroelectric power. And this facilitated the emergence of heavy industry. This was the first major commercial breakthrough of Norway's modern economy before the discovery of oil. There is a common misconception that Norway was very poor before the discovery of oil, but this is a myth before electric power, and this facilitated timber and other staples for centuries. But in the early 1900s, they discovered that they could use their mountains to generate hydroelectric power, and this facilitated the emergence of heavy industry. This was the first major commercial breakthrough of Norway's modern economy before the discovery of oil. There is a common misconception that Norway was very poor before the discovery of oil, but this is a myth. In the 1950s, they were already amongst the most literate, rich, and equal countries in Europe. They were culturally far ahead of its time, and they had established a robust democracy. But no one believed that Norway's maritime territory was blessed with oil. This region was surveyed, nothing was found, and so it was largely ignored. But that changed when a discovery was made in the Netherlands. The Dutch found a gas field that turned out to be the largest gas field in the world at that time. This immediately created interest in the rest of the North Sea. Within a few years, all major oil companies were searching the North Sea, but Norway's government was hesitant. They were concerned that foreign companies might walk away with the profits. There were also no clear maritime boundaries, so if oil was found, how could they know that it won't be claimed by another country? So Norway had good reasons to assume that there was oil off their coast, but it was not clear if the state or a company would own the oil if it were found, and it was unclear where Norway's maritime boundary exactly lay. But these issues were quickly resolved. In May 1963, a royal decree placed the seabed under Norwegian sovereignty, and 2 years later, the European countries formally agreed on their maritime boundaries, respecting the median line principle. Exactly 1 month later, Norway allowed 2 years later, the European countries formally agreed on their maritime boundaries. Respecting the median line principle. Exactly 1 month later, Norway allowed foreign companies to place their bids, and the exploration of the Norwegian North Sea started. It took a couple of years and more than a few failed expeditions, but eventually they found oil. In their press release, they called it a giant. This oil field was huge, and it continues to be a significant source of income for Norway today. It took some time for Norway to take full control over this industry. The first wells were discovered, explored, and refined by foreign companies, but it was a top priority for the Norwegian government to turn this into a domestic industry. In 1972, they founded Statoil. This company is owned by the government and continues to exist today. The government owns 2/3 of this company, and the rest is owned through public shares. But under the banner of Statoil, they acquired majority shares. They built refineries, created an educated labor force, and they successfully managed to keep a large part of oil revenues within their country. And this is quite unique in the world. Economists have a term, the resource curse. This describes a pattern within countries that have an abundance of fossil fuels and end up with less economic growth, less democracy, and less social equality. In these countries, the oil wealth is often expropriated by elites at the expense of ordinary citizens. But in Norway, this didn't happen. There never really emerged a class of Norwegian oligarchs, and they developed into one of the countries with the highest standards of living in the world. That is, if you don't mind paying $10 for a beer. Norway has a GDP per capita of over $100,000. They live on average 10 years longer, and Norway's government is famed for its generous welfare state. So what did they do differently? One thing that helped is that Norway already had a rich and stable democracy before oil was found. This enabled them to create their own extraction infrastructure without relying too much on foreign companies. It also helped that they had a small population of just 3.5 million. They also didn't have to worry too much about their neighbors, as they are surrounded by allied nations. There are also cultural reasons, and Norway's politicians just managed their wealth incredibly well. Denmark also found oil, and they auctioned off their oil fields to private companies, and the UK used their oil profits to fund tax cuts, which of course can also be beneficial for an economy. But Norway did something else. They piled up all their profits into a government pension fund. This fund today is worth $1.5 trillion, making it the largest sovereign wealth fund in the world. In 2023, their revenue was $380 million, and the government that year was only allowed to spend 3%. The rest needed to be saved up for future generations. The flip side to this is that only the government is getting rich. The people, in theory, own this money, but they don't see it in their bank accounts. But it was this careful balancing act between financing important measures in the short term while saving up for future generations that made Norway very rich. In comparison to other countries who relied on natural resources, their sovereign wealth fund made them more stable, and Norway successfully diversified their economy. Oil and gas today make up around 20% of Norway's economy. It's a major sector, but they can do without. But Russia's war in Ukraine is making Norway's petroleum industry flourish, and on top of that now comes the discovery of phosphate. This phosphate rock was already discovered a few years ago, but only recently they found out that it runs 4,500 meters or 15,000 feet deep. That is much deeper than was previously assumed. This amount of phosphate could meet the entire world supply for the rest of the century, and it would be in control of Western countries, which is an immense geopolitical advantage. Today, China controls about 30% of the industry. They control a relatively small percentage of the phosphate rock, but they control many of the world's refineries. In 2021, China restricted its exports of phosphate. This was because global prices were going up, and they wanted to meet their local demand first. But this move resulted in global prices rising even further in other parts of the world. This example shows what the global economy is turning into. The prices of goods are no longer determined by supply, at least not how they used to. Instead, a country that controls the market can limit the flow of the goods for political or for economic reasons. This is exactly why Norway's discovery can change the nature of this market. If they control over half the world's supply, they can control its prices. So it wouldn't come as a surprise that Norway's government responded very positively to the plans to extract these minerals, but the EU was less enthusiastic. You might think that Norway isn't a member of the EU, so it doesn't matter, but they are a member of the European Economic Area, which means that European legislation does affect them. Their concern is that refining phosphates is very polluting. This is the reason why the industry is no longer in Europe, and it has mostly been outsourced to China, Vietnam, and Kazakhstan. In 2024, the EU is expected to vote on a bill that can either speed up Norway's extraction of this resource, or it can slow it down. For Morocco, who's currently the largest supplier of phosphate, it is also bad news. This industry makes up nearly a quarter of its entire exports. If Norway suddenly doubles the world's supply, prices will inevitably drop, and Morocco's industry will shrink. There are obvious strategic advantages of mining this phosphate, and there are many obstacles that Norway still needs to overcome. One of them is that with the current technology, extraction is only possible up to a depth of 1,500 meters, leaving most of this precious mineral out of reach. But this was also the case when Norway found its first oil. With the technology at that time, the well was planned to operate for only 30 years, but today it has already been in production for over 50 years, and it has many more years to go. There's no way of knowing what Norway would do with this wealth. If they manage it like their oil, they will most likely invest it into their pension fund. It could triple its value over the next few decades, leading to the already largest wealth fund in the world to be worth over $1 million per person. There are also some voices that speak of using this wealth to increase their foreign aid, and one Saudi prince mentioned that it could build a city in the form of a very long line, which sounds like a fabulous idea.
Violent clashes.
Is he laughing? Yeah, I want those jeans.
Since the creation
of fuck. Alright, I'll give him the fucking military pants. They look kind of bummy anyways. I love how you yoink somebody else's shit over here. We can't allow that. Get all this extra shit out of here. I don't want to kill this guy. It's so sloppy trying to kill somebody when they're knocked out anyways. We'll just see him again somewhere down in the town. I'll be wearing the helmet. He'll be fucking wearing those stupid pants. I'm not taking his shoes. I'm not that evil right now. I've changed. I'm only taking the shoes if I really don't like the person. Or we'll say the survivor. It's not personal. I love how he tosses on the knight's helmet for protection to like get his shit back. He's like, fuck, well I'm gonna need this. Like he's been fucking challenged. He needs to, he's going to battle. No, I mean, I used to take people's shoes like in an encounter like that and just fuck people over, but it's kind of a pain in the ass. Like, fucking feet are bleeding. It's really annoying. Ooh. Sir Clonkington. Alright, let's respawn here. Yo, Top City, thanks for the $100 donation. You kidding me, dude? Love watching the streams, thanks for the entertainment. Only bad thing is I can't seem to get anything done around the house. Dude, thank you so much for the 100 bones. That's fucking insane, man. It's good to hear. It's funny that we have that message coming in, and then we have another guy that says, why do you guys sit here and watch AFK people? Why don't you just play the game? Well, dude, I usually do long streams. So if I'm on for like 12 hours, there's probably going to be at least like, I don't know, 30 some minutes of like AFK time. But that's for like a 12-hour stream, dude. I mean, if you work for 8 hours, you gotta take like a 30-minute break to eat something, right? Yeah. Just take a little time out. It's kind of a weird comment. But dude, Speed Racer, thanks for the 10 gifted subs, dude. Again, and now we got the 100 bones from Top City. That's fucking massive, dude. Let's hit the respawn. Let's see where we're at. I like to take 2-minute breaks in between deaths because it's like a story, you know? Like your character ends, kind of let all your stress and your shakiness or your fucking anxiety and your adrenaline dump, clear your mind, start a fresh life, you know, get into something else, kind of set the mood as well. Okay, so I think we spawned here earlier. Is this the same place I just died at? I think we're right outside of Kula. Could check that barn. Let's just go straight to Kula. I ran with you the other day. I was Bobby, held up a guy in Novi Police Department. Dude, that's awesome. I've bumped into so many people. I'm trying to think back. How long did we play together? We've had so many good moments at the police station in Novi lately. Yeah, this is the same spawn as before. We're at the end of Kula, or end of the road next to Kula. It's gonna be kind of hard to avoid those same shooters, I feel. I bet they killed my teammate too. Man, this actually kind of sucks because I just fully looted this town. So, like, I don't want to kill myself. Maybe we'll just try to go to Goulash right away. Or go to a different town from here. I gotta figure out where these new locations are so I can try to go there first. This has more space. Kula's hard spawn. Yeah, I mean, I like getting it. I think it's really cool to get the Kula spawn after you've had like a long life and you had kind of a shitty death and you're like, let's get the Kula spawn, get a little shortcut to get back to the city. But if you get out of Kula with very minimal weaponry, you're right next to all these geared guys. Like that guy that sniped me probably had a pretty good gun. So, let's try one more time. Try to get like a shotgun with some shells down here. And then we'll go over to Goulash. Rework spawns with the update. Yeah, so I guess there's a couple of new spawns, but they're not perfect. I think there's also some spawns that are a little bit too far south. So yeah, I think you gotta, it probably depends on the custom server settings as well. This is probably one of the most southern spawns you can get.